everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Anime crossover saving the world starting as a fake hero, Chapter 19 to 40. Headquarters of the Gem Adventurers Guild. Unlike the bustling business hall, the guild's underground area is an absolute forbidden zone, untouched by sunlight. The stone steps leading underground were blocked by heavy iron railings, and a solemn and oppressive atmosphere permeated the air. Loki, hands in his pockets, swaggered through the layers of guards with light steps, even having the leisure to greet a guard, "Hey, on duty today. Thanks for your hard work." "This is a restricted area," Guild Master Royman, sweating profusely, caught up from behind. His chubby face was filled with panic as he nervously blocked a huge stone door with his arms outstretched, desperately trying to stop the god from going any further. "Get out of the way, Royman." Loki abandoned his usual playful demeanor, his narrowed eyes revealing a chilling glint. "I'm not in the mood to chat with you today." Bert, standing to the side, cracked his knuckles in agreement, a cold smile playing on his lips. This won't do. Uranus is praying, no one can disturb him, let her in, Royman. An ancient, deep voice came from the deepest part of the earth, carrying an ancient and irresistible majesty. Royman trembled, quickly lowered his head, and stepped aside, not daring to utter another word. Bert pushed open the stone door and stood aside. Loki snorted and walked into the dark and empty underground hall. The stone door slowly closed behind her, making a dull sound and shutting out the noise and light from the outside world. The hall was cold and empty, its walls covered with densely packed ancient runes that gleamed a dark gold in the flickering light of the braziers. The runes spread across the stone walls, extending to the base of the massive throne in the center of the hall. An elderly man with white beard and hair, and a robust physique, sat upright on the throne in the center of the hall. He closed his eyes and clasped his hands together, like a stone statue. He is Uranus, the creator of Rio, who sits here day after day, using his divine power to pray to the dungeon and suppress the monster's riots in the labyrinth. "What brings you to my dark underground, Loki?" Uranus slowly opened his eyes. "Long time no see, Uranus." Loki strode down the steps of the throne, tilted his head back without any politeness, put his hands on his hips, and questioned directly. "Dionysus suspects that you secretly indulged, and even instructed, those man-eating flower monsters to be transported into Rio." A brief, deathly silence fell over the hall. Uranus stared directly into Loki's crimson eyes without flinching, and after a moment, he slowly shook his head. "It wasn't me." Loki stared intently at him. In this world, no one could fool Loki when it came to lies, not even Uranus. After confirming that Uranus was not lying, Loki's tense nerves relaxed slightly. "TSK, as expected, I was used as a pawn by that brat Dionysus." Loki scratched his messy red hair in annoyance, his tone tinged with frustration. "Since you didn't do it, you should put more effort into finding out who did it." After saying that, Loki turned around and prepared to leave. "Loki," Uranus suddenly called out to her. Loki stopped and looked back. "Do you trust that child named Luca?" Uranus's voice carried a complex meaning. Loki paused slightly, then remained silent for a moment before speaking, her voice much lower than before, yet carrying an undeniable firmness. "He is my family. I believe him." Uranus said nothing more. He closed his eyes again, and only a faint, complex sigh remained in the empty hall. Meanwhile, on the 18th floor of the underground city, in the town of Rivera, a body search of the female adventurers was being carried out methodically inside a makeshift tent. Meanwhile, Luca and his team, who were on guard and searching for suspicious persons on the outskirts of the square, made an unexpected discovery in a secluded alley. "Hey, you over there, what do you want?" Luca spoke up. It was a petite figure wearing a long, flowing robe and a hood. The hem of the robe was covered in mud, and the hood was pulled down low, almost completely obscuring her face. The figure was pressed against the wall, carefully moving deeper into the alley. Upon hearing Luca's shout, the figure shuddered violently and prepared to flee. The next instant, Luca appeared in front of the figure like a ghost, gently placing a hand on the other's shoulder. With a mournful cry, the figure tripped and fell to the ground. The hood slipped down as she fell, revealing two furry dog ears that were now pressed back in fear, and a girl's face with teary eyes, filled with extreme terror. She was so frightened she was about to cry, clutching a small package tightly in her arms until her knuckles turned white. "Don't kill me. I don't know anything." The dog woman was so frightened that she crouched down, covering her head and trembling. Luca withdrew his hand and took half a step back, giving his opponent some space. Hearing the commotion, the crowd gathered around. "What's your name? Which clan do you belong to? What rank of adventurer are you?" Finn stepped forward, his tone gentle yet carrying an undeniable authority. "I am Lillian. I am an adventurer from the Hermes Familia." The dog woman Lillian stammered, her voice broken with fear. "Why did you run away?" Leafia asked, holding up her wand and looking at her warily. "Because I'm afraid of being killed." Lillian cried out, her dog ears drooping completely. "I really wasn't the murderer. I didn't kill that level for big guy. I don't even know how he died. If you didn't kill him, then why are Hashana's things in your bag?" Riveria's emerald eyes stared coldly at the small bag in Lillian's arms. "Did you steal the deceased's belongings?" "No, it wasn't stolen." Lillian shook her head frantically, her dog ears swaying from side to side with her movements. "A few days ago, I was drinking in a tavern when I met a mysterious person. That person gave me a large sum of money and told me to bring the specified item back to the surface." Her voice trailed off as she spoke. "I just woke up this morning and heard that someone had been murdered, and it was related to the things I was carrying. I was terrified, afraid that the killer would kill me too, so I planned to sneak away tonight, but I just happened to run into you sealing off the town. Since you're level 2, why did you come all the way to the 18th floor alone?" Riveria astutely seized on the loophole in her words, her gaze sharpening further. "This depth is simply beyond the capabilities of a level 2. Chapter 20, The Man-Eating Flower Swarm Boom. The moment Luca unwrapped the package, revealing that nauseating fetal orb, a violent tremor suddenly erupted from beneath the entirety of Rivera town. Fine cracks appeared on the stone floor beneath their feet, spreading rapidly and weaving into a web. Accompanied by the piercing sound of earth-breaking and teeth-grinding friction, countless thick green vines suddenly surged from beneath the cliff at the edge of town. Like living giant pythons, these vines climbed frantically from the base of the cliff, wrapping around rocks, trees, and the edges of buildings, spreading upwards at an astonishing speed. "Monsters! Monsters are climbing up from under the cliff. What on earth are these things?" The vigilant adventurers let out terrified screams. Huge, terrifying monsters, resembling a hybrid of giant flowers and man-eating plants, were climbing up incessantly from below the cliff. Their bodies stood several meters high, their petals a sinister dark purple. The center of their massive flower discs was filled with tooth-like spikes, and their roots moved rapidly across the ground, leaving trails in their wake as they instantly surrounded the entirety of Rivera town. "Are these the same man-eating flowers we encountered at the Monsterphilia?" Noticing the commotion, the newly returned Tiona and Tioni widened their eyes and gasped. Tiona's new weapon, Urga Mk2, was already unsheathed, but she couldn't help but pause upon seeing the swarms of monsters blanketing the landscape. "Are you kidding me? Why would monsters like these appear in swarms on the 18th floor? It seems this orb is the bait that lured them here." Luca's voice remained calm. He looked at the fetal orb in his hand, which had begun to warm slightly. Within the viscous green liquid, the curled-up lump of flesh writhed even more violently than before, as if responding to the approach of those monsters. He wrapped the orb up and handed it to the elf girl, Leafia, beside him. Luca gripped the broken wooden sword at his waist. He turned his head to look at the grim-faced captain of the Loki Familia beside him. "Do you need me to take care of all these things at once?" Finn, always known for his quick wit and decisiveness, experienced a 2-second brain freeze. He looked at the army of man-eating flowers surrounding them, their numbers so vast it made one's scalp tingle. At a rough glance, there were at least 40 or 50, if not more. The potential ability of those monsters had all reached LV. Even if the entire Loki familia were deployed, facing a group of LV. 5 monsters in such numbers would require extremely tight tactical coordination, and it would be absolutely impossible to end the battle in a short time. Finn looked into Luca's calm, azure eyes. He realized that Luca was not joking, he was truly capable of doing it. Finn immediately took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart. Having witnessed the tip of the iceberg of Luca's terrifying strength, Finn's mindset had undergone a huge change. He now had absolute confidence and assurance in doing anything. No, you don't need to intervene. Finn quickly regained his composure and shook his head, stopping Luca. His gaze swept over the approaching swarm of man-eating flowers, his brain working rapidly, his tone calm and decisive. The potential ability of these monsters has reached LV. To be able to lure so many high-level monsters to the 18th floor in one go, the mastermind behind this must be someone with significant resources. If you were to wipe them all out with a single sword strike right now, that overwhelming destructive power would definitely scare away the person hiding in the shadows. He looked up, sharp light flashing in his eyes. While the situation is still within our control, we must drag him out. At least we need to grasp some clues. Finn turned around, facing the rapidly assembling members of the Loki familia. His voice was clear and forceful as he methodically issued tactical orders. Tioni, take some people to the outskirts of the town, protect the other adventurers, and clear out the scattered monsters. Do not penetrate deep into the enemy lines, maintain the formation, and wait for reinforcements. Understood. The twin sisters replied in unison, turning and leading their team toward the outskirts. Riveria, prepare to chant a long-range magic. Finn turned to the elven royalty. Since they are coming for this orb, use the orb and your magical fluctuations to gather them all together, then wipe them out in one fell swoop. Understood. Riveria didn't waste any words, raising her staff high and beginning to chant a long, complex magic spell. The incantation poured from her lips like flowing water, and massive magical fluctuations began to gather in the air. Finn then looked at Luca, speaking in a voice only the two of them could hear. Luca, please keep an eye on the overall situation and watch for the enemy's movements. No matter what happens, absolutely do not let anyone from the familia get hurt. Leave it to me. Luca nodded. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, at the edge of the forest, Ace Wallenstein was gripping her desperate sword, weaving between the trees. Her movements were light and precise. Every sword strike accurately sliced open the man-eating flowers, attempting to bypass the defensive line and sneak attack the flank. The vines of those monsters snapped like harvested wheat before her, turning into severed limbs that fell to the ground. Her swordplay had become more refined and composed than before. The lessons she learned from Luca about the fusion of wind and sword were quietly merging into her every swing, making her movements less deliberate and adding a sense of flowing rhythm. Just then an extremely sharp killing intent struck from her side and behind. A cold blade pressed against the back of her neck. Ace Wallenstein reacted extremely quickly, turning to parry. The desperate sword collided fiercely with a heavy greatsword in midair, sparks flying and illuminating the face of the attacker. It was a tall woman wearing armor. She had striking blood-red hair that flared in the air like burning flames. Although her face was beautiful and her features delicate, her eyes revealed a coldness and madness like a beast. The woman before her was undoubtedly the murderer. Ace Wallenstein did not hesitate. The moment she confirmed the opponent's identity, the desperate sword turned from defense to offense, transforming into a streak of silver lightning as she initiated an attack. The dense sound of metal clashing exploded at the edge of the forest. Each impact sparked blinding flashes, casting flickering light upon the surrounding trees. Revis wielded a heavy greatsword, a blade wider than she was herself. Every swing carried a heavy wind-breaking sound as she engaged Ace Wallenstein in an extremely dangerous close-quarters melee. Ace Wallenstein's sword was faster, more refined, and more versatile. In terms of the refinement of her moves, She firmly suppressed her opponent, finding openings before the opponent could exert force. However, as the fight deepened, the web between Ace Wallenstein's thumb and index finger began to tingle. That strength was unusual. With every collision, the desperate sword transmitted a heavy countershock force that almost made her lose her grip. After a violent collision, Ace Wallenstein used the force to retreat, landing lightly on a fallen tree trunk. Her breathing remained steady, and the desperate sword hummed slightly in a verdant green light, but her brows were slightly furrowed, and a hint of unprecedented gravity flashed in her golden eyes. This woman is not LV. She is an adventurer with the seasoned strength of a LV. Feeling the force transmitted from Ace Wallenstein's blade, Revis's eyes flashed with surprise. She had originally thought the Sword Princess was just a LV-5 that could be crushed at will, but she hadn't expected the opponent's sword skills to be this troublesome. The refined changes in her moves and her near precognitive reaction speed made every one of her attacks feel like hitting a ball of cotton. She couldn't exert her strength. However, in the face of absolute power, technique is futile. Revis sneered, a terrifying wave of power erupting from her entire body. She stomped 2 deep footprints into the ground, causing surrounding gravel to fly up. Gripping her greatsword with both hands, she raised the blade taller than a person high above her head, and with the force to split mountains and cleave rocks, she brought it down on Ace Wallenstein. Diarrhea. That roar carried a certain bone-deep hatred. The moment she heard that name, Ace Wallenstein's pupils constricted sharply. Who exactly are you? Why do you know that name? She had no time to think. The greatsword had already smashed down with the power to split a city wall, carrying 10,000 tons of force. Ace Wallenstein gritted her teeth. Facing this terrifying heavy strike capable of splitting her in two, she held nothing back. Awaken, Tempest. Boom. Violent cyan air currents instantly erupted from within Ace Wallenstein, wrapping around her entire body. Her golden hair flew upward in the gale, and the desperate sword was enveloped in high-speed rotating currents, emitting a sharp hum. Those air currents formed visible vortices in the air, blowing away all the fallen leaves and gravel around her. Revis was shocked. She felt as if her greatsword had struck a high wall made of hurricanes. The moment the sword embedded into that layer of storm armor, not only could it not advance an inch, but she was also shaken by the violent reaction force, her arms going numb, and the web of her hand aching faintly. And at the core of that storm, Ace Wallenstein's movements did not stop. In her mind, the image of Luca swinging his sword in the courtyard flashed clearly, that upward motion, the angle of slightly turning the wrist the moment the blades were about to collide, the trajectory of guiding the opponent's power into nothingness. Her body made an extremely small but perfect sidestep. It was that step that caused Revis's greatsword to graze Ace Wallenstein's arm and slam heavily into the ground, carving a 10-meter-long crack into the earth as gravel flew. That thunderous strike missed completely, leaving Revis's front wide open, exposing a fatal opening. Too slow. Ace Wallenstein's cold voice rang in Revis's ear. The next instant, the cyan gale turned into the sharpest weapon. Ace Wallenstein, having gained extreme speed under the magical buff, combined with her impeccable and refined sword skills, turned the desperate sword in her hand into a streak of light, slashing fiercely at Revis's breastplate. Blood splattered. The sturdy armor was sliced open like paper. The blade embedded deep into Revis's chest, extending from her right shoulder to her left rib, leaving a shocking wound. The violent wind pressure followed, sending her flying. Damn it, the intel was wrong. How could Aria's wind have become so terrifying? Revis fell clumsily to the ground, rolling several times before barely coming to a stop. She struggled to prop up her upper body, covering the gushing wound on her chest. If Ace Wallenstein's sword had been just an inch off, her core would have been sliced in two. The Amazon sisters in the distance had already sensed the commotion, and were rushing over. Revis gritted her teeth, a look of malice flashing in her blood-red eyes as she took one deep look at Ace Wallenstein. We will meet again. Covering her wound, she leaped backward violently. Before Ace Wallenstein could catch up, she threw herself off the side into the bottomless cliff. Her figure fell into the darkness below like a kite with a broken string, disappearing into the hazy mist, leaving only her final words echoing in the air. Ace Wallenstein chased to the edge of the cliff and stopped. She stood there, letting the wind atop the cliff blow through her golden hair and skirt. On the desperate sword, the last drop of blood slowly slid along the spine of the blade, dripping onto the rock beneath her feet. She looked down at the blood stain, remaining silent for a long time. She repeated the name softly. Problematic ad. Reported here. You can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor #191 Chapter 21, Floor 37 Chapter 21, 37th floor. Under Riveria's extremely vast and precise magical guidance, the man-eating flowers surrounding Rivera town were drawn in like moths to a flame, converging until they were squeezed into a writhing ocean of green. The twisted vines flailed wildly in the air, emitting shrill hisses as they attempted to break free from the invisible magical restraint, but Riveria's magic acted like the sturdiest of chains, binding them firmly together. Then, accompanied by her devastating Longchant magic, a pillar of white-hot light, dozens of meters in diameter, descended from the sky and pierced into that writhing green ocean. Lafia provided fire support from the side, with countless emerald green magic arrows pouring down like a torrential rain, precisely finishing off any stragglers attempting to escape the center of the explosion. This group of monsters, with potential power up to LV5, was completely annihilated in a dazzling sea of fire. When the last man-eating flower turned to ash in the flames, the entire 18th floor fell into silence. A few days later, the man-eating flower incident in Rivera town temporarily came to an end. Finn and his party returned to the surface with that bizarre fetal orb to handle the aftermath. They not only had to rescue the adventurers injured in the attack and arrange for the terrified merchants to reopen their businesses, but they also had to report the full details of the incident, including the death of the Ganesha Familia's LV, for Hashanah to Loki and the Adventurers Guild. Soon, the guild issued the highest level wanted order for that red-haired beast tamer. After dealing with these trivial matters, because their massive debt had not yet been paid off, Ace Wallenstein still owed the Goibnia Familia 40 million Valis, and Tiona and her sister's new weapons had cost a large sum. The members of the Loki Familia returned to the dungeon just 2 days later to continue their journey of working to earn money. When everyone stepped onto the 18th floor again, and saw that Rivera town had basically been repaired, they couldn't help but exclaim. The houses that had been destroyed in the man-eating flower attack had been rebuilt, and there were more stalls on the streets than before. The sounds of hawking rose one after another, as if that terrifying attack had never happened. The vitality of these profiteering adventurers is even more tenacious than the monsters in the dungeon. Tiona complained, looking at the townspeople loudly peddling overpriced goods. She carried the newly forged Urga II on her shoulder, the giant blade, which was bigger than she was, gleaming with a cold blue light in the sunlight. As long as there is money to be made, even if the dungeon collapsed tomorrow, they would still open their shops today. Tiona nodded in agreement, her eyes sweeping over the stalls piled high with all kinds of materials and potions. To them, death is just a part of the business. The group did not linger on the 18th floor but continued to advance toward the deeper levels. Their goal was the lower floors, where the magic stones dropped by monsters were more valuable and could fill their empty wallets faster. Along the way, Luca, Tiona, and Lafia, who was only LV3 and in urgent need of experience point, remained responsible for clearing monsters. Luca walked in the front, his half-broken wooden sword cutting precisely into the monster's vitals with every swing. Tiona was responsible for the monsters attempting to flank them. The Urga II whistled in her hands, smashing those reckless monsters along with their bones and armor. It was evident she was very satisfied with her new weapon. Lafia was responsible for long-range fire support and finishing moves at the back of the team. Her magical accuracy improved rapidly through these repeated real combat experiences. Watching Luca effortlessly kill another group of massive monsters with that broken wooden sword yet again, Riveria, walking in the middle of the team, finally couldn't help but speak up. Luca, you have already killed enough high-level monsters over the past few days. The Elven Royal paused. How much more experience do you need to level up? One must know that for normal adventurers, crossing the wall of levels is extremely difficult. Many people get stuck at the LV2 barrier for years, needing to accumulate enough achievements and combat experience to break through. But given the quantity and quality of the monsters Luca had cleared in the past few days, from the variant Goliath to the man-eating flower groups, and then to various monsters in the deep levels, Riveria wouldn't have been surprised if he leveled up immediately. Level up, huh? Luca casually rested his wooden sword on his shoulder. Actually, to me, it doesn't really matter whether I level up or not. You guy, don't talk about something every adventurer dreams of so casually. Tiona rolled her eyes. It really doesn't matter. Luca shrugged. When we went back to the surface a few days ago, Loki helped me update my blessing panel. She said my ability stats are now showing a bunch of wavy lines, apparently because my base stats have long since broken through the display limit of the blessing system. Everyone stopped in their tracks in unison. Tiona's mouth hung open in an O shape, Tioni's eyes widened, and Lafia almost dropped the staff in her hand. She happily helped me level up to LV. Luca recalled the smug expression on Loki's face at the time, and couldn't help but rub his brow. She even threatened that the next time the God Gathering happens, she's going to throw my record as the fastest level up in all of Rio history into the faces of all the gods, especially that goddess called Freya. The team fell into a deathly silence. Finn, Riveria, Tiona, Tioni, everyone looked at Luca as if he were a monster. They opened their mouths, then closed them again, with no one knowing what to say. The fastest level-up record in all of Rio history. It took less than 2 weeks from receiving the blessing to reaching LV2, and that was with his base stats having already broken through the display limit. Several of them were even hearing for the first time that the blessing panel could have a display limit. 3. Lafia suddenly felt a lot of pressure. She silently hugged her staff tighter, cheering herself on in her heart. Lafia, you have to work hard, you can't be left too far behind by the newcomer's progress. A few days later, 37th floor. As a large amount of magic stones and dropped items were packed into their backpacks, the materials dropped from various deep-level monsters filled all the storage bags they had brought, to the point where they even had to sell some items at low prices to passing adventurers. The girls had made a fortune. After discussion, their financial difficulties had been greatly alleviated, so they decided to return to the surface. Just as everyone was preparing to return to the surface from the deep levels, Ace Wallenstein, who had been preoccupied, suddenly stopped. She stood in the center of the passage, her long golden hair appearing somewhat dull in the dim light. In those eyes that were usually as calm as water, complex emotions were currently surging. What's wrong, Ace? Finn turned back, noticing her anomaly. Ace Wallenstein gripped the desperate in her hand, her knuckles turning slightly white from the force. She took a deep breath and confessed her decision to everyone. I want to go challenge the floor boss here, Eudias, alone. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. I absolutely do not agree. Riveria was the first to react, her emerald eyes filled with severity, her voice rising. Eudias is the floor boss of the 37th floor, even a LV6 adventurer would be in extreme mortal danger fighting it alone. Not to mention we have been exploring the deep levels for so many days, and you are not in your prime state at all. Riveria is right, Ace. Tiona also anxiously tried to persuade her, her face, which was usually always smiling, now full of worry. Soloing a floor boss is too reckless. If you want to level up, we can help you hold the line. Wouldn't it be safer if we all went together? Ace Wallenstein shook her head stubbornly. Ever since she met that freak Revis who knew her mother's name on the 18th floor, a strong sense of anxiety and a craving for power had been tormenting her heart every moment. That woman's words, Arya, echoed repeatedly in her mind like a nightmare. She had to become stronger, strong enough to ferret out that woman and ask for the whole truth. I have to. Ace Wallenstein lowered her head, her voice light, but filled with an obstinacy that no one could pull back. Riveria looked at the stubborn Ace Wallenstein, and was so angry that she raised her staff, about to lose her temper, but Finn reached out to stop her. Let her go. Finn sighed, looking into Ace Wallenstein's eyes. Ace, since you have made up your mind, as the captain, I agree to your request. Are you crazy? Riveria looked at Finn in disbelief, the staff in her hand trembling slightly with anger. Finn didn't answer Riveria but turned his head and exchanged a look with Luca, who was standing to the side. Luca nodded and stepped forward, naturally standing beside Ace Wallenstein. Since the captain has agreed, I will accompany Ace. I won't interfere in the fight, just watch from the side. Ace won't be in any danger. Looking at Luca's calm, azure eyes, Riveria recalled the scene where he killed the variant Goliath with one sword stroke on the 17th floor. That unadorned arc from bottom to top, the image of that monster, vast as a mountain, collapsing with a roar, was carved into her memory like a brand. If this boy, who possessed absolute, guaranteed strength, was willing to hold the line from the side, then there was indeed no danger to speak of. Riveria gritted her teeth and finally, extremely reluctantly, lowered her staff, tacitly consenting to this crazy decision. The White Palace, the huge room in the deepest part of the 37th floor. This was a terrifying arena piled up with countless white bones. The ground was covered with layers upon layers of bone fragments, and the walls were embedded with the skulls of various creatures. Those hollow eye sockets seemed to be watching the intruders in the ghostly blue fluorescence, and the air was filled with a suffocating, heavy scent of death. Rumble. Accompanied by a heaven-shaking roar, the entire White Palace began to shake violently. The white bones piled on the ground began to tremble and resonate as if summoned, emitting a fine, chattering sound. In the very center of the room, countless bones rose from the ground, as if pulled by an invisible force, converging, stacking, and piecing themselves together in the same direction. They circled and rotated in the air, eventually coalescing into a gigantic skeleton king, several dozen meters tall, the floor boss of the 37th floor, Eudias. Ghostly blue flames burned within its eyes, the light flickering across the empty White Palace. In its hand, it gripped a terrifying black sword, its blade still scarred with countless cracks from past battles. Its entire body radiated a suffocating aura of death, a pressure so immense it would make an ordinary adventurer's legs turn to jelly and drain them of all fighting spirit. Yet at this moment, standing before it, there was only Ace Wallenstein. She stood on the ground paved with white bones, her long golden hair drifting gently in the deathly silent air, the tip of her desperate pointing diagonally toward the ground. Her figure appeared so small before the massive skeleton king, yet she stood there without the slightest sign of retreat. Luca quietly retreated to the edge of the White Palace, tossing his red cloak behind him. He crossed his arms and leaned against a massive bone pillar, his gaze fixed calmly on the golden-haired girl in the arena. Tempest. Facing a deep-level boss of this caliber, Ace did not dare to be careless, releasing all her magic power from the very start. A violent cyan gale erupted instantly from within her, like a long-suppressed torrent finally breaking through a dam. The wind swirled and howled around her, enveloping her entirely. Her golden hair danced wildly upward in the wind, and high-speed rotating air currents coiled around the blade of her desperate, emitting a sharp, humming sound. She lifted her head, her golden eyes burning with a fighting spirit even more intense than the gale. The next instant, she transformed into a bolt of cyan lightning, charging headlong toward the mountain-sized skeleton king. Eudias let out a deafening roar, a sound filled with rage and fury. Its massive black sword swung across with a screech that tore through the air, moving at a terrifying speed completely incongruous with its gargantuan size, kicking up a shockwave capable of blowing anyone away. Facing that terrifying strike capable of splitting a city wall in two, Ace recalled Luca's teachings with absolute clarity. Wind is flow. It is free, and it permeates everything. Do not use force to oppose force, use your sword to guide it, to cut through it. She silently recited those words in her heart. Swoosh, the moment the bone sword was about to touch her body, Ace lightly tapped her toes against the ground, yielding to the violent airflow. Like a fallen leaf caught in a storm, she slid past the sword's blind spot at an incredibly impossible angle. The movement was so fluid it was as if she had practiced it 1,000 times. She had replayed the posture of Luca's sword swings in her mind countless times, pondering its essence over and over again. The desperate left a deep gash on Eudias's massive arm bone, sending a spray of bone dust scattering into the air. The ghostly blue flames in Eudias's eyes flickered violently. In a fit of rage, it raised its free left hand, clenched its fist, and slammed it down toward the ground. Countless sharp bone spikes erupted from the ground beneath Ace's feet like earth spears. Those spikes pierced in from all directions simultaneously, covering the entire area, and forming an omnidirectional net with no blind spots. However, there was not a hint of panic in Ace's eyes. She softly recited the words she had often heard from Luca, "Too slow." The cyan gale exploded beneath her feet, and Ace, like a dancer performing in a storm, no longer relied solely on speed to charge recklessly as she had before. Instead, she perfectly combined the flow of the wind with her own exquisite footwork. She wove through the dense forest of bone spikes. Every step, every twist, every turn of her body perfectly evaded all the fatal attacks. Her body flowed lightly between those sharp bone spikes, leaving not a trace behind. Meanwhile, the desperate in her hand continuously carved deep, bone-reaching wounds into Eudias's massive frame, each strike precisely cutting into the gaps where the bones connected the Skeleton King's most vulnerable points. This was an incredibly brutal war of attrition. Eudias possessed nearly infinite stamina. It did not need to breathe or rest. Every one of its attacks left massive fissures in the White Palace, sending bone fragments flying everywhere. Ace, however, danced on the edge of life and death, constantly wearing down this deep-level boss like water dripping through stone. Her stamina was being rapidly depleted, each dodge was a fraction slower than the last, and every sword swing was a fraction lighter. Her light armor was damaged, her arms bore several bloody scratches from bone shards, and her breathing had become ragged. Yet she did not stop. Time ticked by second. After a fierce collision, Eudias's massive bone sword slammed heavily into the ground, burying itself in the pile of bones and causing a momentary opening. In that very instant, Ace's eyes lit up. She took a deep breath, the air filled with the scent of blood and sweat, a flash of determination crossing her golden eyes. The cyan storm that had been raging violently around her suddenly, and eerily, calmed down. Those winds were forcibly reined in by her will, rapidly converging and concentrating, until they finally focused entirely onto the blade of her desperate. The cyan light on the blade became blindingly intense, and the surrounding air emitted a fine, high-pitched hum due to the extremely compressed wind. Eudias seemed to sense the fatal threat. It abandoned pulling out its sword, and its other giant hand reached out toward Ace, accompanied by a gale. But it was already too late. Flash kill. Ace transformed into a streak of cyan light that pierced through heaven and earth. Following the motion of Eudias trying to pull its sword, she stepped onto the massive bone blade and rushed upward against the flow, rapidly ascending the massive Skeleton King. The wind coalesced into a foothold beneath her feet, propelling her even higher. Crack, crack, crack. The cyan gale, compressed to the extreme, erupted completely the moment it touched Eudias's sternum. That originally impenetrable bone armor shattered like fragile glass before the ultimate strike that fused extreme wind magic with perfect sword technique. The desperate pulverized every obstacle in its path, sending bone shards scattering like snowflakes, tracing fine arcs in the air. The blade tore through the massive skeletal chest cavity, shredding layer after layer of bone barriers, until it finally pierced, with unerring precision, the giant magic stone hidden deep within the bones. Rumble. Accompanied by a shrill, reluctant roar, the Skeleton King, standing several dozen meters tall, froze in place. The ghostly blue flames in its eyes flickered violently a few times before suddenly extinguishing. Its massive, mountain-like body began to collapse, bones fell from its form, turning into fine specks of light in the air, transforming into a layer of bone ash that covered the ground. Ace landed lightly from midair, her feet touching the ash-covered ground with a soft sound. Her breathing was extremely ragged, her chest heaving violently, and the hands gripping her sword were trembling slightly. A few bloody scratches from bone shards marked her fair cheeks. She propped herself up with her sword, standing straight, her golden eyes reflecting the gray ash that was slowly drifting down. Well done. You did even more perfectly than I imagined, Ace. A warm red cloak gently wrapped around her body, the cloak still carrying the lingering warmth of a human body, along with a reassuring scent. Ace looked up, meeting Luca's deep blue eyes. She called out softly, feeling the warmth radiating from the cloak. The warmth spread from her shoulders to her chest, then to her limbs, allowing her body, which had been shivering from the intense battle, to gradually calm down. She gripped her sword tighter, her voice trembling. Using the sword you taught me. Yes, you won. Luca looked at her, his gaze full of affirmation and praise. He reached out and gently smoothed the hair that had become somewhat disheveled from the battle. Your strength is already very impressive now. He had roughly gathered from Loki's words why Ace was pushing herself so hard. His tone became serious, but, Ace, becoming strong does not mean you must bear everything alone. Ace was slightly taken aback. Do not always drive yourself to swing your sword with hatred or impatience. Luca looked into her eyes, where his reflection was cast in her golden irises. Such a sword, while sharp, is too easily broken. The wind your mother left you should not just be a weapon for slaughter. He paused, his gaze becoming even warmer. Look behind you. Ace instinctively turned around. At the entrance of the White Palace on the edge of the battlefield covered in bone ash, Finn, Riveria, Tiona, Tioni, and Lafia were running toward them. Riveria's face was filled with heartache, Tiona was waving and shouting something, and Lafia was on the verge of tears. You still have family, and you still have companions. Luca smiled and brushed the stray hair from her forehead with a gentle movement. When you feel you cannot face those massive enemies alone, try to rely on them, and try to rely on me too. Listening to Luca's words, watching her companions sprinting from afar, and seeing those faces filled with worry and concern, Ace's heart, which had always been tightly coiled and wrapped in hatred, suddenly softened for no apparent reason. She lowered her head, burying her face in the red cloak that carried Luca's body warmth. The fabric was soft and warm, carrying a reassuring scent. It was Luca's scent, a scent she had started to rely on without even realizing it. A single tear silently traced a path down her dust-covered cheek. Chapter 22. The Fainted Rabbit. The fierce battle on floor 37 had come to an end. In the vast White King's city, ashes still drifted slowly in the air, covering the ground that had been shattered by the battle. The massive body of Eudeus had turned into dust across the floor, and only the dropped black sword still emitted a faint lingering light, proving that a heaven-shaking battle had taken place here. Although Ace Wallenstein, under Luca's guidance, had defeated the floor boss Eudeus in an extremely powerful manner, the life-and-death struggle that pushed her limits, combined with the final magic that drained almost all her mana, caused her to collapse into a state of exhaustion the moment her spirit relaxed. Her body had already started trembling when the final blow landed, and her hand gripping the sword could barely tighten. When Luca held her, the light in her eyes dimmed, and she collapsed like a puppet with cut strings. As Ace Wallenstein fell into his arms, her usually cold and exquisite face was now pale as paper, her breathing weak and rapid, and the golden hair on her forehead was stuck to her skin by sweat, making her look as if she had been completely drained. It's over. Finn looked at the broken huge black magic stone, and let out a long sigh. He paused his gaze on Ace Wallenstein for a moment, confirming she was only exhausted and had no major issues, before turning to Luca. Luca, I'll leave Ace Wallenstein to you. As for the loot, leave it to me. Tiona ran up excitedly, her eyes shining. She rushed to where Eudeus had disappeared in a few steps and quickly dragged out an extremely heavy black greatsword. The sword was pitch black, exuding deep pressure, and it was clearly not an ordinary item. This is an extremely rare super high-level drop. Tiona shouldered the black sword, feeling its heavy weight, her mouth almost stretching to her ears. Taking this back to the surface will definitely sell for a sky-high price. She turned to look at Ace Wallenstein, who was lying on Luca's back, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Hey, Ace Wallenstein. This is the loot you got from soloing. The money from selling it is all yours. Now you can not only pay off the Loki Familia's debt, but also become a little rich girl. When that happens, treat me to barbecue at the Hostess of Fertility. Ace Wallenstein responded vaguely, her voice as light as a dream. She buried her face in Luca's shoulder, her warm breath hitting the side of his neck, seemingly without the strength to even open her eyes. Luca bent down and lifted Ace Wallenstein, who had fallen into a semi-conscious state. The girl's petite body was unexpectedly light, even wearing light armor, it felt like a feather to him. Her arms were loosely wrapped around his neck, and her long golden hair swayed gently with his steps, glowing with a soft luster in the faint light filtering down from the upper levels. Ace Wallenstein's warm breath hit his neck. She seemed to feel a comforting temperature in her sleep and subconsciously rubbed her cheek against Luca's shoulder. Her nose gently touched his collar, and she let out a faint, inaudible murmur. Lafia, walking behind, watched this scene, her hand gripping her staff tightly, her knuckles turning white. Her gaze darted between Luca and Ace Wallenstein, her cheeks turning red then white. Her heart was a mess, envious that Ace Wallenstein could lean on Luca so unguardedly, and envious that Luca could receive such trust from Ace Wallenstein. Finally, not knowing who to envy, she could only let out a silent wail and silently lowered her head to follow. All right, since the goal has been achieved, let's prepare to return to the surface. Finn gave the order to return, his tone carrying some ease. The group embarked on the journey back with rich loot. Tiona was very energetic, clearing monsters in front like a wild horse off the leash. With Riveria and Finn bringing up the rear, the journey from floor 37 back to the upper floors was as easy as strolling in their own backyard. However, their group's appearance was too eye-catching, especially the huge black sword exuding pressure on Tiona's shoulder, which attracted countless gazes from countless adventure parties along the way. Hey, look at the sword that Amazon is carrying. A huge black bone sword. There's no mistake, that's a drop from the floor 37 floor boss Eudias. Eudias drops something like that. Don't lie to me. Are you kidding? That floor boss was subjugated so quickly again. The Loki Familia is here, so it must be an expedition. Wait, look at that purple-haired boy. When passing through Rivera Town on the 18th floor, more intense whispers broke out in the crowd. Those adventurers drinking in the tavern, haggling in front of the item shop, or resting in the square all turned their eyes to the purple-haired boy walking at the front of the team, carrying someone on his back. That's him. The super rookie of the Loki Familia who is rumored to be godlike. Did you hear? The guild released news that this boy went from LV2 in less than 2 weeks. 2 weeks. How is that possible? The previous fastest record holder, the Sword Princess, took a whole year. Is this still human? Keep it down, didn't you see the blonde girl on his back? That's the Sword Princess. The Sword Princess is being carried by him. That means the Sword Princess also recognizes his strength. I know this rookie. He was always carrying a beautiful Foxian before. Why is he carrying the Sword Princess today? Listening to the shocking and envious discussions of the surrounding adventurers, Luca, walking in the middle of the team, just smiled helplessly. Loki, that big mouth, had already boasted about his leveling speed among the gods, and now even the adventurers in the dungeon had heard the news. Unknowingly, they had crossed the middle floors and arrived at the 6th floor, which belonged to the upper area. The light here was much brighter than in the lower floors, and the surrounding walls presented a pale green crystal texture. The air was filled with a fresh, unique atmosphere of the upper floors. The monsters here were low level, and most beginners were active in shallower layers, while veterans had already gone deeper. Just as everyone was talking and laughing, preparing to rush back to the surface in one breath, Luca, who was walking at the very front, suddenly stopped. What's wrong, mister? Are there monster groups ahead? Lafia immediately tensed up and gripped her staff, her body leaning forward slightly, ready to cast magic at any time. There are no monsters. Luca looked at the passage ahead, his expression becoming a bit strange. However, there is a white rabbit fallen in the middle of the road. A white rabbit? Tiona paused and looked around. Where would a white rabbit come from on the 6th floor? This floor should only have kobolds and goblins. Her words got stuck halfway. Because she saw it too. At the corner of the passage not far ahead, a figure was lying straight. It was a white-haired boy wearing simple light armor. His figure was particularly striking in the dim passage. His white hair was as pure as snow, glowing with a faint silver luster under the faint blue fluorescence. Beside him were scattered magic stones from a few goblins that had just been killed, as well as a short sword dropped on the ground. The boy lay motionless on the cold stone slab. If his chest wasn't still rising and falling slightly, he would look exactly like a cold corpse. Is this the child who was chased by a minotaur on the 5th floor before? Riveria recognized the boy's identity at a glance. Belle Crannel of the Hestia Familia. She had heard the name when she heard Ace Wallenstein talk about her first meeting with Luca. She had also vaguely heard the name of the goddess Hestia in Loki's drunken ramblings, that petite, but unusually stubborn goddess who was said to have taken in a rookie, but she hadn't expected the rookie to be this white-haired boy before her eyes. How could he faint in a place like this? Was he attacked by monsters? Tiona ran over with the black greatsword on her shoulder, bent down, and curiously poked Belle Crannel's back with the sword. As soon as the black sword exuding pressure approached, Belle Crannel's body trembled slightly. Luca walked over, squatted down, and carefully examined the boy's pale face. There were no scars on his face, no signs of damage on his armor, and not even much dust. He reached out to check the pulse on the side of the boy's neck and checked his eyelids, then shook his head helplessly. He wasn't attacked by monsters. He doesn't even have a decent wound on him. Luca withdrew his hand and stood up. It's mental exhaustion caused by excessive use of magic. Mental exhaustion. Tiona paused, a flash of surprise in her amber eyes. Hasn't this kid just become an adventurer not long ago? How did he awaken magic so quickly? She also had an impression of this boy. When Luca walked away alone after drinking at the tavern, it seemed to be to meet this person. Everyone has their own adventures. Luca didn't say much. However, in a place like the dungeon where monsters could pop out at any time, fainting due to mental exhaustion from excessive magic use was no different from throwing meat covered in honey into a pack of hungry wolves. If they hadn't happened to run into him, this thick-nerved white rabbit might have become a snack for a passing monster. Luca squatted down and reached out to gently push Belle Crannel's shoulder. Belle Crannel, wake up. His voice was not loud, but it carried a gentle power that penetrated consciousness. If you keep sleeping, you will be eaten by monsters. It hurts. Accompanied by a confused moan, Belle Crannel finally woke up slowly from his deep coma. His eyelids trembled several times before he barely managed to open them. His ruby-like eyes were still covered with a layer of mist, and his pupils were unfocused. Clearly, he was not fully awake yet. His brows were tightly furrowed due to the severe headache, and he reached out to rub his aching temples, and then, he saw that smiling face. And the members of the Loki Familia standing behind him. Belle Crannel's brain short-circuited instantly. He sat up abruptly. The movement was too fast, causing a wave of dizziness that almost made him fall back, but he endured the dizziness and crawled up from the ground using his hands and feet. His face flushed red, spreading from his cheeks to his ears, and he stammered, "Lou, Mr. and everyone from the Loki Familia. How did I get here? What happened?" "I clearly remember I was." His words stopped abruptly because he finally remembered the scene before he fainted. He was excitedly testing his newly awakened magic in the dungeon, bombarding the wall. Then he didn't remember anything. "We just passed by and happened to see you lying in the middle of the road." Luca looked at him with a smile. "In a place like the 6th floor where monsters can refresh at any time, you actually fell asleep directly because of excessive magic use. This is very dangerous." Magic overuse." Belle Crannel was stunned, his ruby-like eyes full of clear stupidity. Looking at this pure white newbie who didn't even understand the most basic common sense, Luca patiently explained it to him. In this world, magic is not something you can release infinitely just because you have learned it. Luca held up a finger and explained, the core that drives magic is mana and mental power. Once you use magic repeatedly, leading to the exhaustion of mental power, the brain will forcibly cut off consciousness for self-protection. This is what is called mental exhaustion. He paused intentionally to make the weight of his words clearer. Having mental exhaustion in a place like the dungeon is equivalent to turning yourself into a piece of meat left on the roadside, waiting for monsters to gnaw on. Having mental exhaustion in a place like the dungeon is equivalent to suicide. Riveria added coldly from the side, her emerald eyes carrying some sternness. As the top mage in Orario, she hated this kind of behavior of having no awe for magic, as well as this kind of reckless behavior of not cherishing life. After listening to the popular science from Luca and Riveria, Belcranel finally realized how dangerous his behavior just now was. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. He recalled the indescribable excitement and ecstasy when he had just awakened the magic firebolt. He released magic frantically at a wall, watching the red flames dance on the stone wall, listening to the crackling sound, and his heart was filled with unprecedented satisfaction. He released it over and over again until his head started to spin, and his vision started to blur, but he thought it was fatigue, thinking, "I'll try one more time, and then go back." If he hadn't met if he had just fainted there. He didn't dare to think any further. Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't know there would be such serious consequences. Belcranel apologized like a child who had done something wrong, bowing 90 degrees desperately, his forehead almost touching his knees. "I really didn't know. I was just too happy because I finally awakened magic, so I wanted to try it. I'm sorry. You don't need to apologize to us. This is a lesson you need to learn yourself." Luca reached out and patted the boy's shoulder. His gaze was gentle and earnest. "Since you have awakened magic, it means you have the potential to become an excellent adventurer. Wanting to become stronger is a good thing, but remember, power is used to protect yourself and important people. Don't let yourself fall into a desperate situation because of temporary impatience and excitement." Belcranel raised his head and looked at Luca's azure eyes. There was no blame or contempt in that gaze, only sincere concern. His eyes suddenly turned red. "I will remember. Thank you very much for your teaching, mister." He bowed heavily, his voice trembling with excitement. Luca waved his hand with a smile. "All right, since you're awake, hurry back to the surface. Your deity should also be worried about you." "Lady Hestia!" Belcranel exclaimed, only then remembering that he had stayed in the dungeon for too long. He scrambled to pick up the short sword on the ground, stuffed it back into the scabbard, and hurriedly stuffed the few goblin magic stones into his arms. He bowed to Luca and the Loki Familia again, turned, and ran towards the stairs leading to the 5th floor. What an energetic child! Finn looked at Belcranel's receding back and sighed softly. He withdrew his gaze with a smile on his lips, and very talented. Awakening magic at LV1 is rare in Orario. In time, he might become an amazing adventurer. Luca thinks highly of that rookie named Belcranel. Finn laughed. "How about it, do you want us to snatch him over?" "I also think highly of you." Luca turned his head and joked. Finn was stunned for a moment, then showed an expression of being flattered. "Really? It is my honor to be thought highly of by the city's fastest LV." Everyone was amused by Finn's exaggerated performance. Tiona laughed until she bent over. Tioni couldn't help but turn her face away to giggle, and even the usually serious Riveria had a slight upturn at the corners of her mouth. "Let's go, it's time for us to go back too." Luca jogged the ace Wallenstein on his back, feeling her nudge into his neck again in her sleep. Problematic ad. Reported here. You can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor. #193 Chapter 23 Soma Familia Chapter 23 Soma Familia. An afternoon a few days later, sunlight lazily sprinkled into the courtyard of Twilight Manor, casting mottled shadows through the gaps in the leaves. A breeze blew, bringing the fragrance of flowers and plants from the courtyard, mixed with the faint aroma of food drifting from the kitchen in the distance. The entire Twilight Manor was shrouded in a quiet and comfortable atmosphere. After finishing her morning playtime with Anya at the pub, Luca was preparing to return to the main building to rest. As he reached the front gate, he saw a familiar figure approaching from the end of the street. Riveria was walking towards him. Beside the elven royalty walked a half-elf woman with pointed ears, wearing black-rimmed glasses, and the uniform of the Adventurers Guild. Her pace was a beat slower than Riveria's, and her eyes scanned the surrounding buildings uneasily, clearly feeling a bit reserved about stepping into the territory of the Loki Familia. "Riveria, do you have a guest?" Luca stopped and looked at the half-elf with some curiosity. She looked to be in her early 20s, with soft features, round-rimmed glasses, and neat attire. Her uniform indicated she was from the Adventurers Guild. Normally, guild staff would not easily set foot in a Familia's base, as this could easily lead to unnecessary speculation from the outside. Riveria nodded and turned to introduce her to Luca. "This is Ina. Her mother was an old friend of mine when I was still in the Forest of Elves. Ina now works as an advisor at the Adventurers Guild. Nice to meet you." Ina hurriedly bowed slightly to Luca, her movements a bit awkward, and her voice trembling slightly from nervousness. "You must be Mr. Luca, the one who is rumored to have broken the leveling speed record of Ace Wallenstein, right? I am Guild Advisor Ina, responsible for the guidance and management of new adventurers. I'm sorry to intrude today." After saying this, she turned to look at Riveria, her expression becoming even more uneasy. She pushed up her glasses, her voice lowered a few notches, carrying obvious anxiety. Lady Riveria. As a guild employee, is it a bit inappropriate for me to come to the territory of the Loki Familia so openly while wearing my uniform? If others mistake me for being here to investigate intelligence on the Loki Familia." Riveria glanced at her, interrupting her with a flat tone. "If you can't do it, don't say it." Ina was stunned for a moment, not understanding the meaning of this sentence. "I said you can't do it." Riveria's tone remained flat. "You were never cut out for that kind of thing since you were a child. You used to blush for a long time even when telling a small lie as a kid. Now, it's even more impossible for you to learn those scheming skills." Ina's face turned bright red instantly. She opened her mouth to argue, but realized that what Riveria said was indeed the truth. Southwest she could only close her mouth, her ears burning even more intensely. "I didn't mean that," she muttered softly. "I know you didn't." Riveria's tone softened slightly. "So don't worry. I believe you wouldn't do such a thing." She finished speaking and turned around, signaling Ina to follow. "Real Lady Riveria. You are too kind to say that." Ina's voice carried panic. She hurriedly trotted to catch up, her tone full of complex emotions intertwined with fear and gratitude. Riveria sighed, reached out to rub her brow. "How many times have I told you, don't use such respectful honorifics with me? It gives people goosebumps just listening to it. But this is my mother's teaching." Ina pushed up her glasses and answered extremely seriously. "Mother said, you are royalty, and I must maintain absolute respect for you anytime, anywhere." Riveria's expression became even more depressed upon hearing this. She turned her face away and muttered unhappily, "That stupid woman. We were the ones who escaped from that rigid elven village together back then, and now she's lecturing me on royal etiquette." Watching this usually dignified and majestic vice-captain rarely show such a depressed expression, Luca, standing on the side, couldn't help but chuckle. After sighing, Riveria vouched for her to the guards and took Ina through the gate of Twilight Manor. Luca didn't rush to leave but followed them until they reached the Familia's private lounge. Just as the door to the lounge was pushed open, an extremely warm picture came into everyone's eyes. On the large, soft sofa, Ace Wallenstein and Alice were sitting side by side. Ace Wallenstein's dazzling golden long hair was intertwined with Alice's silver-white long hair, like a carefully painted scroll. The two were leaning very close, their shoulders touching, and Ace Wallenstein's head was slightly tilted towards Alice's direction. Alice was holding a thick fairy tale book. The cover of the book was dark blue, with golden patterns embossed on the edges, and the paper was yellowed, clearly showing its age. Facing the seemingly invincible Demon King's army, the hero Heinrich did not give up. Alice's voice was soft and clear. She was telling an ancient heroic epic. Her golden eyes were lowered, her gaze moving slowly across the pages, her tone steady and rhythmic. He overcame many trials and finally gained the recognition of the four spirits: wind, earth, water, and fire. With the blessing of the power of the four spirits, the hero's blade emitted light that could open up the world. Because she couldn't read the otherworldly text in that book, Ace Wallenstein could only lean obediently on Alice's shoulder. Her golden eyes were focused on the strange symbols on the pages. Although she couldn't understand a single word, she listened very carefully. When she heard the word spirit, Ace Wallenstein's eyes flickered slightly. She pursed her lips, didn't interrupt but leaned a little closer. And the familia's main deity, Loki, was sitting cross-legged on the carpet opposite, holding a glass of fruit wine in her hand. She leaned against the edge of the sofa, her posture casual, her gaze falling on Alice, who was reading the story, with a hint of an elusive smile at the corner of her mouth. When she heard the name Heinrich, Loki's action of drinking paused slightly. Her eyes, which were always squinted, opened a slit, and a light of extreme complexity flashed in them. She glanced at Luca, who had just walked in the door. Her vermilion eyes carried a sense of banter and deep meaning that only the two of them could understand. Then she withdrew her gaze as if nothing had happened and continued to drink the fruit wine, looking as if she were just immersed in a good story. Riveria coughed twice, breaking the harmonious reading session. "Riveria and Luca, you're back." Loki came back to her senses, put down her wine glass, and swept her gaze over the two. She deliberately added a bit of a smile when looking at Luca, noticing the half-elf following behind. "Yo, isn't this the little advisor beauty from the guild? What wind blew you to our Twilight Manor today?" Ina was infected by Loki's casual tone, but she still dared not relax completely. She hurriedly stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and then stated her purpose. "Lord Loki, I am sorry to intrude today, but I actually wanted to ask for your advice on some intelligence regarding the Soma Familia." The corners of Loki's mouth, which were originally upturned, converged slightly. Ina didn't notice this subtle change and continued. "Recently, the guild has received more and more bad rumors about the Soma Familia. Their Familia members are acting extremely maliciously in the dungeon to snatch prey and money, and there is even suspicion that they are stabbing other adventurers in the back. The new adventurers I am responsible for almost fell victim to their schemes. The records inside the guild show that their number of violations has risen sharply in the last few months, but because there is no conclusive evidence, we have not been able to take effective control measures." Loki shook the wine glass in her hand, a trace of disdain flashing in her vermilion eyes. She was silent for a moment, and when she spoke, her tone was a few notches lower than before. "You want to get information from me? Then you've found the wrong god. My relationship with that fool Soma, who only knows how to bury his head in brewing wine, isn't that good. I don't know much either." She drank the fruit wine in the glass, put down the glass, crossed her legs, and changed to a more comfortable sitting position. "You all know that I am a god who cannot live without wine." Loki grinned and tapped the empty glass with her finger. "I like to taste any wine, whether it's strong liquor or light wine, noble vintage or street ale. I don't refuse anyone." She paused, and the smile on her face carried a bit of nostalgia. "I especially like the feeling of drinking until I'm unconscious and finally vomiting even stomach acid. That state of being completely dead drunk, and not having to think about anything is the true essence of drinking." Riveria and the others showed expressions of disgust at her drunkard speech. "And a long time ago, I happened to drink Soma wine. That was a very accidental opportunity. I got a small bottle from a down-and-out merchant, and there wasn't even a label on the bottle. I didn't have high expectations, but that sip." Loki smacked her lips, as if savoring it. "Just a small sip, that taste made me unable to forget it for a long time. It was an indescribable taste, as if all the delicious things you could imagine merged together at the most perfect moment, and it was also like something that transcended the sense of taste itself, hitting the depths of the soul directly. But later I heard that it was actually just his failed work. If a failed work already had that taste, what must the real Soma wine be like? In order to drink the truly perfect Soma wine, I rushed to the headquarters of the Soma Familia alone at that time." Loki smiled. "I was fully prepared at that time, prepared various reasons and excuses, and even thought about what to use to exchange for it. I walked into that mansion, thinking that even if I had to pester him, I had to drink a sip. She spread her hands, and guess what? In that empty, dilapidated mansion, there was nothing except that foolish god. No familia members, no reception staff, not even a doorman. The whole mansion was as empty as a haunted house that had been abandoned for many years. Only Soma was alone in that dark room, guarding his wine barrels, turning a deaf ear to everything in the outside world. No matter how I threatened or lured him, that fool just wouldn't give me a sip of the real Soma wine. I was so angry at that time that I almost tore down his mansion. Finally, I could only leave swearing, and I was still thinking about how to take revenge on him along the way. But after a few days, that anger dissipated. After all, I'm not a god who holds grudges. Hearing Loki's deeds of almost smashing someone else's familia for a sip of wine, Riveria and Luca both subconsciously held their foreheads. However, it was precisely because of that incident that I began to pay a little attention to the movements of the Soma familia. Loki changed the subject. That fool Soma has no interest in running a familia, or expanding his influence. In his eyes, there is only his wine. In his world, there are only those fermenting liquids and waiting aromas. To him, familia members are just tools to obtain materials. The situation in Rio, the infighting between familias, are all irrelevant. She picked up the wine glass but found it was empty, put it on the table casually, and continued, but brewing divine wine requires extremely huge funds and precious materials. Those rare fungi, special water sources, yeast from ancient ruins, every single one of them needs a lot of money to buy, or people need to be sent to dangerous deep areas to collect. In order to make the children of the familia motivated to earn money and collect materials, that fool gave a kind of extremely fatal reward, and that is the finished product he brewed, the real Soma wine. Speaking of this, Loki's smile disappeared completely. Her expression became serious, and a rare chill flashed in her vermilion eyes. That is the real poison. Her voice lowered, carrying a warning tone. The real Soma wine has the power to make the soul completely drunk and even collapse. It doesn't just numb the nerves like ordinary wine, it directly erodes a person's mind, making you lose yourself, lose your judgment, and lose all will to resist in extreme pleasure. Once an ordinary person takes a sip, they will completely become a slave to the wine. They will pay any price to exchange for a second sip, a third sip, even if it means selling their soul, betraying their companions, or even trampling on their own past ideals. Loki's fingers slowly slid over the edge of the empty glass. Those children of the Soma familia, in order to be able to drink that kind of wine again, have gone completely crazy. In order to make money, they can use any means. They can sell their souls, betray their companions, and trample on all morality and bottom lines. This is the root cause of why the Soma familia has become this smoky, chaotic mess. When Loki's voice fell, the lounge fell into a brief silence. Ina's face was a little pale. She clearly didn't expect that behind those Soma familia members with a bad record in the guild, there was such a creepy truth hidden. She originally thought it was just a poorly managed familia, a group of unruly adventurers gathered together to do evil, but now she understood that it was not poor management, but that the entire familia had been eroded from the inside by a poison. And in the corner not far away, Luca was leaning against the wall quietly. He didn't speak, his expression didn't change much, but beneath that calmness, there was a deeper sorrow and disgust than rage. Turning the children who joined his command with full joy into puppets and consumables for his own wine brewing. His voice was very light, as if talking to himself, but in his half-closed azure eyes, there was a chill that made Riveria feel palpitations. In the language of this world, familia should mean family, right? Luca raised his head. If this is the way that God treats his family, then he is really a hopeless piece of trash. Loki rarely did not speak to refute, nor did she try to smooth things over as usual. She just sighed silently, picked up the empty wine glass and took a look, then put it down again. In short, little advisor. Loki turned to look at Ina, who was still in a daze, and reminded her seriously, if anyone around you, or among the newcomers you are responsible for, gets involved with people from the Soma familia, it is best to warn them to get away as soon as possible. The sooner the better, the cleaner the better, because once you get addicted to Soma wine, it will be too late to quit. Lunatics controlled by divine wine can do anything to achieve their goals. Of course, I'm different. Ina nodded vigorously, automatically ignoring Loki's last sentence, and kept every word Loki said in her heart. She pushed her glasses, seemingly thinking about something, and then bowed deeply to Loki. Thank you very much for your intelligence, Lord Loki. This will be of great help to my future work. Don't thank me. Loki waved her hand and returned to her slacker appearance. I just can't stand that fool's way of ruining his own children. If you really want to thank me, bring me a bottle of good wine next time you come. Riveria interjected coldly from the side. She doesn't need your kind of thanks. Hey, Riveria is so stingy. Chapter 24, Meeting. Hooray! Miss Ace has reached LV. And she achieved it by soloing a floor boss, a truly great feat. When the news that Ace Wallenstein had officially completed her level update spread, the entire Twilight Manor instantly erupted. Those members who were previously worried about weapon maintenance fees had long since cast their financial worries to the winds. In the hallways, the courtyard, and the cafeteria, excited chatter and cheers could be heard everywhere. Some proposed holding a celebratory banquet, while others had already begun planning what kind of congratulatory gifts to prepare for Ace Wallenstein. The gloom and disappointment that had shrouded the Loki Familia following their failed expedition to the 50th floor were completely swept away by this heartening news, and the shock of the rumors surrounding Luca's incredibly exaggerated fastest LV2 promotion in a week. The entire Familia base was immersed in an ocean of celebration. However, inside the captain's office on the top floor of the main building, the atmosphere felt somewhat subtly heavy, or rather, extremely bizarre. The executives of the Loki Familia, Captain Finn, Vice Captain Riveria, the veteran dwarf Gareth, and their patron deity Loki were seated around a long table. Several documents were spread out on the table, but no one moved to flip through them. Ace Wallenstein being able to break through the barrier to LV6 is indeed a matter worth celebrating. Riveria rubbed her temples, her emerald eyes filled with deep concern. However, the new ability she awakened after this level up is truly worrying. Finn and Gareth exchanged glances, both wearing helpless, bitter smiles. Loki slumped in her chair like a salted fish that had lost its dreams, her head tilted back, eyes fixed on the ceiling, muttering incessantly, my Ace Tan, my pure and flawless Ace Tan, actually awakened that kind of ability. Her voice was filled with a sense of utter despair. What gave these executives such a headache was a special ability called Spirit and Hero that had appeared on Ace Wallenstein's blessing status board after she reached LV. Its effect was incredibly domineering and outrageous. When receiving the gaze of the chosen hero, gain a growth bonus. The effect is maintained based on the feelings held for the hero in one's heart. The stronger the feelings, the stronger the bonus. When receiving the gaze of the chosen hero, gain an all-ability value bonus. The effect is maintained based on the feelings held for the hero in one's heart. The stronger the feelings, the stronger the bonus. What is this? What is this supposed to be? Loki slammed the table, making the documents on it jump. She wailed, tears welling in her eyes, her voice filled with grief. What chosen hero, what maintained based on feelings? This is practically carving the words Ace Wallenstein likes that brat directly onto her blessing status board. My heart is breaking. She beat her chest and stamped her feet, looking utterly heartbroken. Calm down, Loki. Gareth sighed. There's nothing to be done about it. Blessing abilities are mirrors that reflect the soul's desires. That Ace Wallenstein has awakened such an ability. While outrageous, it's not entirely unreasonable. After all, she is still young and has encountered someone who can stir her heart. It's understandable that she would awaken such an ability. I'm not worried about the ability itself. Riveria sighed, feeling an immense headache, her emerald eyes filled with anxiety. I'm worried about Ace Wallenstein's emotional state. You all know that Luca and Alice are not in a simple friendship with Tamamo. This has already spread privately within the familia. If Ace Wallenstein really falls for him, how will this emotional entanglement end? The people in the conference room looked at each other, no one could provide an answer. They were skilled at fighting monsters, formulating tactics, and managing the familia, but handling a young girl's romantic entanglement was well outside their area of expertise. Knock, knock. Just as they were at a loss, a knock sounded on the office door. The door was pushed open, and a figure wearing a red cloak walked in. Luca stood at the doorway, his gaze sweeping over the people in the conference room. He raised an eyebrow, his eyes filled with confusion. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Why do you all have such strange expressions? No, nothing. Finn coughed twice, forcibly steering the conversation back on track. He straightened his posture and adjusted his collar. As a brave warrior determined to revitalize the Paolum lineage, he had supported Luca from the very beginning. He stood up, his expression becoming serious. Luca, you've come at the right time. From today on, based on the decision of our executives, you are formally granted the rights of a high-ranking officer. You will have the qualification to participate in all core decisions of the Loki familia. This was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but one discussed by Finn, Riveria, Gareth, and Loki. Although Luca had joined the familia for a short time, the strength, judgment, and beyond reason reliability he had displayed were enough for the executives to confidently include him in the decision-making circle. Luca was somewhat surprised. He had never considered becoming a high-ranking officer, but he didn't say much. This was their trust in him, and he would not let that trust down. Thank you for your trust. He nodded. Finn took several small cloth bags from a drawer and poured them out onto the table one by one. The items inside rolled out, making dull clattering sounds on the tabletop. On one side was a green orb wrapped in a transparent membrane, the eerie object they had seized from Lullian on the 18th floor, which contained a wriggling, fetus-like mass of flesh. On the other side were several magic stones of varying sizes. Some of them had dropped from the mutant worms they encountered during the 50th floor expedition, and others had dropped from the man-eating flowers during the monsterphilia. After comparison, these two types of magic stones are extremely similar. Finn tapped his knuckles on the table, his voice sounding exceptionally clear in the quiet conference room. It is almost certain that they are products of the same thing. He paused, his gaze falling on the green fetal orb, his tone becoming even heavier. And that orb, after identification by Loki, is a spirit fetus. Once these words were spoken, the conference room went silent. It attracted a large number of man-eating flowers, and the magic stones from those man-eating flowers are highly similar to the magic stones from the mutant worms we encountered on the 50th floor of the dungeon. Finn lowered his hand, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. This is definitely not a coincidence. There is no doubt that there is an extremely close connection behind this. He turned his head to look at Loki. Loki, what were the results of your and Bet's investigation into the underground waterways? Can the guild be considered innocent in this matter? Loki put away her previous heartbroken look. She straightened her posture and placed her hands crossed on the table. Uranus did indeed hide some extremely important matters. I could tell he was holding back, but he didn't lie. The guild is not the one that brought these monsters into Rio. Then, it must be someone else. Finn's fingers tapped lightly on the table. Luca leaned back in his chair, arms crossed over his chest, and added calmly, by the way, in the forest on the 18th floor, the red-haired woman who killed the Ganesha familia's LV, for Hashanah called Ace Wallenstein Arya when she fought her. Upon hearing this, Riveria, Finn, and Gareth all widened their eyes in shock. The three looked at Luca simultaneously, their eyes filled with disbelief. As those who watched Ace Wallenstein grow up, they knew very well what the name Arya meant. That woman knows the name Arya. Riveria's voice trembled slightly. A spirit fetus. And a weirdo who knows the name Arya. Finn's brain raced. Those seemingly scattered clues quickly pieced together and intertwined in his mind, ultimately leading to a chilling conclusion. The goal of that mastermind, or rather, the purpose of them creating these monsters, is likely related to spirits. And Ace Wallenstein is an extremely important part of their plan. The dungeon is truly full of the unknown. Loki smiled. They even managed to create a corrupted spirit. But since the other party has already reached out to our family. Loki's voice turned cold. Then we absolutely cannot sit idly by. Finn nodded. He stood up, resting his hands on the table, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, and announced the final decision: everyone, prepare to launch another expedition. The target is the 50th floor and deeper. Taking advantage of the expedition, they will definitely act again. We must drag that rat hiding in the darkness out completely. I've already taken care of the blacksmiths. Loki added at the right moment, stretching. I went to find Hephaestus, and she agreed to send high-level blacksmiths from her familia to accompany us. The condition is to share a large amount of high-level materials from the deeper floors with them. Well done, Loki. Finn nodded approvingly and looked at the dwarf. Gareth, how are the magic swords prepared for dealing with the mutant worms on the 50th floor? They've been ready for a long time. Gareth stroked his thick beard and grinned, showing a mouthful of white teeth. They are all top-tier stock, enough to blow those bugs to the sky. Luca will be joining us on this expedition. Finn turned his head to look at Luca, who was sitting on the side of the long table, listening quietly. He is our secret weapon to ensure the success of our operation. No matter what is hidden behind this, Luca can guarantee our safety. Luca nodded. I have no objections. Then, what about the funding? Riveria asked an extremely practical question. Her gaze fell on Finn's face, filled with worry. Finn sighed, spreading his hands with a bitter smile. In order to make these expedition preparations, plus covering the losses from the previous failed 50th floor expedition, the funds our familia had previously stored, have completely bottomed out. Sorry, this is all due to my previous decision-making errors. What is there to apologize for? This is the norm for adventurers. Loki waved her hand dismissively. If the money is gone, we'll just earn more. Go ahead and do it, Finn, I believe in you. Finn laughed. Thank you for your trust. He looked around the conference room, his gaze finally landing on the empty seat, the one that belonged to Ace Wallenstein. She had already promoted to LV6, and according to the customs of the Loki familia, she could be counted as one of the executives and could attend executive meetings, but she was not here today. By the way, where is Ace Wallenstein? Finn asked. He reached out and picked up a small bell from the edge of the table and rang it. It was the on-call bell Tioni had given him earlier. In less than 10 seconds, the door was pushed open violently, and Tioni's figure appeared at the doorway of the conference room. She was wearing light armor suitable for movement, and there were fine beads of sweat on her forehead, evidently having been training just now. But when she saw the lineup in the conference room, especially when she saw Luca also present, her expression became somewhat subtle. She didn't expect this newcomer to become a high-ranking officer faster than her. Ace Wallenstein is not at the Twilight Manor. Tioni reported, putting away that momentary distraction. She and Alice seem to have accepted a request from someone. The client is Ina from the guild. The content is to rescue a rookie adventurer named Bell Crannel. Luca's brows twitched slightly. Did something happen to him? Tioni nodded. According to Ina, Bell was dragged into extremely dangerous trouble by a supporter from the Soma familia. Bell is just a LV1 rookie, and Ina is afraid that something might happen to him. She said that the boy is too naive and doesn't know the wickedness of human hearts, and the people of the Soma familia have always been unscrupulous. Ace Wallenstein knew that Ina is an acquaintance of Lady Riveria, so she accepted the request without hesitation. She took Alice and went straight to the dungeon. Upon hearing the words Soma Familia, the atmosphere in the conference room instantly turned cold. The Soma Familia, huh? Finn frowned. Luca slowly stood up from his chair. His movements were unhurried, but the invisible pressure made everyone present feel his attitude at this moment. Finn, I'll leave the expedition preparations to you. I'm going to go handle some personal business. Luca walked to the door and paused slightly. He didn't look back. Don't worry about Ace Wallenstein, their safety won't be a problem. Ace Wallenstein and Alice are both very strong. He paused. I'm going to go find the god Soma. Several executives were stunned. Riveria looked at his back with some surprise. Luca, did someone from the Soma Familia provoke you? Luca's voice came from the doorway, past experiences surfacing in his mind. He turned around and looked at Riveria. I just simply can't stand the conduct of their god. Loki watched Luca's back but just shrugged indifferently. She jumped off her chair, caught up to Luca in 2 or 3 steps, and threw an arm around his shoulder. Take me with you. I love watching the fun. She turned back and waved at Finn and the others. I'll leave the expedition details to you. Luca and I are going out for a stroll. Finn watched Loki's high-spirited back, then looked at Riveria and Gareth. The 3 exchanged a helpless look. At the end of the hallway, Loki's laughter gradually faded away. Finn shook his head, once again casting his gaze toward the maps and documents on the table, and let out a long sigh. Then it's time for us to start our preparations as well. Problematic ad. Reported here. You can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor. Hashtag 195 Chapter 25 Somo God Chapter 25 God Soma. Somewhere in Rio, a dilapidated mansion exuding a strong scent of alcohol and decadence stood on a street corner. The outer walls of the mansion were covered in dead vines, and the windows were coated in a thick layer of grime, making it nearly impossible to see the scene inside through the hazy glass. The paint on the front door had peeled away, revealing the dark, weathered wood beneath. Several empty bottles were scattered on the stone steps in front of the door. The residual liquid in the bottles had long since dried, leaving behind dark rings. The air was filled with a nauseating stench, a mixture of sour rot, mold, and cheap alcohol. Knock, knock. Luca knocked on the ajar door. After waiting for a while, there was no response from inside, so he simply reached out, pushed the door open, and walked in. Following him was Loki, who wore an expression of someone watching a show, ready to pilfer anything she could. Her eyes darted around, clearly calculating whether there was any good liquor in this house she could swipe. The scene in the courtyard was even more unbearable than what was visible from the outside. What should have been a lawn was now just a patch of hard-packed mud, littered with all sorts of trash and empty bottles. Several members of the Soma Familia, wearing tattered leather armor, were sitting or lying against the base of the wall, staring blankly ahead like corpses that were still breathing. In the center of the yard, 2 members of the Familia were fighting in the mud over a few valise that had fallen to the ground. When they saw a strange boy wearing a red cloak, and the red-haired goddess who had once caused a scene here appear at the entrance, not a single person showed any expression of surprise or vigilance. Their gazes merely swept blankly over the 2 before returning to the bottles in their hands or continuing their meaningless brawl. In their bloodshot and fanatical eyes, there was no room for anything other than Soma's liquor. In their view, Loki was probably just someone who had come to shamelessly beg for more divine wine, just like last time. Luca stood at the entrance of the courtyard, watching this scene. His gaze swept over the figures fighting on the ground, over the faces leaning against the wall like discarded puppets, and over those eyes that had lost their luster, holding nothing but a craving for alcohol. He did not speak, but a layer of sadness appeared in his azure eyes. He withdrew his gaze and, without stopping, walked straight through the courtyard toward the room in the deepest part of the mansion that exuded an extremely rich aroma of alcohol. The moment he pushed the door open, an even stronger, mellow scent rushed toward him. That aroma carried a strange magic, as if it could penetrate directly into the depths of the soul, shaking one's will. The dim room was nearly impossible to see into. Only the faint light filtering in from the doorway barely outlined the room's silhouette. Everywhere were huge wooden brewing barrels and empty bottles scattered across the floor. Some barrels still had labels with runes that Luca could not understand. Thick dust and cobwebs piled up in the corners, clearly not having been cleaned for a long time. In the very center of the room, a male god with messy hair and hollow eyes was sitting on the floor, clutching a small wooden barrel tightly in his hands. He was Soma, the deity of this familia. His figure was thin, and he wore a robe stained with grime. His hair was tangled like withered grass. Only the small wooden barrel in his arms was wiped spotlessly clean, glowing with a warm luster in the dim light. God Soma, nice to meet you. I am Luca of the Loki familia. Luca walked up to him and gazed at the god huddled on the floor. However, Soma did not even lift his head. He simply continued to caress the wooden barrel, his fingertips slowly sliding along its grain. To him, the arrival of Luca and Loki was nothing more than two insignificant gusts of air. Looking at this god, who was completely immersed in his own world, Luca sighed softly. It seems that normal negotiation won't work. He did not wait for Soma's response, but instead walked toward a hidden corner on the side of the room. There was a wooden shelf obscured by clutter, and on the shelf sat a crystal bottle emitting a strange light. The crystal bottle was about the size of a palm. The bottle body was transparent, and it contained a translucent liquid inside, as if fine golden light spots were slowly flowing within it. Luca took the crystal bottle down. Found it. This must be the Soma liquor. As these words fell, Soma's body, which had been huddled on the ground like a corpse, suddenly stiffened. He slowly lifted his head, and those eyes, which had been hollow for who knows how long, focused on the person before him for the first time. His gaze landed on the crystal bottle. There were complex emotions in his eyes, but a moment later, a layer of disappointment appeared in his gaze. Are you here for it too? His voice was hoarse as he looked at Luca, his gaze filled with numbness. Are you like the others, unable to resist its temptation? Luca did not speak. He shook his head slightly and pulled the stopper out of the crystal bottle. In an instant, an incredibly rich aroma of alcohol surged from the mouth of the bottle, instantly filling the entire room. That aroma transcended the realm of what language could describe. It was an impact that struck directly at the depths of the soul, as if all beautiful memories, all warm feelings, and all intoxicating moments were concentrated within this single wisp of fragrance. Merely smelling it was enough to cause anyone's spirit to fall into a momentary trance and create cracks in their will. The moment Loki, standing at the doorway, smelled this scent, she involuntarily swallowed her saliva, and a trace of desire flashed in her vermilion eyes. Luca, standing in the center of the room, did not have a single ripple in his azure eyes. He raised the crystal bottle and, in front of Soma's puzzled gaze, tilted his head back and took a sip. The liquid slid down his throat, warm and mellow, carrying an intoxicating fragrance. He paused for a moment, took 2 more sips, and then stopped. He put down the crystal bottle, wiped the residual droplets from the corner of his mouth, and stood there for a while, savoring the lingering aftertaste of the liquor on his tongue. He lowered his eyes. Is this what you became because of it? He looked at Soma, who was slumped on the floor with a shocked expression. I heard from Loki that, at first, you wanted to use it as a reward for the children of your familia. His voice was very soft. As it turns out, no one could resist its temptation. And because of that, you became disappointed in humanity, didn't you? Soma did not speak. He continued to look up at the boy before him, who had drunk the divine wine yet showed no reaction, as if he had just drunk plain water. His lips trembled slightly, and for the first time in who knows how many years, an expression other than numbness and decadence appeared in his hollow eyes. What exactly are you trying to say? His voice trembled. Luca did not answer. He simply lowered his head and looked at the crystal bottle in his hand, which still had more than half of the divine wine left. In the incredulous gazes of Soma and Loki, he turned the crystal bottle upside down. The liquid poured out from the mouth of the bottle, spilling onto the dust and grime-covered wooden floor. The translucent liquid meandered across the floor, mixing with the dust and dirt, turning into a puddle of murky liquid. The rich aroma of the wine dissipated into the air, quickly swallowed by the smell of mold and dust in the room. The remaining half-bottle of divine wine was poured onto the floor without mercy, just as if he were pouring out slop. What a waste of a heavenly treasure! Loki's eyes were practically popping out of her head in distress. She reached out her hands, wanting to catch the precious, evaporating liquid, and nearly threw herself onto the floor to lick it up. If not for Luca being quick-witted and grabbing her by the back of her collar to hold her suspended in the air, this red-haired goddess would likely have actually knelt down to lick it. "What are you doing?" Soma's voice became even more tremulous. He watched the liquid flowing on the floor, his eyes filled with mixed, complex emotions. Luca casually smashed the empty crystal bottle at Soma's feet with a loud crack. The sound of the crystal shattering was exceptionally jarring in the dead silent room. "Do not mistake the fact that humans cannot resist the temptation of your wine as their fault," said Luca. "They joined your familia because they trusted you. They entrusted their future to you because they believed you could lead them. Yet, you used a bottle of wine that even gods cannot resist as a test of their will." He lowered his head, looking into Soma's eyes, which were finally no longer hollow. "Are you disappointed in them?" "No, it is you who have disappointed your true children." Turning around, he no longer looked at Soma's expression. He took a step toward the door, and at the moment he crossed the threshold, his footsteps paused slightly. "Guide your familia well." He did not linger and walked straight out. Loki stood at the doorway, looking at the shattered crystal bottle, the puddle of wine on the floor that had been evaporated by Luca's magic, and then at Soma, who was kneeling on the ground, his whole person looking as if all his strength had been drained away. She sighed, then glared fiercely at Soma. "Did you hear that, you fool? Do not blame your own mistakes on others, guide your familia properly." After saying this, she turned and quickly followed Luca's retreating figure, leaving Soma alone kneeling in the dim room, staring at the fragments all over the floor, motionless for a long time. On the other side, on the 10th floor of the dungeon, Ace Wallenstein and Alice were moving quickly through the dim passage, following the extremely intense roars of monsters and the sounds of battle. Those roars were deafening, and one could also hear the rumbling of walls being struck by some kind of force. The scent mixed with the smell of monsters and blood was becoming thicker, and Ace Wallenstein was already prepared to draw her sword. However, when they arrived at the scene, the sight before them made Ace Wallenstein pause in surprise. In the center of the passage, the white-haired boy named Bel Cranel was holding a dagger, moving with astonishing speed and agility far beyond the norm for his level, threading through a group of monsters with ease. His movements were so fluid that he did not seem like a newcomer who had just become an adventurer, but rather like a veteran who had experienced countless battles. He dodged and weaved through the group of monsters, every sidestep perfectly avoided sharp claw strikes, and every roll dodged fatal bites at just the right moment. From time to time, he would raise his free hand, flames appearing in his palm, and thrust it forward, a bolt of fire precisely hitting a pig-headed orc attempting to sneak attack him from behind, turning it into a charred heap of ashes. From being surrounded to completely clearing out the last monster, the entire process took less than 5 minutes. When the last monster turned to ashes at his feet, Bel Cranel stood in the center of the scattering ash, gasping for air. His body was covered in dust and sweat, but in his ruby-like eyes, a light brighter than the flames was burning. He looked up at the two figures at the entrance of the passage and recognized them. His gaze lingered on Ace Wallenstein for a moment, and then he politely bowed his head in greeting. He did not stop, turning and sprinting off in a certain direction. "It seems he does not need our help." Alice stood in the shadows, watching the retreating figure disappear around the corner of the passage, a smile tugging at the corner of her lips. Ace Wallenstein stood beside her without speaking. After confirming Bel Cranel was safe, Ace Wallenstein withdrew her gaze, relaxed her grip on her sword, and prepared to turn and leave. "Since he is fine, let us go back." "Wait a moment, Ace Wallenstein." Alice suddenly reached out to stop her, a cold light flashing in her golden eyes as she stared at a huge stone pillar on the other side of the passage. "Since you have been watching the show for so long, it is time to come out and say hello, right?" As her voice fell, a figure slowly walked out from the shadows behind the stone pillar. The figure was wrapped in a black robe, wearing a white, expressionless mask on its face, completely obscuring its true appearance. Its figure was hidden by the wide robe, making it impossible to judge its gender or build. Truly shocking. The mysterious person's voice came from beneath the mask, sounding deep and raspy after being disguised, making the original tone unrecognizable. Originally, I intended to only contact the Sword Princess this time. I did not expect the perception ability of this newcomer in the Loki Familia to be so keen. Who are you? Ace Wallenstein immediately drew the desperate at her waist, pointing the tip directly at the other person. Her eyes were full of vigilance and caution, her body slightly crouched. Please do not misunderstand, I have no malicious intent. The black-robed mage Fels raised both hands, signaling that there was no hostility. In fact, I have come to issue an extremely important adventure request to the two of you. Alice raised an eyebrow, crossing her arms over her chest. Speak your mind. Fels nodded and got straight to the point without hesitation. The Hashanah murder incident investigated on the 18th floor a few days ago, as well as the quest involving the Chianthrope girl Lillian transporting the jewel, are actually related to me. As soon as these words were spoken, Ace Wallenstein's eyes instantly became extremely sharp, and the desperate pointing at Fels raised slightly. That jewel was the culprit behind the man-eating flower riot. What exactly is your purpose? That is also what I am currently investigating. Fels's voice became solemn. To make a long story short, deep in the 24th floor, there is currently an abnormal monster riot occurring that is extremely similar to the one on the 18th floor. I hope the Loki Familia, and especially you two, can go to the 24th floor to investigate and suppress this riot. She paused, carefully observing their reactions behind the cover of the mask. As payment, I know that the Loki Familia is currently facing a funding shortage. As long as you complete the quest, I will provide a very generous sum of money to the Loki Familia through the guild's official channels. Alice remained unmoved, her golden eyes just looking at her calmly. Ace Wallenstein was somewhat moved. She heard the word funds and remembered that the Familia had indeed been short on money recently. Seeing that the two did not answer immediately, Fels pondered for a moment and decided to play her final trump card. At the time when I commissioned Hashanah to recover that jewel, a similar abnormal situation occurred in the area of the 30th floor. She looked at Ace Wallenstein and said word for word, and according to my investigation, the source of that jewel, or rather, the red-haired female beast tamer who killed Hashanah, may have a very close connection to this matter. Upon hearing the two keywords, red-haired female beast tamer, and source of the jewel, Ace Wallenstein's expression, which had always been calm, finally wavered violently. She bit her lower lip, and her knuckles gripping the sword hilt turned white. I accept this quest. Ace Wallenstein's voice was resolute. Alice suddenly spoke up and raised her hand to stop Ace Wallenstein. She looked at Fels. Since you are the one coming to ask us for help, I also have a condition. Please speak. Trouble yourself to go to the surface and find Luca from our Familia. Deliver a message to him for me. Just tell him that Ace Wallenstein, and I have accepted the quest to go to the 24th floor, and tell him not to worry. This small task should not be difficult for you, right? Fels was stunned for a moment, clearly not expecting the other party to propose a condition similar to running an errand to deliver a message. But she had no room to refuse. For one, she had already witnessed the perception ability of this newcomer in the Loki Familia firsthand, being able to detect her lurking at this distance. The girl's strength and sensitivity far exceeded her expectations. Secondly, if she and the Sword Princess could accept this quest, then there would be a high chance of resolving the abnormal incident on the 24th floor. She nodded. I understand. I will convey your exact words to Mr. She bowed slightly. Time is of the essence, please proceed to the 24th floor immediately. Chapter 26, Filvis Ora Rio, Adventurers Guild Headquarters. People were coming and going in the hall. Adventurers moved back and forth, some were loudly discussing the recent achievements of the Loki Familia, some were stopping to look closely at the quest board, and some were queuing at the counter to submit mission reports. Filvis stood at the counter, her fair face devoid of any unnecessary expression. She had long, jet black hair that fell like a waterfall and delicate, cold features, yet a layer of lingering gloom always shrouded her brow. As a typical individual with elven fastidiousness, she was not only psychologically resistant to being touched by others, but she was also extremely conservative in her dress, wrapped tightly in a pure white long robe. Standing there, she radiated a cold, aloof aura that kept people at a distance. "I am very sorry, adventurer. The request application you submitted earlier regarding the investigation of the monster riots on the 24th floor is still under review by the higher-ups and cannot be released for the time being." At the counter, a guild staff member said apologetically to the elf swordswoman in front of him. Philvis frowned slightly. Of course, she hadn't really submitted any request application, that sentence just now was just a casual probe. But the reply given by the staff member allowed her to catch a certain unusual signal. The guild was stalling, or rather, the guild was deliberately avoiding any topic related to the 24th floor. "I understand." Philvis didn't dwell on it and turned to leave the counter. She walked briskly along the street, passed through several bustling markets, and arrived in front of a flower shop. Her deity, Dionysus, was standing there, holding a bouquet of freshly bought flowers. "Lord Dionysus." Philvis walked to his side, her attitude appearing extremely cold, even somewhat distant. "The guild is restricting information regarding the monster riots on the 24th floor. I used a request application as a probe, and the other party brushed it off with the excuse that it was under review by the higher-ups." As expected. Dionysus sniffed the flowers in his hand. He didn't show a surprised expression. "The guild wants to suppress the matter. They don't want these anomalies to cause too much of a stir." He turned around, his gaze cast toward the end of the street, where the residence of the Loki familia was located. "Since they want to keep it on ice, then we will insist on muddying the waters completely. Let's go, Philvis. We are going to pay a visit to that goddess who loves to join in the fun the most." A moment later, the two arrived at the Twilight Manor, the residence of the Loki familia. Coincidentally, as soon as they walked to the front gate, they ran into Loki and Luca, who had just returned from the Soma familia. "Yo, isn't this that wine god who is suspicious all day long?" Loki crossed her arms, glancing sideways at Dionysus. "What, do you have business again? Speaking of which, hasn't the frequency of you appearing in front of me been a bit high lately?" "Don't be so cold, Loki." Dionysus smiled and raised an exquisite wine bottle in his hand. "I've brought a gift. This is a top-tier wine I've treasured for many years. You can't buy it on the market no matter how much money you spend. I think we should have a lot of information to exchange." Loki's gaze fell on the wine bottle and lingered for about 2 seconds. She smacked her lips and finally conceded reluctantly. However, she didn't let the two enter the Twilight Manor, but instead brought them to the front courtyard. "Speak, what have you found out again?" Loki unceremoniously snatched the bottle, poured herself a glass, brought it to her nose to smell, narrowed her eyes in satisfaction, took a sip, and let out a sigh of "ha." Dionysus sat down opposite her, put away his smile, and his tone became heavy. "Currently, a serious monster riot is happening on the 24th floor. Dionysus paused, his eyes becoming deeper. "According to news from my informant, not long ago, the same anomaly occurred on the 30th floor, which is even deeper. The same monster riot, the same pattern of abnormality, makes it very hard for me to believe that this is just a simple coincidence. Moreover, I had Philvis test the guild's attitude, and the guild is restricting information on all of this. The guild's attitude is too strange. An anomaly occurred on the 30th floor before, and now there's a riot on the 24th. Loki's drinking motion paused, and her brows furrowed. She set down her glass. "The guild has problems too." Just as the two deities were exchanging information, Philvis, standing on the side, couldn't help but let her gaze fall on the purple-haired boy behind Loki. He stood at the edge of the courtyard, his posture upright, wearing that iconic red cloak, the sunlight outlining a soft golden silhouette on him. Philvis looked at that face, and for some reason, an extremely strong, irrepressible emotion surged from the bottom of her heart. It was a complex, unspeakable emotion. It was like the stinging pain that wells up from the depths of the soul when seeing something one has lost forever. It was also like the jealousy and resistance instinctively produced by a monster trapped in a quagmire when seeing an extremely dazzling light. She stared at him, and countless complex emotions flashed in those red eyes. She stared at Luca. You are that newcomer from the Loki Familia in the rumors, right? The newcomer who is rumored to have gone from LV-2 in 2 weeks. She didn't wait for Luca to answer and took another step forward, her voice lowered even further. Are you? When this word was uttered from her mouth, it carried a strange weight. Luca turned his head and looked at this black-haired elf, wrapped tightly in clothing, with dead silence and despair in her eyes. He was silent for a moment and shook his head gently. No, I am not a hero. I am just an unqualified fake hero. Hearing this answer, Phylvis's mood became even more complex. She bit her lip, and a trace of desolation flashed in the depths of her eyes. Is that so? Her voice was very soft. It would have been good if I could have met you 6 years ago. She lowered her head, those red eyes hidden by her bangs, and her expression was unclear. It's too late now. My companions are all dead and I am already dead too. That nightmare 6 years ago, that tragedy that wiped out the entire familia, and left only her surviving, that despair where she tried her best but couldn't save anyone. All of this had long since completely torn her soul apart, leaving only a breathing shell. She survived, yet she didn't survive. Looking at this soul imprisoned by the past, Luca sighed softly. You are drowned in hatred and despair, Phylvis. He looked into her eyes, but you are still alive. The meaning of living is not just to carry the past. He paused and said earnestly, if you feel that you cannot bear those burdens alone, if you encounter difficulties you cannot solve, you can come to me at any time. Although I cannot do everything, I can at least provide some help. Phylvis shuddered. In her dead eyes, a faint ripple appeared. She raised her head and looked at Luca deeply, her lips moved slightly, but in the end, she didn't say anything. She silently moved her gaze away, lowered her eyes again, and closed herself back into that thick shell. On the other side, the negotiation between the two deities had also come to an end. How about it, Loki? Dionysus leaned forward slightly. Do you want to let your familia go to the 24th floor to investigate? This is a good opportunity to uncover the truth. If you can find out the cause behind those monster riots, you might be able to follow the clues, and find the mastermind controlling the man-eating flower. Don't pull that on me. Loki skillfully lied with her eyes open, picked up her glass, and took another sip. None of our familia's executives are here now. They have all been sent out by Finn to prepare supplies for the expedition. Where would I have the spare time to manage some 24th floor? Her tone was resolute, and she was preparing to stand up to force them to leave. Flap flap. A very conspicuous white pigeon suddenly flew down from the sky. It circled in the air, accurately passed over the flower stand and tree branches in the courtyard, and landed on Luca's shoulder. A small bamboo tube was tied to the pigeon's leg. Luca reached out to untie the bamboo tube, took out the letter paper rolled inside, unfolded it, and glanced at it, his expression becoming somewhat subtle. What's wrong? Loki noticed his change in expression and asked, putting down her glass. Luca handed the letter paper to Loki. News from Alice. She and Ace Wallenstein accepted a secret request from the magician Fels, and have already gone to the 24th floor to suppress the monster riots. Loki took the letter paper, her gaze quickly scanning the content on it. When she saw clearly what was written on the letter, her expression changed suddenly, and she spat out a mouthful of old wine. Why did those two girls run to such a dangerous place without saying a word? The 24th floor. That is the central area of the monster riots right now. She stood up, pacing back and forth in a hurry, her red hair swaying with her movements, and it was a request accepted by a magician of unknown origin. What if there is some trap there? What if that Fels is not a good person? If something happens to our Ace Wallenstein, no need to be so nervous. A lazy voice came from the side of the courtyard flower bed. Tamama was lazily lying on the edge of the flower bed sunbathing, her 9 golden tails spread out behind her, shimmering with a soft luster in the sun. She narrowed her eyes, yawned, and changed to a more comfortable position. Alice is there. Even if the 24th floor collapses, she can bring Ace Wallenstein back safely. Although Tamamo said it so easily, Loki obviously couldn't be completely at ease, especially since Dionysus had just informed her of the strange situation where the guild was restricting information, and her feeling of unease was getting stronger and stronger. A monster riot is no joke. Loki gritted her teeth, and looked at Luca, Finn, and the others are all busy with logistics scheduling for the expedition now, and they can't spare any time. Luca, take Bet and go call Lafia. The 3 of you go to the 24th floor immediately to support Ace Wallenstein and the others. No problem. Luca nodded and turned to go call people. Just then, Dionysus suddenly spoke up to stop him. The wine god stood up. Loki, since you are going to investigate the 24th floor, let Philvis go with you as well. Philvis subconsciously wanted to refuse, but Dionysus raised his hand, interrupting her words. Philvis, I know you are unwilling. But Loki does not trust us right now. Dionysus looked at her, his tone serious. Only if our people also participate and experience the danger together can we prove our innocence and gain the trust of the Loki familia. Hearing her deity speak to this extent, Philvis's voice was so low it was almost inaudible. I understand, Lord Dionysus. Hey, you want this little girl to go along. Loki frowned, looking Philvis up and down. I remember her level is LV. 2. Can she keep up? We are going to the 24th floor, not on an outing. If we encounter danger, we don't have the energy to take care of a drag. Hearing Loki's words, Dionysus smiled slightly. Don't worry, Loki. Actually, Philvis is already LV. I have never disclosed this news to the public, and it cost me a large sum of money to hide the information. Loki heard this and let out a sneer without mercy. She crossed her arms and looked at Dionysus sideways. I don't know what bad things you are trying to do by sneaking around hiding levels all day. Being mocked by Loki to her face, Dionysus's face didn't show the slightest embarrassment. He maintained that calm smile and spread his hands, being cautious never hurts. She is a LV. 3 magic swordsman, she will definitely not drag you down. Loki looked at Luca, and seeing that he didn't voice any opposition, she waved her hand impatiently. Fine. More people mean more strength, hurry up and set off. 20 minutes later, a temporary rescue squad led by Luca, consisting of Bet, Lafia, and Philvis, quickly assembled and headed towards the dungeon. Along the way, the atmosphere was extremely strange. Lafia walked in the middle of the team, her eyes glancing from time to time at the silent black-haired elf behind her. She tried to greet this fellow elf. After all, there was a natural sense of closeness as members of the same race. Miss Philvis, I am Lafia of the Loki familia, and I am also an elf. However, Philvis didn't even look at her, followed at the very back of the team, and her whole body radiated a sense of rejection that kept people away. TCH, who are you showing that dead face to? The werewolf Bet walking in front couldn't stand this attitude the most. He unceremoniously said with a foul mouth, Hey, elf over there. If you are scared and wet your pants when you encounter monsters later, don't expect me to save you. I don't have the time to take care of some delicate elf young lady. Facing such harsh provocation from Bet, Philvis, who had been silent, finally reacted. She raised her head, and a burst of anger ignited instantly in those calm red eyes. She glared fiercely at Bet. What, not convinced? Bet sneered. Luca, walking at the front of the team, sighed helplessly and turned back to look at the two. His voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable pressure. Bet and Philvis froze at the same time. They looked at each other and both snorted coldly. Problematic ad. Reported here. You can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor. Hashtag 197 Chapter 27 Asfi Chapter 27, Asfi the 18th floor of the dungeon, the streets of Rivera town. After confirming that Belle Cranel was safe, Ace Wallenstein, and Alice hurried down from the 10th floor without a moment's rest. They navigated the familiar passages, and after several hours of rapid travel, the two soon arrived at the safe floor. Because of the man-eating flower riot a few days ago, parts of Riviera town were still in the midst of intense repairs. Walls torn by vines were being rebuilt, and the ground was being replaced with new stone slabs. Workers darted through the alleys, the sounds of hammering and sawing rising and falling, while the air was filled with the scent of fresh wood and lime. The two passed through the bustling market and, following the instructions Fells had provided in the letter, arrived at a tavern carved into the interior of a massive rock wall called the Golden Cellar Pavilion. The tavern's entrance was as concealed as a secret base, tucked into a gap between two stone houses, with only a small wooden sign hanging above the lintel, carved with a simple wine-glass pattern. Following the dim cavern stairs downward, their footsteps echoed against the narrow stone walls. The surrounding temperature gradually dropped, and the air began to fill with the faint aroma of alcohol and charcoal fire. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, the space inside the tavern was far more spacious than imagined. Several yellow crystals grew on the vaulted ceiling, illuminating the entire hall. The walls were built from massive raw stones, retaining a primitive, rugged texture, with moss and mortar filling the crevices. The bar counter was made from a single giant piece of oak, its surface polished smooth and shiny by the passage of time, with countless traces of drinkers' elbows worn into the edges. Business seemed to be doing quite well here. The hall was filled with adventurers of all kinds. The air was thick with the aroma of ale and the greasy scent of roasted meat. When Ace Wallenstein and Alice, two incredibly eye-catching young women, walked into the tavern, the previously noisy hall fell into an eerie silence for a moment. The two paid no mind to the surrounding gazes. Ace Wallenstein's gaze swept quickly through the tavern, finally landing on a figure in the corner of the bar. It was a petite girl wearing a hood, with two canine ears. She was huddled in the shadows of the bar with an almost untouched glass of fruit juice in front of her, holding the cup with both hands. It was Lillian Louis, the Chianthrope girl, who had been caught by Luca in the alley a few days ago while responsible for transporting the spirit jewel. Lillian Louis saw Ace Wallenstein too, her eyes lighting up instantly as she quickly ran from the bar to stand in front of her. Her tail wagged rapidly behind her, and her voice was filled with surprise and gratitude. After all, if the Loki Familia hadn't stepped in to suppress those man-eating flowers a few days ago, she would have died on the 18th floor. The Sword Princess of the Loki Familia. Thank you so much for the other day. If it weren't for you, I would have been eaten by those flowers, not even leaving bones behind. She pressed her hands together and gave a deep bow. Then she looked up, her gaze curiously turning to the silver-haired girl standing beside Ace Wallenstein. Who is this? She is Alice, also from the Loki Familia, Ace Wallenstein introduced concisely. Lillian Louis nodded, revealing an enthusiastic smile as her tail wagged even more happily. Sword Princess and Miss Alice, let me buy you a drink. Consider it a small token of my gratitude. This shop's house-brewed alcohol is very famous. No, thank you, Ace Wallenstein said, still feeling lingering fear. She recalled the disastrous aftermath of her drinking alcohol. It was the most dangerous moment in the history of the Loki Familia. One day, out of curiosity, she took a sip of alcohol and ended up going on a drunken rampage, nearly sending Loki back to heaven with a single sword strike. Afterward, Riveria and the others strictly forbade Ace Wallenstein from touching any alcoholic beverages again, and issued an ironclad rule within the Familia: never let Ace Wallenstein drink. Ace Wallenstein herself was traumatized, and ever since then, she hadn't touched a drop of alcohol. Lillian Louis was not discouraged after being refused. She shrugged and, with a grin, led the two toward the bar. Ace Wallenstein and Alice arrived at the bar. Ace Wallenstein didn't waste any words, speaking the code Fells had provided in the letter directly to the shopkeeper: golden ears of wheat. The shopkeeper behind the bar paused slightly, looked up, and glanced at them. He didn't speak, simply nodding slightly before continuing to wipe the glass in his hand. Lillian Louis, standing nearby, was stunned. She blinked, and a few seconds later, her eyes widened instantly, and the cup in her hand nearly dropped to the floor. Wait. Could it be the harvest autumn? Her voice changed pitch from shock. She never expected that the powerful reinforcements mentioned by the mysterious men in black, Fels, would actually be this famous sword princess. She had originally thought Fels was just speaking casually, and that it would be good enough if he just sent a few ordinary adventurers to help. Instead, he had brought in a high-ranking member of the Loki familia directly. With the code word matched, the atmosphere in the entire Golden Cellar Pavilion changed abruptly. The adventurers who had been drinking and chatting in twos and threes in the corners stopped what they were doing at the same time. They all turned their heads in unison, their gazes focused entirely on Ace Wallenstein and Alice. It seems the people we were waiting for have finally arrived. Just then, a crisp female voice broke the silence. An intellectual-looking woman wearing glasses and sporting short, water-blue hair walked out from the back of the tavern. She wore a well-tailored travel coat, with several small cloth pouches and potion bottles hanging from her waist. She was the captain of the Hermes Familia, the alchemist, Asfi al-Andromeda. Asfi pushed up the glasses on the bridge of her nose, her gaze sweeping over Ace Wallenstein and Alice, a flash of surprise appearing in her eyes. She certainly recognized this famous sword princess of Rio, but what surprised her was that in the positioning and aura of these two, the silver-haired, gold-eyed girl seemed to be the one occupying the dominant position. Her posture was relaxed and composed, as if this whole affair was nothing more than an outing for her. Nice to meet you. I am Asfi, captain of the Hermes Familia. I will be in command of this operation, Asfi greeted politely. Ace Wallenstein was somewhat surprised. She had heard the name Asfi. As one of fewer than 5 adventurers in Rio possessing the development ability mystery, Asfi was capable of crafting many magical items and potions, and her inventions held a very high reputation within the guild and adventurer circles. In terms of fame, she was in no way inferior to Finn. Ace Wallenstein nodded slightly in acknowledgement, serving as her response. As for Alice, she didn't know Asfi, but even if she had, it wouldn't have changed her attitude. Spare me the pleasantries, Alice said, casually pulling out a chair to sit down and crossing her long legs. Fels only told us to come to the 24th floor. What are the specific details of the request? Hearing this question, Asfi's previously calm expression instantly collapsed. She rubbed her temples in extreme headache and let out a deep sigh. Her own deity was already restless, the god Hermes was mysterious all day long, digging holes and setting traps everywhere, leaving a pile of messes for the Familia to clean up, and now the Familia members were also causing her nothing but trouble. Honestly, I really didn't want to take this inexplicable request at all. Asfi glared fiercely at Loyun Louis, who was cowering and shivering to the side, her voice filled with undisguised resentment. If it weren't for a certain money-grubbing stupid dog who took on private work outside for a few valis and dragged the entire Familia into it, I should be enjoying afternoon tea on the surface right now. I was forced into it too. Loyun Louis retorted with a guilty conscience, her canine ears drooping, looking pitiful. I wanted to refuse, but that guy in the black clothes threatened me, saying that if I didn't take it, he would expose the fact that I hid my true level from the guild. What could I do? I'm just a small fry at LV3, I can't handle that kind of trouble. Are you stupid? Asfi became angrier the more she listened, her voice rising as she couldn't help but scold. He threatened you, couldn't you just deny it to the death? He didn't have any evidence. Why did you stupidly confess everything just because someone bluffed you? You stupid dog. Do you think he would force the guild to check your status board? Watching this argument between the captain and the member, Ace Wallenstein stood to the side, blinking blankly. Meanwhile, Alice watched with great interest from the side, a smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Having finally calmed down, Asfi took a deep breath and rearranged her collar, which she had pulled askew. She adjusted her glasses, the anger on her face gradually fading as she calmed down. Ahem, please excuse the display. Now, let me explain the details of this commission. She unfolded a sketch of the dungeon. It was a map drawn on special paper, filled with various symbols and annotations, its edges already somewhat worn, clearly having been used and revised many times. Pointing to the 3 marked areas on it, she said, "The target is the food storage on the 24th floor. According to the intelligence provided by Fells, that is the source of the recent surge and riot of monsters. Our mission is to go deep into the food storage, find out the cause, and try our best to suppress and resolve it." She looked up, her gaze sweeping over everyone present, her tone becoming more serious. "Additionally, for this operation, besides the 2 of you, our Hermes Familia has dispatched a total of 15 elites. Among them, 9 are LV-3s who have been hiding their true strength." Asfi lowered her voice, "I hope the 2 of you can keep this a secret for us. If the guild finds out we concealed our true levels, it will inevitably lead to more trouble." Ace Wallenstein and Alice exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement. "Then, once supplies are finished, we will depart immediately." Asfi put away the map and turned to walk toward the back door of the tavern. "Follow me, the equipment and supplies are ready in the back room." Meanwhile, on the surface of Ora Rio, in the prayer chamber deep beneath the guild, the flames from the brazier flickered in the dim hall, casting long and short shadows of the ancient runes on the walls. Uranus remained seated on the throne like a statue, hands clasped, eyes slightly closed, radiating an ancient and heavy aura. Below the steps, Fells, the mage who had just issued the commission to Ace Wallenstein, stood to the side. Her black robe gleamed with a dull luster in the firelight, and the white mask reflected the dancing light and shadows, making it impossible to see any expression. "So you ultimately dragged the Sword Princess into this, Fells?" Uranus said, eyes closed, his deep voice echoing in the empty hall. "It was unavoidable, Uranus." A sigh came from beneath Fells's black hood. She looked up at the ancient god on the throne, her voice filled with helplessness. "I know you don't want to provoke the Loki Familia at this time, nor do you want to attract Loki's attention." She paused. "What is being nurtured in that orb is related to spirits, and what it points to is far more dangerous than we initially anticipated. And as for the Sword Princess Ace Wallenstein, her mother was a spirit. Due to the causality of being a spirit, she cannot avoid this whirlpool no matter what." She looked up, staring directly at Uranus. "Moreover, that silver-haired Loki Familia newcomer, Alice, who is with her, has unfathomable strength. When I was lurking on the 10th floor, even my presence was detected by her. With them intervening, the matter on the 24th floor can be resolved with minimal cost." Uranus was silent for a moment. Only the faint crackling of the charcoal fire in the brazier remained in the empty hall. He did not show anger at the self-assertion of this fool. The relationship between them had long since transcended that of a normal deity and follower. He knew that everything Fells did was for that goal. "Very well. Your judgment has always been sharp." Uranus slowly opened his eyes. "Previously, the riot on the 30th floor was barely resolved by relying on our own strength. That battle caused heavy losses for the Xenos." Mentioning the Xenos, who possessed reason but were rejected by both humans and monsters, Uranus's tone became somewhat heavy. "Those children are the miracles of the dungeon, special existences born among monsters. They possess wisdom, emotions, and long to coexist with humans. They are neither accepted by monsters nor recognized by humans. Living in the cracks between the dungeon and humanity is already difficult enough. I cannot let them suffer more sacrifices and harm just to handle these troubles," Uranus said in a deep voice. This was the real reason he tacitly allowed Fells to drag the Loki Familia into this. Let the adventurers on the surface resolve the matter on the 24th floor. Those children have already done enough. I understand. I will continue to keep an eye on the situation there. Fells nodded and turned to leave the dim hall. Uranus's voice sounded behind her. Fells stopped, not turning back. Take care. Fells was silent for a moment, nodded slightly, and stepped into the darkness outside the door. In some unknown depth of the dungeon, in an extremely dim lair, a bone-chilling chewing sound echoed. It was the sound of some hard object being crushed and ground, mixed with the gurgling sound of swallowing, echoing repeatedly in the narrow space. Revis, who had blood-red hair, was sitting in the middle of a pile of magic stones. Her armor had been taken off and thrown aside casually, she was only wearing a form-fitting undergarment on her upper body. She grabbed a high-level magic stone emitting a purple glow, didn't even look at it, and shoved it directly into her mouth. Crunch crunch, as the magic stone was consumed, the terrifying wound on her chest, slashed by Ace Wallenstein, and almost cutting her entire body diagonally, was wriggling at a speed visible to the naked eye. The severed muscle fibers were reweaving and connecting like living things, granulation tissue intertwined and healed, and skin slowly spread and grew from the edges toward the center, the new skin presenting a pale pink color. In Revis's eyes burned an extremely crazy killing intent. If she hadn't run fast, combined with her extremely tenacious vitality as a monster human, that sword would have completely ended her. Her chest cavity was almost split open by that sword light, and even her magic stone core was almost exposed. Just then, accompanied by heavy footsteps, a male also wearing a wide robe walked into the room. As soon as he entered, he saw Revis sitting in the pile of magic stones, and saw the huge wound healing on her chest. "Hey, Revis," the male said, "there's a problem with the food storage on the 24th floor. The man-eating flower mutation you caused earlier has already attracted the attention of the guild and quite a few adventurers. Now a group of rats is approaching there. Don't bother me." Revis didn't even raise her head. She crushed the remaining half of the magic stone in her hand into powder with extreme irritation. The powder fell rustlingly from between her fingers, piling up into a small heap of dark gray dust on the ground. That pressure was emitted unconsciously, causing the male monster standing at the door to frown slightly. "Those flowers on the 24th floor are just defective products used to delay time." Revis glanced at him coldly. "Do you have to come to me for such a trivial matter? Just take a few man-eating flowers yourself and clear out those rats. Don't disturb my recovery." Her primary task now is to heal her injuries, not to pay attention to those inconsequential bugs. "However, if you see Arya, let me know." The male monster snorted coldly. Although he was somewhat dissatisfied with Revis's bossy attitude, given that she was indeed much stronger than him, he ultimately did not argue further. He turned around and walked toward the door with a sullen face, dropping a sentence. "I'll go deal with those rats. You'd better heal your injuries quickly. If I see Arya, I'll notify you." Chapter 28, Banshee. In the main passage leading to the 18th floor, the atmosphere of the rescue party's march dropped to the freezing point. The team moved along the dim passage, and an indescribable sense of dullness permeated the air. "Miss Filvis, are you a magic swordsman? That's amazing." Lafia trotted alongside Filvis, trying hard to squeeze a smile onto her face, attempting to use the most common topic to break this suffocating deadlock. However, the black-haired elf, dressed in a long white garment that wrapped her entire body tightly, was like a walking ice sculpture. She looked straight ahead with steady steps, completely ignoring Lafia's attempts at conversation, not even fluttering an eyelash. "Did I do something wrong to make Miss Filvis hate me?" Lafia felt a bit dejected. She lowered her head, looking at her own toes, as a wave of grievance surged in her heart. What made her feel even more lost was that, although both were LV3, Filvis, while appearing somewhat strained, was able to barely keep up with the pace of Luca and Bet at the front. As for herself, she could only rely on gritting her teeth and persevering along the way to barely avoid being left too far behind. This gave Lafia a sense of frustration that she was dragging the team down. Nevertheless, out of the innate sense of closeness between fellow elves, Lafia still persistently followed by Filvis's side, trying to find topics to talk about. She believed that as long as she persisted, one day Filvis would respond to her kindness. Bet, walking in front, finally couldn't take it anymore. "Hey, Lafia, stop trying to curry favor with someone who doesn't care about you." The werewolf turned his head, his eyes full of irritation and mockery. "This woman is just a burden shoved in by the deities for the sake of a so-called alliance. Don't pay attention to her, having me and Luca opening the path in front is enough." Filvis, who had been silent all along, finally stopped. She raised her head, a flash of coldness crossing her calm, red eyes. Her voice was distant, I have northwest intention of getting close to a stinky wolf like you either. So you aren't mute? Bet grinned, his smile becoming even more malicious. I thought you were a useless person who couldn't even speak. What's the matter? Finally decided to open your mouth. Bet-san. Please say a little less. Seeing the atmosphere between the two instantly become tense, with the smell of gunpowder seemingly filling the air, Lafia was so anxious that tears were about to fall. She stood between the two at a loss, wanting to mediate but not knowing what to say. An extremely strong sense of irritation welled up in Philvis's heart. She didn't want to get involved with anyone, didn't want to be dragged into any bonds, and even less did she want to be caught in a boring argument at this time. She just wanted to complete her mission and return to her own darkness. She suddenly quickened her pace, passing Bet, wanting to go to the very front of the team, further away from everyone. Luca is leading the team. Who gave you permission to act on your own? Bet reached out, extremely dissatisfied, wanting to stop her. Don't touch me. The moment Bet's hand was about to touch her white garment, Philvis's pupils contracted sharply. Without hesitation, she drew the short sword from her waist and swung it towards Bet's arm with a sharp whistling sound. The crisp sound of metal colliding exploded in the passage, sparks flying and illuminating both their faces. Bet steadily blocked the short sword with his gauntlet, his expression instantly turning extremely grim, his voice turning cold. You woman, are you looking to die? Just as the two were about to start a fight, a figure intervened between them. One hand firmly pressed on Bet's shoulder, while the other hand gripped Philvis's short sword. All right, everyone calm down. Luca's voice carried an irresistible sense of pressure, causing both of their movements to freeze simultaneously. Lafia, startled by this sudden turn of events, finally reacted. She hurriedly ran up, blocking between the two, and explained anxiously, Bet-san. Please don't misunderstand. We elves have a custom that absolutely forbids other races from touching our bodies at will. Miss Philvis was just reacting instinctively, she didn't mean to attack you. Looking at Lafia's expression, as if she were about to cry, a flash of frustration passed through Bet's eyes. He snorted coldly, shook off Luca's hand, put away his stance, and strode forward. Lafia smiled awkwardly at Philvis, and seeing that the other party remained expressionless, she could only bite the bullet and continue to follow, trying to strike up a conversation. Bet slowed his pace, and when Luca walked by his side, he lowered his voice and spoke, Luca, that elf is very wrong. His voice was very low, audible only to the two of them. I know elves have customs about not letting people touch them. I've been in Rio for so many years, and I've seen many elves. But this person's reaction just now was not ordinary vigilance. That was a stress response. He paused, his eyes becoming sharp. Tell me honestly, what is that woman's true level? Luca's gaze fell on the elf behind, and after a moment of silence, he slowly said, based on her current performance and aura, she is indeed within the range of LV. He changed his tone, but if you count some special circumstances hidden within her, the power that might erupt could reach LV 6 or even higher. Bet was so shocked he almost stopped walking. He stared at Luca's face, trying to find any trace of a joke. But he didn't find any. He did not doubt Luca's judgment at all. In the past few days, he had privately challenged Luca, only to be easily rubbed into the ground by the other party's martial arts. He had even seen Captain Finn privately spar with Luca, only to be defeated with ease as well. In Bet's heart, the strength of this new executive who had just joined the Familia was already unfathomable. His words couldn't be wrong. How could someone with LV 6 strength suddenly pop up? And hidden in that small Dionysus Familia? Bet frowned tightly. 6 some kind of dime a dozen trash now. I don't know. Luca shook his head, then glanced at him, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. What's the matter, has our Mr. Fierce Wolf developed sympathy? Me sympathize with her. Bet, as if his tail had been stepped on, raised his voice by an octave. What I hate most is this kind of bitter, half-dead look. Regardless of whether she is LV 3 or not, and regardless of what power she is hiding, this disgusting look of hers, as if the whole world owes her something, makes me angry. I am not sympathizing with her. Listening to Bet's awkward, sharp-tongued words, Luca chuckled. After becoming an executive, Luca learned a lot about the past of the Familia members from Finn, including Bet. His parents, his kin, and even the girl he grew up with were all cruelly killed by monsters before his eyes. The Familia he once joined was also wiped out, and the person he liked closed her eyes forever in that disaster. This werewolf, who looked irritable and had a terrible mouth, actually carried a past and pain heavier than anyone else. But he turned that sadness and pain into the motivation to become crazily strong, using an extremely malicious disguise to hide his care for his companions. Behind those harsh words hid a soul that didn't want to lose anyone ever again. What an unfrank guy. Luca shook his head, his tone carrying a bit of helplessness. He actually quite liked this companion with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Of course, it would be better if Bet learned the art of language from him. What did you say? Bet turned back, baring his teeth, and glaring at him. Don't worry. Luca patted Bet on the shoulder. No matter what she is hiding, and no matter what is ahead, I will protect all of these things, along with you all. Bet was stunned for a moment. That sentence, along with you all, was said so naturally, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. He gave an incredibly awkward tch and turned his head away, refusing to say anything more. But deep in his heart, Luca, who possessed extremely powerful strength and seemed capable of protecting everything he cared about, was exactly the image of the ideal hero he had always been searching for. Soon, the group successfully arrived at Rivera Town on the 18th floor. Traces of the man-eating flower riot were still visible everywhere, cracks on the walls, scorch marks on the ground, and the lingering scent of wood ash in the air. Although the town was already undergoing repairs, the tension of having survived a disaster had not yet completely dissipated. The four of them scattered to gather information on their own. Not long after, Lafia returned from inquiring at a tavern. Her breathing was a bit ragged, and she ran quickly to Luca to report, I heard some information regarding Miss Ace and Miss Alice. The 24th floor. It really was there. Subsequently, the two found Boris, the manager of the town. Aren't these the big shots from the Loki Familia? Seeing the two members of the Loki Familia he had met just a few days ago, a flash of cunning light flickered in Boris's single eye. He rubbed his hands together. Want to buy information? No problem, no problem. Information about the Sword Princess is extremely expensive. It will cost at least, before Boris could finish speaking, a figure rushed in front of him. Bet kicked and shattered the wooden table nearby, sending wood splinters flying everywhere. He grabbed Boris by the collar and lifted him up entirely. Cut the crap. Hand over the information immediately. Otherwise, I'll gouge out your other eye right now. Why yes, Lord Bet. Boris was scared out of his wits. He recognized that face Bet Loga the werewolf, the most troublesome one in the Loki Familia. He hurriedly spilled all the information like beans. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. The Sword Princess and a silver-haired girl followed a group of people toward the granary on the 24th floor. After getting the information, Bet threw Boris onto the ground like garbage and turned to leave. Damned mutt. Boris slumped on the ground, clutching his collar where he'd been grabbed, muttering curses under his breath. Just then, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of Philvis standing at the doorway. His expression changed instantly. Lord Bet. Boris swallowed hard and asked with a trembling voice, Are you teaming up with the Banshee? The Banshee? Luca stopped in his tracks and frowned slightly. What does that mean? Is that Miss Philvis's title? Lafia asked hurriedly, an ominous premonition welling up in her heart. Boris's eyes were filled with dread, as if simply saying the name would bring misfortune. That's a nickname the adventurers gave her in private, because so far, every single adventurer who has teamed up with her has died without exception. As his words fell, the atmosphere in the air seemed to congeal. The nightmare incident 6 years ago. Borsa's voice lowered. In that great tragedy, countless adventurers died. I saw her with my own eyes as the only survivor at the time. Tattered clothes, black hair completely stained red with blood, and eyes as hollow as a corpse. He looked up at them. Since then, any adventurer who gets involved with her, anyone who has teamed up with her, ends up dead. No one knows why. My lords, I advise you to stay as far away from her as possible. Philvis, standing at the doorway, heard every word clearly. She stood by the doorframe, partially hiding herself in the shadows, her red eyes lowered and obscured by her long bangs, making her expression unreadable. Her already pale face was now devoid of any color, white as if it were transparent. After the group left the tavern, Philvis took a deep breath. She turned around, facing away from everyone, her voice hoarse. Since you already know the rumors, let us part ways here. It is enough for me to go to the 24th floor alone. Her voice grew lower and lower. Following me, you really will be killed because of me. TCH, how boring. Bet scoffed with extreme disdain. He strode over to Philvis's side, hands in his pockets. There are plenty of guys who have teamed up with me and been killed by monsters. Does that make me the Banshee werewolf? He paused. Trash is trash. Can't handle a few people whispering behind your back. If you want to get lost, then get lost, lest you be an eyesore here. Luca stood by, listening to Bet's incredibly awkward way of comforting her, and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, Lafia glared at Bet angrily. She was truly angry. Mr. Bet, how can you say things like that? She walked over to Philvis, opened her mouth, but didn't know how to comfort this compatriot who carried such a heavy rumor. Don't come near me. Philvis turned her head, her dead, red eyes looking at Lafia, her tone carrying a deep sense of self-loathing. Do not develop feelings for me, do not harbor goodwill toward me, and even less, do not show me kindness. Do nothing. Stay away from me. She paused, her voice dropping even lower, because I am already filthy to the core. Having said that, Philvis turned around, preparing to walk into the passage leading to the lower floors alone. However, the moment she turned, an incredibly powerful hand suddenly grabbed her wrist. Philvis was shocked, and she looked up to meet Luca's deep blue eyes. She instinctively wanted to break free, wanting to shake off that hand, but it didn't move an inch. Filthy to the core. Luca looked at her. I'm sorry, but I don't see any filth on you at all. What I see is just a poor person imprisoned by the past, who feels pain even when breathing. Let go of me. What do you even know? Philvis's voice rose sharply, and she desperately tried to shake off Luca's hand. Her breathing became rapid, and a hint of a sob entered her voice. You are just strangers I met for the first time. You don't know anything at all. You don't know what I've been through, you don't know what I've done, so what right do you have to say things like that? We truly don't understand. A trembling voice sounded behind her. Lafia stepped forward. Her eyes were still glistening with moisture, but she tried her best to open her eyes wide, looking at Philvis with the most sincere gaze. But from now on, we will fight together. In the journey ahead, I will definitely discover a whole bunch of good qualities in Miss Philvis. She clenched her fists, cheering herself on. I definitely will. Philvis was completely stunned. She looked at this elven compatriot before her who had been persistently trying to talk to her, that face still bearing a hint of childishness, now full of determined seriousness. Philvis opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but she found that her throat felt as if it were blocked by something, and she couldn't make a sound. What kind of logic is that? She eventually gave up struggling, lowered her head, and a bitter smile curled at the corners of her mouth. Luca let go of her hand. He walked over to Bet and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear, Bet, the moment I grabbed her wrist just now, I noticed something. Noticed what? Bet's brow furrowed. Her vital signs have an extremely serious abnormality. Upon hearing this, Bet's expression did not change. He recalled Philvis's attitude of extreme resistance to contact with others along the way, that contradictory self-loathing, and that aura of someone who was clearly alive but seemed as if they were already dead. He was silent for a moment, then responded in a low voice. Is it a physical illness? Problematic ad. Reported here. You can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor. Hashtag 199 Chapter 29 Northern Granary. Chapter 29, North Granary. In the wide passage leading to the 24th floor, the Hermes Familia squad was advancing rapidly with an extremely well-coordinated rhythm. Under the command of Captain Asfi, the entire team performed their respective duties. The vanguard was responsible for clearing the path and restraining enemies, their weapons always ready to be drawn, while the scouts were responsible for cleaning up any stragglers moving flexibly along the sides of the formation, and the rearguard constantly maintained vigilance over the rear and flanks, not letting any shadow where monsters might hide escape their notice. Whenever they encountered a group of monsters, no excessive words were needed. A few gestures and short commands could instantly complete the tactical deployment, and from encountering the enemy to forming a formation and then clearing them out, the entire process was smooth and fluid, without a single unnecessary pause. Walking in the middle of the group, Alice watched this fluid coordination around her, a glimmer of approval flashing in her golden eyes. As a team, your cooperative combat ability is very strong, she commented. In the Monster Girl world, she had seen too many monster legions fighting on their own, basically relying on individual martial prowess rather than team coordination in their fighting style. And this tight cooperative combat ability of the Hermes Familia made Alice think that perhaps after she returned, she could let the Demon King's army use this as a reference to train their troops. Hee, that's for sure. The dog-person girl Lollian Louis, who was walking to the side, immediately wagged her tail proudly upon hearing the praise. Her pair of fluffy dog ears were held high, and her face was full of pride. Although our Familia doesn't have a particularly large number of people, under the command of Captain Asfi, we have never had any major mishaps. Is Asfi the captain? Alice asked, following up on her words. Then her level must be very high, right? Needless to say, the captain is a high-level adventurer of LV. Lollian Louis spilled the beans about her captain without hesitation, and our Familia's exploration record has reached as deep as the 37th floor. But the monsters down there are too dangerous, and the captain said that for the sake of safety, we didn't continue going down. The 37th floor. Ace Wallenstein, who had been listening silently, turned her head, a glimmer of doubt flashing in her golden eyes. She frowned slightly. If it's a Familia that has explored to this depth, it's impossible for the guild not to have records. How did you avoid the guild's sight? This is all thanks to our omnipotent captain. Lollian Louis put her hands on her hips, her tail wagging even more happily. The captain is the famous alchemist. She has developed many unknown good things, like that one we often use, Lollian Louis. A cold voice suddenly came from behind. Asfi, wearing glasses, had walked up behind them at some point, her lenses reflecting the cold light of the dungeon's fluorescent stones, and there was no expression on her intellectual face. Lollian Louis was so scared that her tail instantly tucked in. She immediately realized she had gotten carried away, and let something slip, and hurriedly put her hands together, apologizing with cold sweat pouring down. Sorry, Captain. I didn't say anything. I really didn't say anything. Alice stood to the side, watching Lollian Louis's cowardly appearance, the corners of her mouth slightly curling up. Asfi sighed helplessly and pushed up her glasses. Her cold gaze lingered on Lollian Louis for a moment before turning to Ace Wallenstein. Her expression became serious. Miss Sword Princess, do you have any suggestions regarding this request? Suggestions? Ace Wallenstein tilted her head, clearly not understanding what Asfi was referring to. Asfi explained, I previously heard Lollian Louis's report on the murder case that occurred on the 18th floor. That incident involved an unknown plant-type monster, and according to the report, that monster's potential ability was extremely high, even reaching the LV. And this time, the client who entrusted us to investigate the 24th floor is the same one. So will there be a bunch of LV, 5-level man-eating flower monsters like last time? Hearing this, Ace Wallenstein understood what she meant. Ace Wallenstein nodded gently. The danger level of this request should be the same as the last one. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of several Hermes Familia members who heard the conversation changed. Those adventurers who were originally chatting easily stopped their movements in unison, and their hands gripping their weapons tightened a little. 5 for most members of the Hermes Familia was a level they could almost never contend with. However, don't worry. Ace Wallenstein looked at the unconcealable tension on everyone's faces and added, with Alice and me here, everyone will be fine. Alice, who was on the side, nodded slightly in agreement. Asfi looked at Alice with some surprise. She didn't know the background of this silver-haired girl. There was no detailed information about this silver-haired, golden-eyed girl in the Loki Familia's public records, only that she was a newcomer who joined the Loki Familia. But since this was the judgment made by the famous Sword Princess, she didn't intend to ask any more questions. She pushed up her glasses and decided to trust the other party's strength. Since that's the case, then I'll leave it to you. The team continued to descend, moving along the gradually darkening passage toward deeper levels, and a faint smell of humus began to permeate the air. Soon they entered the area of the 24th floor. The 24th floor, known as the food pantry, possessed an extremely vast area and intricate terrain. The passages here were wider, the ceilings higher, and the rock walls on both sides were covered with a large amount of fluorescent moss, emitting a faint blue-green light, while the terrain was distributed with a large number of natural caves and fork roads. A moment of carelessness could lead to getting lost. Just after they had entered this floor for a short while, a burst of dense roaring sounds came from the passage ahead, echoing repeatedly in the narrow passage, forming a wave of sound that made one's scalp tingle. Enemy attack. It's a monster army. The vanguard shouted a warning. At the end of the passage, a black swarm of monsters surged over like a tide, so numerous that they almost filled the entire passage. Prepare to engage. Before Asfi's order was finished, a golden gale had already swept past her. Leave it to me. Ace Wallenstein's voice drifted in the air, while she had already appeared several yards away. She drew the desperate from her waist, and the blade, glowing with a silvery white light, was like a cold moon in the dim passage. No monster could stop her for even a second. Ace Wallenstein's movements were light and lethal, her figure weaving through the monster swarm like a golden butterfly dancing, every dodge perfectly avoiding claws and fangs, and every sword strike precisely severing the monster's vital points or accurately shattering the magic stones inside their bodies. The members of the Hermes Familia were all stunned. Those adventurers who were nervously preparing just a moment ago were now frozen in place, mouths agape, watching the golden-haired girl dancing alone among the monster swarm. The monster swarms that they needed to form battle formations to deal with were, in front of that golden-haired girl, like stalks of wheat in an autumn field, being mowed down one by a sickle. In less than 3 short minutes, the entire monster army in the passage was wiped out, and the ground was covered with monster remains turned to ash and scattered magic stones. This is 6 Sword Princess. An adventurer from the Hermes Familia swallowed, his eyes full of awe. Some even couldn't help but think in their hearts, for this mission request, was it actually enough to just have her alone? What was the point of them following along, other than to act as spectators? As for Ace Wallenstein, who was the focus, she did not notice everyone's awe at this moment. She stood in the center of the ashes the monsters had turned into, gently flicking the dust off her blade, feeling the surging power within her. That was a brand new sense of power gained after leveling up to LV 6. Every swing of her sword was smoother, every change of technique more natural, and those movements that once required deliberate thought and adjustment had become a kind of physical instinct. The improvement after leveling up to LV 6 was even greater than she had imagined. She silently recalled the combat process just now in her heart. The monsters' attacks became slow and clumsy in her eyes, and their openings were as clear as if they had been marked. This was all thanks to Luca's guidance. In the previous sparring and guidance with Luca taught her how to find the enemy's openings with the least amount of effort, and how to make her sword skills more pure and efficient. In the battle just now, she had almost subconsciously used those techniques, and the result was a terrifying increase in efficiency. Too brilliant. Asfi walked forward and praised sincerely. Her gaze lingered on Ace Wallenstein for a moment, as expected of the Loki familia's Ace. She didn't stay any longer, but crouched down, took out a parchment map from the waterproof tube at her waist, and spread it out on the relatively clean ground. The map was marked with fine lines indicating the main terrain and iconic areas of the 24th floor, among which 3 locations were circled with a red pen. According to Fels's instructions, we need to investigate the 3 large granary areas on this floor. Asfi pointed to the 3 marked points on the map, her gaze quickly scanning the surrounding passage directions, and then she looked up at the direction from which the monsters had surged just now. Judging from the flow trend of the monsters just now, they seem to be driven over from the north by something that is not a normal roaming path. I judge that the northern granary is most likely to have abnormalities. Let's go check there first. Everyone had no objections to Asfi's judgment. As the captain of the Hermes Familia, her command ability and battlefield judgment had long been verified in countless missions. The team changed direction and headed towards the north granary. Along the way, from time to time, swarms of monsters tried to block the advancing team, which also indirectly confirmed that Asfi's judgment was correct. Something had occupied the north granary, causing the monsters there to be forced to flee outward, forming this abnormal monster distribution pattern. Ace Wallenstein still walked at the very front, using her sword to carve out a relatively safe path for the team. As the team advanced, a nauseating, sour, and rotten smell gradually permeated the air. The smell became thicker and thicker, mixed with the stench of rotting plants and some kind of biological secretion, making several people in the team involuntarily cover their mouths and noses. Up ahead is the entrance to the north granary. Asfi looked at the position marked on the map and looked up to confirm the terrain ahead. However, when everyone finally arrived at the entrance marked on the map, everyone stopped, and expressions of vigilance appeared on their faces. The passage was blocked. Blocking them was an extremely disgusting wall of green flesh that seemed to possess life. The surface of that flesh wall was covered with thick veins, winding and undulating under the surface like blood vessels, and it was even squirming slightly as if breathing. What is this thing? Lilian Louis covered her nose and took 2 steps back with a look of disgust. Asfi frowned tightly, repeatedly comparing the map in her hand with the scene before her, and after squinting to carefully examine the surrounding terrain features and confirming that they hadn't taken the wrong path, she said in a low voice, "I am sure the route is correct. This should have been the gate leading to the granary. This wall should absolutely not exist here." Her tone became serious. In the dungeon, the appearance of obstacles not marked on the map usually meant only one thing. The dungeon had undergone some kind of mutation, and mutations in the dungeon were often accompanied by great danger. Undoubtedly, something that did not belong to the normal dungeon had appeared here. The situation has changed. Asfi gave the order decisively, her voice firm. Vanguard, maintain vigilance. Scouts, spread out to find other possible routes, or check if there are any other entrances to the granary nearby. Several agile scouts immediately took the order and scattered, their figures quickly disappearing into the surrounding fork roads and crevices. The team members who remained in place maintained a vigilant formation, watching the surroundings guardedly, their weapons always ready to be drawn. Not long after, the investigators returned one after another, their faces not looking very good. "Captain, it's no good." The first scout who returned reported, "All the nearby alternative routes have been blocked by this kind of green flesh wall." Immediately after, the second member also rushed back, "There is absolutely no path to the north." The third member ran over from another direction, face pale, "The passage to the east is also blocked." Soon, all the scouts sent out returned one after another, but the news they brought back was identical. Every road leading to the north granary, whether it was the main passage or alternative routes, whether it was a big road or a small path, was completely sealed off by that layer of squirming green flesh wall. Asfi stood in front of that disgusting flesh wall, pushed up her glasses, and was silent for a moment. Chapter 30, Ambush. Looking at the wall of green flesh that completely sealed off the passage, Asfi pushed up her glasses. She did not rush to order an attack, but instead walked around the wall of flesh, carefully observing its texture and structure, her brain working at high speed as she compared the known intelligence with the scene before her. After a moment, she stopped and reached a conclusion. "So that's it. The reason for the monster riots on the 24th floor is not because the monsters themselves have gone berserk. She turned around and looked at the surrounding team members. It's because this north granary has been blocked by this thing. Having lost this massive foraging ground, the hungry monsters have no choice but to migrate in swarms toward the other two granaries to survive, which is what led to the large-scale monster tides we encountered on the way. Then what should we do now, Captain? Lilian Louis asked, holding her nose and looking at the green wall, which was still slightly wriggling, with a look of disgust. Should we chop it to pieces? Do not touch unknown objects with your weapons lightly. Asfi raised her hand to stop her. She stepped forward a few paces and carefully observed the texture on the surface of the flesh wall, and the winding veins. She traced the path of the veins in the air with her finger, judging by its structure and smell. Although this thing looks like flesh, in essence, it should be the overgrown tissue of some kind of plant-type monster. If it is a plant, she looked up, her gaze falling on the mage in the party. Try using firebolt magic. The mage immediately raised his staff and began chanting a short incantation, and a scorching aura filled the air. A few moments later, a scorching fireball shot from the tip of the staff and slammed straight into the green wall of flesh. Flames instantly spread across the surface of the wall, and accompanied by a piercing sizzling sound of scorching, the seemingly indestructible green wall of flesh quickly withered, curled, and carbonized. Black cracks spread outward from the center of the impact, and the edges of the cracks glowed with dark red firelight, forming a large hole. Well done. Asfi nodded. Stay alert, we're going in. The group stepped over the layer of scorching ash and filed through the hole, officially entering the interior of the north granary. However, they hadn't gone far when Asfi stopped in her tracks. She looked at the finely drawn map in her hand, then looked up and surveyed her surroundings, her brow furrowing deeper and deeper. The terrain has completely changed. Her voice was solemn. This place should have been an open underground lake. She pointed to an area marked on the map, but now, she looked around at the unfamiliar scene. Where there should have been open water, it was now divided into labyrinthine, narrow passages by countless stone pillars and green walls of flesh. The stone pillars were thick and craggy, covered in a layer of slimy moss. The flesh walls wound and grew between them, cutting the originally open space into countless twisting paths. Countless slender vines hung down from the cavern ceiling like a swarm of inverted snakes, swaying gently in the breeze. The map has become completely useless. Faced with a situation that would cause ordinary adventurers to panic, there was not a trace of confusion on Asfi's face. She took a roll of blank paper and a pen from the waterproof tube at her waist and turned to hand them to the dog-person girl beside her. Lilian Louis, from now on, you are responsible for drawing a new map. Mark the direction at every fork in the road, and mark the number of steps for every distance covered. I need to know the actual structure and approximate scale of this area. Leave it to me, Captain. Lilian Louis took the paper and pen and patted her chest. She immediately crouched down, spread the paper on a relatively flat rock, and quickly drew a few reference points and landmarks with the pen. Ace Wallenstein and Alice looked at the dog-person girl with some surprise. They hadn't expected that she, who always looked so reckless, actually had this trick up her sleeve. The party groped their way forward through the unknown labyrinth. Lilian Louis stopped to record at every fork in the road and made marks on the paper every time they walked a certain distance, quickly outlining a brand new topographical map. Suddenly, the vanguard walking in front stopped and raised his hand to signal the party to halt. He crouched down and pointed to several pools of dark gray ash on the ground. Captain, I found something. There is corpse dust left behind after monsters died on the ground. Everyone instantly became alert. In the dungeon, encountering residual corpse dust usually meant only one thing: a battle had taken place here not long ago. The dust is still fresh. Asfi crouched down, picked up a bit of ash with her fingertips, rubbed it with her fingers, and felt the slight moisture. It seems that other adventurers, or unknown people, have already been here before us. She stood up. Everyone be careful. There might be unknown enemies ahead. Her voice hadn't even fully died away. A strange wriggling sound suddenly came from the stone walls on both sides. Watch the walls. As soon as she finished speaking, accompanied by a hair-raising cracking sound, giant, colorful flowers suddenly burst out from the stone walls. Those flowers were as large as millstones, and the edges of their petals were covered with dense, sharp teeth. They opened their bloodthirsty maws full of fangs, twisted their thick stems, and lunged violently at the party. It's a man-eating flower. Protect the rear guard. The Hermes Familia party immediately displayed extremely high tactical proficiency. The vanguards raised their shields, quickly forming a steel defensive line in front of the party, firmly resisting the first collision of the man-eating flowers. The skirmishers used spears and bows to restrain, and repeatedly stabbed the flowers that tried to bypass the vanguard. The mages in the rear gripped their staves and began to chant rapidly, the light of magical fluctuations flickering one after another in the dim passage. Although the incident was sudden, and the number of man-eating flowers far exceeded expectations, the members of the Hermes Familia still organized themselves to resist this wave of attacks. However, there were simply too many man-eating flowers. They kept emerging from the walls, from the ceiling, and even from the cracks in the ground beneath their feet, pouring toward the party endlessly. Moreover, the level of these man-eating flowers was not low. The vanguard's shields were already beginning to crack under their impact, and it was difficult for the skirmishers' spears to deliver a fatal blow in one hit. Just then, Alice, who had been following beside Ace Wallenstein, suddenly reached out her hand. "Ace Wallenstein, lend me a sword." Ace Wallenstein did not hesitate at all. She reached back and drew a rapier from the spare scabbard at her waist and handed it to Alice. Others might not know it, but Ace Wallenstein, who had been with Alice for several weeks, knew very well how terrifying the swordsmanship of this seemingly delicate silver-haired girl before her was. She was, after all, Luca's introductory teacher in swordsmanship. Alice took the rapier, gently spun it to make a flourish, felt the feel and weight of the sword and sighed, "Geez. If I make too much of a commotion and scare away the rat hiding behind the scenes, that would be troublesome. I have to hold back my strength. I am truly understanding. Luca will have to let me win 5 times today." Ace Wallenstein turned her head back. The next second, Alice and Ace Wallenstein moved simultaneously. 2 figures, one gold and one purple, cut into the encirclement of the man-eating flowers. Ace Wallenstein's desperate carved a silver-white arc in the air. Every swing of her sword precisely severed the stem of a man-eating flower, and every strike of Alice's sword precisely pierced the hidden magic stone deep within the man-eating flower. Both of their swords were as fierce as a gale. They didn't even need to communicate, yet they displayed perfect tacit understanding. Often, just as Ace Wallenstein knocked a man-eating flower into the air, the tip of Alice's sword had already precisely pierced the monster's magic stone. When Alice dodged sideways from a man-eating flower lunging from above, Ace Wallenstein's sword pierced its throat from below. For Alice, this didn't even count as a battle. After just a few minutes, the passage was quiet again. Those man-eating flowers that had once been baring their fangs and brandishing their claws had all turned into ashes covering the ground. Only the cracks remaining on the walls and the scorched marks on the ground proved the existence of the battle that had just taken place. The members of the Hermes Familia were all stunned. If it was understandable for Ace Wallenstein to have such a performance as a LV6, after all, she was the sword princess who was famous throughout Rio, and a powerhouse capable of soloing floor bosses, then wasn't the silver-haired, golden-eyed girl who always followed her just too ridiculously strong. Asfi pushed up her glasses and took a deep look at Alice. Her gaze was thoughtful, but as a clever commander, she did not ask any more questions. "Miss Sword Princess," Asfi turned to Ace Wallenstein, her tone serious, "you should have encountered these man-eating flowers before on the 18th floor, right? Is there any intelligence we need to be aware of?" Ace Wallenstein nodded and she sheathed her sword. "Although these man-eating flowers have strong attack power, their defensive power is very weak. Their skin is not hard, and even a LV3 adventurer can break through it. But what you need to be aware of is that they are extremely sensitive to magic power, and will prioritize attacking those who are chanting magic." Asfi nodded. She had also noticed this phenomenon earlier. When they were attacked, the vast majority of the man-eating flowers desperately tried to bypass the vanguard and lunged crazily toward the mages in the rear, even willing to endure the blades of the vanguard to attack the chanters. After a short rest, the party set off again. With the intelligence provided by Ace Wallenstein, Asfi adjusted the formation, protecting the mages in a safer position while increasing the attack frequency of the melee members. However, just as they stepped into a huge crossroads, hiss, hiss, hiss. Accompanied by a piercing shriek, dense swarms of man-eating flowers poured out simultaneously from the passages on the left, right, and rear. The number of those man-eating flowers was greater than before, and their size was larger than before. Their roots crawled and wriggled on the stone walls, their petals opened, revealing mouths full of sharp teeth, and they lunged from 3 directions simultaneously. The party was instantly plunged into a desperate situation of being surrounded on 3 sides. Asfi's brow was tightly locked, her eyes quickly sweeping over the monster horde surging from the 3 passages, her brain calculating the strength comparison between the enemy and themselves at high speed. Her heart sank abruptly. There were too many monsters. If they fought hard, it was very likely that members of the Familia would suffer casualties. She did not hesitate and immediately made a decision. Miss Sword Princess, Miss Alice, please take responsibility for suppressing one direction each. Left and right, pick either one. We will hold off the remaining enemies in front. Ace Wallenstein had no extra nonsense. She drew desperate and walked toward the passage on the right. Alice nodded, didn't say much more, and carrying the borrowed rapier, walked alone toward the passage on the left. Just the moment the 2 of them left the party's formation, boom. Accompanied by a violent tremor, several thick green walls of flesh suddenly fell from the sky. Those flesh walls slammed heavily onto the ground, instantly dividing the space at the crossroads into several independent areas. Not good. It's a trap. Asfi's fist reached into her backpack. Meanwhile, in the passage isolated on the left, Alice looked at the disgusting wall of flesh blocking her retreat, and her golden eyes instantly turned cold. She raised the rapier in her hand and simply swung a sword strike forward. Starting from Alice, everything in the fan-shaped area in front, whether it was the air, the rock, or that thick green wall of flesh, was instantly turned into extremely fine powder under this single sword strike. After the flesh wall was completely shaved away, it revealed the empty passage behind it. There was no one in the passage. Seemingly sensing the huge threat brought by the sword strike Alice had just made, the ground deep in the passage suddenly began to roll violently. The stone slabs and soil surged and bulged, and accompanied by a deafening roar, a supergiant man-eating flower with a size comparable to a floor boss, and a body covered in tentacles and poisonous thorns burst out from the ground with a bang. Its massive size almost filled the entire passage. Countless tentacles danced wildly around its body, and the tips of every tentacle opened mouths full of sharp teeth, emitting piercing shrieks. Alice lifted her eyelids and took a look at the behemoth. She gripped the hilt with an underhand grip and swung her sword again casually. A thin sword, light, almost impossible to capture with the naked eye, swept across the body of the supergiant man-eating flower from bottom to top. The supergiant man-eating flower's movements stiffened abruptly, and a thin black line extended from the very center of its top all the way to its base. The left half and the right half slowly slid down along that smooth-cut surface, and began to disintegrate before they even hit the ground. Alice shook the dust off the sword and sheathed it. Problematic ad. Reported here. You can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor. #201 Chapter 31 The Dead Resurrected. Chapter 31 Resurrection of the Dead. A heavy wall of green flesh descended from the sky, completely sealing off the passage on the right. A dull thud echoed in the narrow space, shaking loose gravel from the walls. Ace Wallenstein, isolated in this separate space, had already drawn her sword. The blade's light darted through the dim passage. In just a few breaths, the man-eating flowers pouring from the walls were reduced to ash, scattering across the ground. She then turned around to face the wall of green flesh blocking her path, preparing to cleave it in one stroke to reunite with Alice. You can't win against me now. Come with me, Arya. A cold female voice suddenly came from the depths of the passage. Ace Wallenstein's movements froze, and she turned toward the source of the voice. In the shadows of the passage stood a woman with glaring, blood-red hair, carrying a heavy greatsword on her shoulder. It was none other than Revis, whom she had fought on the 18th floor. What shocked Ace Wallenstein was that during their fierce battle on the 18th floor, she had clearly left a fatal wound on the woman's chest with her desperate, nearly cutting her diagonally in two. Yet, at this moment, the skin exposed on Revis, standing before her, was as smooth as before, without even a trace of a scar. "Someone wants to see you, Arya." Revis looked at Ace Wallenstein. Hearing the name, Arya, spoken by the other party again, Ace Wallenstein's golden eyes instantly turned sharp. She gripped the hilt of her sword. "I am not Arya." "Is my mother?" Revis paused, a flash of confusion in her eyes, and her brow furrowed slightly. "Arya couldn't have had a child." "But never mind. It doesn't matter if you aren't Arya. Just come with me." "Why do you know the name Arya?" Ace Wallenstein did not move. "What exactly is your goal?" "Because that guy keeps pestering me, saying he wants to see Arya, so I came to find you," Revis said, somewhat impatiently. "As for the rest, you don't need to know. If you don't want to die, just surrender obediently." Before the words fell, Revis's figure vanished from where she stood, and her heavy greatsword descended toward Ace Wallenstein's head with a piercing whistle that tore through the air. The swords clashed and sparks flew, dancing in the dim passage and reflecting on the rock walls, only to vanish in an instant. This momentary clash made Revis's pupils contract sharply. She had just broken through her limits, and was confident she could take down Ace Wallenstein before choosing to strike. Yet, not only did Ace Wallenstein perfectly parry her heavy blow, but the moment her sword was deflected, the tip of the desperate grazed the edge of the greatsword, nearly piercing her throat. Revis leaped back in a panic, putting distance between them. Her face was filled with surprise. Did you level up?" Ace Wallenstein did not answer. A trace of blood from grazing Revis's skin remained on her blade. After reaching LV6 and obtaining that skill Loki wouldn't even tell her the name of, even she didn't know how much stronger she had become. But she could feel the wind flowing more smoothly around her, the sword becoming lighter in her hand, and those openings she once had to concentrate fully to catch now appeared as clearly as if they had been marked. "How troublesome." Revis put away her contempt, her body lowering slightly as she adjusted her grip on her sword. Their gazes collided in the air, and the next second, both figures vanished from their spots. Dense, metallic clashing sounds exploded in the enclosed passage, deafening. The two figures crossed, collided, separated, and collided again at a speed difficult for the naked eye to track. Meanwhile, on another main road leading to the 24th floor. Liberated light sword, bow shaft of the sacred tree, become the great bow of a master sniper. The crisp chanting echoed in the passage. Pierce, flash arrow of certain hit. With the final line of the chant, the staff in Lafia's hand pointed forward sharply. Several beams of light shot from the tip, dragging long tails of light as they accurately pierced the group of monsters surging ahead. Those hideous monsters stiffened under the impact of the light arrows and then burst, turning into ash that danced across the sky. Lafia lowered her staff, panting slightly, fine beads of sweat seeping from her temples. To maintain such stable magic output in a battle of this intensity. "Lafia, are you an elf from Vichy? No wonder you have such strong magic power." Lafia turned her head sharply, and saw the usually taciturn Filvis watching her. Lafia's eyes lit up instantly, and a brilliant smile bloomed on her face. "I was indeed born in Vichy. What about you, Miss Filvis? The scenery there is truly beautiful, especially the magical ginkgo forest in autumn." Bet, walking in front, kicked the head of a monster trying to pounce from the flank. He shook the blood off his foot, and listening to the conversation behind him, his wolf ears twitched slightly. He had long noticed the anomaly in Filvis. After confirming that although this woman carried extreme self-loathing and hatred, she showed no signs of betraying the party, that relaxed his vigilance slightly. Even every time they encountered a group of monsters, he and Luca would, without affecting the party's pace, intentionally slow down and deliberately miss a few monsters, just to let the LV3 elf in the back practice and grind her stats. Luca was just about to make a move, then stopped abruptly. Accompanying a sharp sound of rock shattering, the stone wall beside Lafia suddenly split open without warning. Several hideous monsters covered in black scales and long claws roared as they lunged from the crack, charging straight at this defenseless mage. "Get out of the way!" A white figure flashed past. Filvis instantly drew the short sword at her waist and blocked in front of Lafia. While crouching to avoid a monster's pounce, her short sword stabbed straight into the throat of another monster at an extremely tricky angle, and with a twist of her wrist, she crushed its magic stone. What was even more shocking was that while she was engaging with the monsters with exquisite melee skills, her mouth was rapidly chanting magic incantations. With the fluctuation of magic power, a pale purple halo condensed around her body. "Sweep away the enemy, evil-breaking holy staff." The moment the chant was completed, a circle of dazzling lightning erupted from Filvis, enveloping all the monsters that had pounced. Accompanied by a harsh sound of electric current and the shrill wails of the monsters, those hideous beasts twitched violently in the lightning and crumbled into ash. Parallel chanting. Lafia covered her mouth in amazement, her eyes full of shock and admiration. As a mage, she knew too well how difficult it was to chant magic simultaneously during intense melee combat. That was a technique that required rigorous training and countless real-world combat experiences to master. Among the people she knew, the only one who could skillfully use parallel chanting was Riveria, the vice-captain of the Loki Familia. And now, she had seen the second one with her own eyes. Bet stood not far away, watching this scene, a cold sneer hooking the corner of his mouth. He glanced at Lafia and said sarcastically, "Hey, mountain-blowing elf. If you could do what she does, you wouldn't always be dragging the team down." Lafia lowered her head in shame. She knew she still had many shortcomings, but being told so bluntly still made her feel an uncontrollable sense of loss. "Don't be so harsh, Bet." Luca's voice came from the front of the team. "Lafia hasn't been an adventurer for long, her practical experience is not enough, and she needs time to grow. Besides, her talent in magic is unquestionable." "That's right." Filvis put away her short sword, used a white cloth to gently wipe the dust off the blade, and echoed, "As a mage with powerful firepower, Lafia has the power to turn the tide of battle at critical moments. Every mage's growth path is different. There is no need to be overly demanding about melee ability, as that was never her duty." Lafia looked up. She hadn't expected this usually taciturn elf compatriot to speak up for her. Bet snorted and swept his gaze back and forth between Filvis and Lafia. He mocked, "Just a moment ago, someone was looking bitter and pushing people away. How are you now acting like good friends with this stupid elf?" Lafia's face instantly flushed red. She wanted to refute but found she didn't know what to say, and could only let out a "ugh" sound of distress, lowering her head even more shamefully. And Filvis's body stiffened abruptly, falling back into that unapproachable silence. North Granary, Central Great Cavity. Hermes's team was on the verge of life and death. Scatter the magic stones. Attract the attention of the man-eating flowers and break through to the center of the granary. Asfi al-Andromeda's voice was exceptionally clear amidst the deafening roars of the monsters. While throwing items to eliminate the monsters pouncing from the flanks, she shouted orders. With Asfi al-Andromeda disregarding the loss of magic items, the group finally fought their way out of the heavy encirclement of man-eating flowers and rushed to the central area of the granary. But when the scene truly revealed itself before them, everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. In the center of the great cavity, a massive stone pillar supported the entire dome. On the surface of this large stone pillar, a gargantuan man-eating flower, entwined with dark purple vines and blood-colored flowers, was parasitizing it. Its root system was deeply embedded in the cracks of the stone pillar, madly absorbing the nutrients contained within the main pillar. And at the roots of this monster, a sphere glowing with dark green fluorescence in the dim light was embedded in a nest woven from vines. Lilian Louis recognized that thing at a glance. "Green orb, it's that green orb we saw on the 18th floor before." Her voice echoed in the cavity, causing everyone's hearts to sink. "These monsters are they absorbing the nutrients of the dungeon's main pillar?" Asphi Andromeda pushed up her glasses, her voice heavy. Her gaze quickly swept over the patterns around the orb, and then she looked at the giant man-eating flower parasitizing the main pillar. But an even worse situation was yet to come. In the shadows around the main pillar, behind the stone pillars, and in the recesses of the rock walls, not only were monsters wriggling, but another group of figures was standing there. It was a group of people wearing dark robes, with their faces completely hidden under hoods. When they heard Lollian Louis shout the words "Green Orb," the group of robed people looked up in unison, instantly locking onto Lollian Louis and Hermes's team. They said nothing, drew the weapons hidden under their robes, and launched a crazy charge toward Hermes's team. The vanguards immediately raised their shields and took a defensive stance. But what rushed over were living humans, not monsters. Their movements showed a momentary hesitation, and the few vanguards holding shields exchanged a look, lowering their weapons slightly. "Don't hesitate." Asphi Andromeda sensed the reaction of the crowd, take them down, and ask clearly what they are doing here. She had keenly sensed a more serious crisis. Except for the entrance they came through, all other passages around the great cavity were completely blocked by man-eating flowers trapped in some kind of cage. And those green walls of flesh were still wriggling at a visible speed, intermittently producing new monster flower buds. They were completely trapped. Although the number of robed people was almost twice that of Hermes's team, with excellent teamwork and absolute level suppression, Asphi Andromeda's people soon gained the upper hand. "Who exactly are you people?" Lollian Louis slashed off the hands of a robed person with one blow. She stepped on the other's chest, leaned down to grab his collar, and was about to pull him up from the ground to interrogate him. Just at this moment the robed person who had lost his hands suddenly looked up, his hood slipping off in the violent movement, revealing a fanatically twisted face. The robe on his body burst open, revealing several large circles of red crystals tied to his waist and chest. Firestones. Lollian Louis's breath stalled, her pupils shrinking. Her body's instinct reacted faster than her brain, her legs kicked off the ground, and she leaped backward desperately. "Oh God! I obey the covenant and offer everything to you." Boom! A huge explosion set off a scorching shockwave in the great cavity. The firelight burst open, swallowing the location of the robed person. Shattered crystals and flesh splashed in all directions, leaving charred marks on the ground. The air wave, carrying debris and dust, spread in all directions, knocking the surrounding Hermes members off balance. Although Lollian Louis reacted quickly and retreated desperately, she was still violently blown away by the air wave. She rolled twice in the air and hit the stone pillar behind her heavily, letting out a muffled groan. "They are lunatics. They have bombs tied to them." She climbed up and shouted hoarsely. Asphi Andromeda's face became extremely ugly. She bit her lower lip, her gaze locked tightly on the remaining robed people. Seeing that they couldn't beat the elites of Hermes's team, those robed people all acted as if they didn't care about their lives, launching a charge toward the team. As they sprinted, they shouted someone's name with hoarse voices, begging for forgiveness, and at the moment the sound reached its peak, they detonated the firestones tied to their bodies. Boom, 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 boom. Continuous explosions echoed one after another in the great cavity. The firelight illuminated the entire area like daylight. The members of Hermes's team could only retreat repeatedly, using shields to protect their bodies and avoid those crazy suicide attacks. However, on the wall behind them, those newly generated man-eating flowers had already opened their gaping maws, completely sealing off their final retreat. Just at this life-or-death moment, a man wearing white clothes and a ghastly white bone mask on his face walked slowly out from the shadows behind. He looked at the severed limbs left behind on the ground after the self-destructions, at those bloody, mangled fragments and charred bones, shook his head slightly, and let out a soft chuckle filled with mockery and delight. What a bunch of madmen bound by the gods! But this wail of death is truly melodious. He slowly removed the bone mask from his face. The moment that face was exposed to the firelight, Asphi Andromeda's body shuddered violently. Her pupils dilated, white-haired ghost. She recognized this face. That was Oliwa's Acta, a high-ranking executive of the evils who once struck terror into the hearts of countless adventurers and ordinary citizens during the dark age of Rio. This man had orchestrated numerous large-scale terrorist attacks back then, his hands stained with blood. He should have been slain years ago in that purge battle by the joint elite forces of the Loki Familia and the Freya Familia. Aren't you already dead? Yes, I am indeed dead. Oliwas touched his own pale face, his fingertips sliding over the skin on his cheeks, and his mouth pulled wide to both sides, revealing a hideous grin. But before I died, I still clearly remembered the look of that damn brat who killed me. His voice suddenly turned cold and sinister. For the sake of revenge, I have crawled back from hell. He suddenly raised his hand and tore apart the clothes on his upper body. When that white garment was ripped away, everyone present couldn't help but hold their breath. Across Oliwas's chest ran a massive, hideous scar that almost split him in two, like a giant, twisted centipede coiled upon his torso. Even more hair-raising was that his skin had taken on a yellowish-green hue extremely similar to that of the man-eating flowers, with countless thick veins bulging, winding, and pulsing beneath the skin like earthworms. Right in the center of his chest, where a human heart should have been, was embedded a colorful monster magic stone crystal. She has granted me a second life. Oliwa spread his arms, proudly displaying his shell that was no longer human, his voice filled with fanaticism and devotion. Now, I am a perfect existence possessing the power of both humans and monsters. I have transcended the fragile flesh of humans, transcended the base instincts of monsters. I am a higher existence. Asphi Al-Andromeda felt a wave of intense nausea surge up. But what made her feel even more desperate was the aura radiating from Oliwas. It was the authentic, terrifying oppressive force belonging to a level 6 first-class adventurer. Under this pressure, the members of Hermes' squad couldn't even help but tremble as they gripped their weapons, their teeth chattered in their mouths, making faint sounds, and their backs were soaked with cold sweat. With their strength, facing a level 6 monster plus a whole pile of level 5 man-eating flowers, the only outcome would be total annihilation. Oliwas leisurely scanned these terrified faces before him, his eyes flickering with a near-pathological delight. He greatly enjoyed the process of the light gradually extinguishing in the eyes of his prey when they realized they had no hope of survival. To him, this was the most wonderful moment. Exactly are you trying to do? Asphi Al-Andromeda forced herself to calm down. Although her voice was a bit hoarse, she still maintained a basic level of composure. She knew that her only task now was to stall for time until the Sword Princess's reinforcements arrived, or until a miracle occurred. Oliwas raised an eyebrow. He didn't mind playing with these poor wretches a little longer before the final hunt arrived. He raised his hand and pointed at the giant man-eating flower wriggling on the main pillar overhead. As you can see, this is a seedbed where the giant flower parasitizes and absorbs the dungeon's nutrients to give birth to man-eating flowers. Those buds, those green walls of flesh, and the swarms of monsters wandering in the corridors are all produced by drawing nutrients from the main pillar through this precious orb. He tilted his head back, and a fiercely intense emotion suddenly erupted in his bloodshot eyes. As for the purpose, of course, it is to destroy Rio. She said she wants to see the sky. She wants to occupy that azure, vast sky. Oliwa spread his arms, his voice gradually becoming high-pitched and fanatical. Therefore, she wants to destroy this metropolis that blocks her view, destroy those incompetent and hypocritical gods, and you stupid, pathetic humans. He lowered his head, staring intensely at Asphi Al-Andromeda. She granted me a second life and chose me to fulfill her wish. I will definitely destroy all of this and realize her desire. He paused for a moment, savoring the fear and despair intertwined on the faces of the members of Hermes' squad with his gaze. His expression suddenly returned from fanaticism to indifference. All right, the small talk is over. He reached out his hand and pointed at Asphi Al-Andromeda and her team members. Become nourishment for the flowers. Following his command, those man-eating flowers that had originally been locked in cages simultaneously let out ear-piercing hisses, their vines lashing out wildly, snapping the iron bars of the cages. The newly sprouted buds on the walls also matured and bloomed at the same instant, revealing mouths full of sharp teeth. Countless monsters surged out like a tidal wave, launching a full-scale attack on Hermes' squad from all directions. Facing that overwhelming, suffocating wave of despair, Asphi Al-Andromeda gritted her teeth, and reached into the pocket at her waist, preparing for a desperate fight to the death. So that's how it is. No wonder there are so many man-eating flowers. Finally, I've gotten some useful information. A gentle voice suddenly rang out above the large cavern. Before anyone could react. Fire in unison, Fairy's firebolt. Accompanied by Lafia's clear and high-pitched chant, an extremely abundant amount of magic power gathered like a surging tide. Those man-eating flowers that had originally been rushing toward Hermes' squad instantly changed direction, abandoning their prey before them and frantically surging toward the tunnel entrance. Immediately after, a wide-area annihilation magic poured down, precisely covering the entire battlefield and wiping out all those surging man-eating flowers in one fell swoop. A storm woven from firebolts and light bullets turned that area into a sea of burning fire. Those man-eating flowers twisted, thrashed, and hissed in the flames, eventually turning into charred ashes that drifted in the air. Who's there? Oliwas was greatly shocked and suddenly turned his head to look in the direction from which the magic was released. A cold voice rang out behind him. What are you looking at? The hair all over Oliwas's body instantly stood on end. He felt an unprecedented, fatal threat. His combat instincts made him immediately want to turn and counterattack. His muscles tightened in an instant, and his wrist gripping the sword turned violently. But he didn't even have time to turn his neck. A sword flash silently swept past his head, and his vision began to spin wildly. He saw the fluorescent stones on the dome spinning, saw the burning remains of the man-eating flowers spinning, and saw Asphi Al-Andromeda's shocked face spinning. Finally, he saw a headless, familiar body with yellowish-green skin standing in place, the stump at the neck as smooth as a mirror. Only then did he realize that his head had been severed by a single sword strike. That head rolled in the air a few times, landed heavily on the ground, and rolled twice more before coming to a stop. The entire large cavern fell into a deathly silence. The members of Hermes' squad stared blankly at this sudden scene. The level 6 monster that had just been acting arrogant, declaring it would destroy Rio, the undead white-haired ghost Oliwas, who had crawled back from hell with a magic stone embedded in his chest, was now nothing more than a headless corpse, slumped on the ground. Their gazes slowly shifted upward, looking at the purple-haired young man holding an ordinary, broken wooden sword as he slowly descended from midair. He landed just like that beside Oliwas's headless corpse, not even sparing the body a second glance. Asphi Al-Andromeda was the first to regain her senses. She swallowed hard, using all her strength to make her voice sound less shaky. Surveying the young man in the red cloak before her, she asked in a somewhat dry voice, could you be that fastest leveling newcomer of the Loki familia? I suppose that would be me. Luca smiled and nodded. Asphi Al-Andromeda stared fixedly at the young man before her, known as the Rio supernova, feeling a wave of intense unreality well up in her heart, causing her brain to be unable to function normally for a moment. Oliwas Acta, that level 6 monster-like existence, had just been standing before her, swearing to destroy the entire city. Yet he was instantly killed by a newcomer who was only level 2. Could it be that this purple-haired young man, like that silver-haired girl, had also hidden his true level? But that didn't seem right either. He was indeed someone with a blessing personally inscribed by Loki, a newcomer adventurer formally registered with the guild. But why had there been no rumors at all about such strong people before? Luca's voice interrupted Asphi Al-Andromeda's wild thoughts. He walked up to her. May I ask where Ace Wallenstein and Alice are? They should have entered this floor with you. Asphi Al-Andromeda suddenly came back to her senses and hurriedly said, we fell into a trap and were separated. When we had just entered the crossroads, green walls of flesh suddenly descended from the dome, cutting off the entire team. Currently, I don't know their exact location either. Those walls of flesh completely changed the terrain, and we have completely lost contact with them. After she finished speaking, a deep sense of unease welled up in her heart. The Sword Princess and Alice were both powerful combatants, but in this completely sealed-off labyrinth, anyone acting alone could encounter danger. Luca nodded upon hearing this. He turned his head, his gaze falling on the corpses of those robed people on the ground. Who are these people? They are remnants of the evils, Asfi Andromeda said, gritting her teeth. I didn't expect that. Not only were they not wiped out, but they have been operating secretly underground for so long. And that Oliwas, the she he mentioned, should be the mastermind behind the creation of those man-eating flowers and the orbs. The evils. In his mind, Luca quickly recalled a piece of history that Finn had once explained to him when he was at the Familia. During that extremely dark period in Rio, cultists who wantonly spread terror and death in the city almost dragged the entire Rio into dark turmoil. Later, after an extremely tragic struggle, with the sacrifice of countless adventurers and ordinary citizens, the evils were almost wiped out. I didn't expect to encounter so many remnants here today, and even a high-ranking executive who had returned from death. Just at the moment the two were briefly conversing. Watch your back. Bet, who had hurriedly rushed down from the passage above, caught sight of that headless yellowish-green body lying on the ground, as well as the head that had rolled not far away, its expression still frozen in a state of shock. But his gaze did not linger on that head for too long, because he saw something even more terrifying. That headless body was actually still moving. He roared loudly, his voice exploding in the cavern. Luca did not turn back. The right arm of Oliwas's headless body, with a terrifying sound of breaking air, smashed fiercely toward the back of Luca's head. He poured all his strength into this blow, and the sonic boom made by the fist cutting through the air resounded throughout the entire cavern. Asfi Andromeda's pupils contracted violently. She wanted to shout a warning, but it was simply too late. However, the scene of Luca's head shattering that Oliwas had envisioned did not appear. Just at the moment that violent fist was about to touch Luca's hair, something snapped. Oliwas's entire right arm snapped off smoothly, and without warning from the interface at the shoulder, that thick arm detached from the torso and fell to the ground with a dull thud. At the wound, countless fine, white, maggot-like granulations suddenly surged out, wriggling and intertwining frantically, and in the blink of an eye, they yanked that severed arm back onto the torso, reconnecting it at the shoulder. Luca watched this bizarre scene, unusual vitality. He paused, whispering, Philvis seems to also. That headless shell felt a kind of incomprehensible fear. It did not continue to attack, but turned around without hesitation, wanting to flee. Its legs pushed off with force, its body leaning forward, preparing to rush into the depths of the nearest passage, where there was the cover of man-eating flowers and complex intersections. As long as it could escape inside, it would have a chance to repair its body. That place, as long as it could reach that place. But Luca's voice came from behind it, you cannot escape, Oliwas. Just at the moment that body took its first step, its two legs snapped off smoothly from the base of the thighs. The headless torso suddenly lost its balance and crashed to the ground. The magic stone embedded in its chest flickered violently, and finally, it burst apart, scattering all over the ground. This time, no more granulations surged out, and that torso completely lost all its power, remaining motionless. Luca withdrew his gaze. The large cavern fell into a deathly silence once again. Chapter 32, Commission complete. Inside the right-hand passage blocked by the green walls of flesh. Rivas casually threw away the great sword in her hand, which was now covered in notches and on the verge of shattering. After the intense exchange just now, her body was covered in wounds of various sizes, while Ace Wallenstein, standing opposite her, had not a single decent scratch on her save for slightly rapid breathing. The blessing of the gods really is a troublesome thing. Rivas spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, looking coldly at the blonde girl opposite her. She had to admit that after obtaining a level upgrade, the girl before her had undergone a qualitative leap in strength. She did not rush forward rashly again. Instead, she reached into the pocket at her waist and took out a strange green leaf. The leaf was translucent, covered in dense veins. She placed it to her lips and blew hard. As the whistle spread, the ground beneath Ace Wallenstein suddenly shook violently. The rock shattered instantly, debris splashing everywhere, and a supergiant man-eating flower, comparable in size to a floor boss, burst from the ground. Its body was so thick it nearly filled the entire passage. It opened its abyss-like gaping maw and lunged at Ace Wallenstein with a roar. Facing this sudden behemoth, Ace Wallenstein did not hesitate in the slightest. Awaken, Tempest! Accompanied by the short chant, violent cyan air currents erupted from Ace Wallenstein's body. Those currents swirled around her, finally wrapping entirely around the desperate in her hand. Ace Wallenstein's figure turned into a hurricane, and she charged directly into that maw filled with sharp teeth. Just one sword strike. The moment Ace Wallenstein's figure submerged into the heart of the flower, those violent wind blades wrapped around the sword erupted from within in all directions simultaneously, the cyan storm tearing the giant man-eating flower apart from the inside. That supergiant man-eating flower didn't even have a chance to struggle before being ground into ash filling the sky. Ace Wallenstein broke through the cloud of ash and landed lightly on the ground. Her gaze pierced through the slowly scattering ash, relocking onto Revis's position. However, the scene before her left her stunned. Taking advantage of the few seconds the man-eating flower had bought her, Revis had not fled. She stood where she was, pulling a colorful magic stone from her bosom. Revis looked down at the magic stone, a flash of complexity in her eyes. She opened her mouth, stuffed the magic stone inside, and bit down hard. Crunch! The sound was piercingly sharp in the enclosed passage. The deep sword wounds on Revis's body began to heal, at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only that, an aura more violent than before erupted from her body and spread outward, causing gravel on the walls to fall with a rustle. Black and purple patterns emerged on the surface of Revis's body. With her injuries healed and her stats surging, Revis let out a roar. She stomped hard, the rock beneath her feet collapsing instantly under the force, countless cracks spreading outward. Using this recoil, she launched herself at Ace Wallenstein. Her right fist clenched, smashing fiercely toward Ace Wallenstein. Ace Wallenstein's reaction was extremely swift. The moment Revis charged, she had already held Desperate horizontally in front of her chest, assuming a defensive stance. An irresistible, terrifying force came from the sword, completely exceeding Ace Wallenstein's expectations. The blade of Desperate vibrated violently, and Ace Wallenstein was sent flying back by that force, her feet plowing 2 deep furrows into the ground as she slid over 10 meters before barely stabilizing herself. The two were once again in a standoff, Ace Wallenstein staring fixedly at Revis opposite her. Clearly in existence with a human appearance and language, but the act of swallowing a magic stone to recover injuries and increase ability values, that was something only enhanced species monsters in the dungeon would do. Exactly is she? This question swirled in Ace Wallenstein's mind, causing her hand gripping the sword hilt to tighten involuntarily. Just as the two adjusted their breathing, preparing to charge at each other once again. An indescribably terrifying aura enveloped the entire passage without warning. It was as if time had suddenly been pressed on the pause button. Under the pressure of that aura, both Ace Wallenstein and Revis opposite her felt their bodies' instincts go wild with alarms in the same instant. Their muscles stiffened simultaneously, their breathing halted in the same instant, and their hearts felt as if they were tightly gripped by an invisible hand. They dared not move a single finger, and even moving their eyeballs became extremely difficult. Tap, tap, tap. A series of slow footsteps rang out slowly in the deathly silent passage. A fair hand gently patted Ace Wallenstein's tense shoulder. Let's go, Ace. Luca is here. That familiar voice rang in her ear, and Ace Wallenstein snapped back to reality. The aura that had frozen her soul dissipated into thin air in that instant. She gasped for air, a layer of fine cold sweat already seeping out on her forehead. Ace Wallenstein turned around in a hurry. Watch out. There's still an enemy in front. Her words came to an abrupt halt. Less than 10 steps ahead, a severed head had already rolled onto the ground. That head had striking, blood-red hair, a beautiful face, but the expression was frozen in bewilderment. Before Ace Wallenstein could recover from her shock, Alice had already slashed her sword at the green wall of flesh blocking the passage behind them. The entire wall slid down along the cut, turning into two collapsed lumps of meat, revealing the path behind leading to the central Great Hollow. Let's go. Let's see how the others are doing. When Alice and the still-stunned Ace Wallenstein crossed the ruins of the flesh wall and entered the central Great Hollow, they happened to see such a scene. That body, which had lost its arms and legs and had yellowish-green skin, turned into a puddle of ash under the onlooker's gaze, blown away by the wind on the ground. Alice's gaze crossed half the hollow and landed on Luca. Luca's gaze happened to look over as well. The two stared at each other across that huge hollow, across the ashes of the corpses on the ground that hadn't completely burned out, for a full 3 seconds. You didn't leave a live one. Both spoke at the same time. I thought you would leave a live one. Luca was somewhat helpless. I thought you would leave a live one. Alice raised her head righteously. During the previous split-up, they both thought the other would definitely show mercy and capture a live one for interrogation when encountering such a high-value intelligence target. The members of the Hermes Familia looked at each other, none daring to interrupt. They looked at the pile of ash on the ground that had become Olivia's, then silently averted their eyes. That green bead is gone. Just then, Lilian Louis, who was clearing the battlefield and checking the remaining supplies near the Great Pillar, suddenly exclaimed. She pointed to the groove on the central Great Pillar, where the fetal bead had originally been embedded. There was a green bead here. Luca looked at the hollow somewhat blankly, then looked around the surroundings. I didn't see it when I came. Luca, Alice, Asphyal, Andromeda, and others looked at each other, staring blankly again. Things having reached this point, everyone could only helplessly clean up the mess and leave this north granary, which had already become ruins. Many in the Hermes Familia had been injured in the previous suicide attacks, and although they had taken emergency potions, they still needed to return to the surface as soon as possible for treatment. After returning to the surface, the two teams parted ways at the foot of Babel. The injured of the Hermes Familia were sent to the treatment center. Asphyal Andromeda left in a hurry with the task of reporting to her deity, while Lilian Louis followed behind the team, dejected because her true level had been exposed, muttering things like the captain is definitely going to scold me to death. Before parting, Lethea gathered her courage and walked toward Philvis. She stood before the elven swordswoman, who was still wrapped in a white robe, and took a deep breath. Miss Philvis, today, thank you for protecting me. Thank you very much. She finished speaking and bowed deeply. Philvis pulled the edge of her hood, hiding half her face in the shadow. She was silent for a moment, and although her voice was still cold, her red eyes softened quite a bit. Your magic is excellent, and being able to maintain precise fire coverage in such a high-pressure environment, not everyone can do that. She paused, seeming to want to say something else, but finally just said a brief goodbye. After speaking, she headed toward the Dionysus Familia. Luca stood at the front of the team, and nodded gently at Philvis's back. The atmosphere in the captain's office of Twilight Manor was heavy. Luca reported everything that happened on the 24th floor to Finn, Loki, Riveria, and Gareth in detail, from the suicide attacks by the robed figures, to the evil's cadre Olivius who claimed to have returned from death, from his freakish body covered in yellowish-green skin, and embedded with monster magic stones, to his declaration, for revenge, I have crawled back from hell. And that she wants to see the sky, he uttered. When Luca finished the last word, the captain's office fell into a brief silence. Riveria put down the quill in her hand and rubbed her brow. So you encountered two freaks, a man and a woman, both with high intelligence value, who knew about the mastermind and the whole plan. She raised her head, her gaze sweeping back and forth between Luca and Alice, and then you and Miss Alice just insta-killed them all. Luca didn't leave a whole corpse, and Miss Alice's side didn't even have a corpse left. Luca coughed dryly, touching his nose with rare embarrassment. He turned his head and glanced at Alice, who was leaning against the windowsill, looking nonchalant. This was a tactical misunderstanding. Luca emphasized. Fine, if they're dead, they're dead, if they ran, they ran. Who would have thought that even with their heads cut off, that red-haired woman could still fake death and escape? Loki waved her hand indifferently, her vermilion eyes flashing with excitement instead. She leaned back in her chair, crossed her legs. The important thing is the identity of those guys. A dead evil's cadre actually revived, and even turned into that kind of inhuman monster. She grinned, the lower world never disappoints. I really don't know what you're happy about. Riveria glared at her crossly. Finn, what do you think? Finn crossed his hands on the table. He was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. It seems a huge storm is brewing behind the scenes in Rio. The remnants of the evils not only didn't die out, but are secretly accumulating power, even developing into that monster human state, and they seem to have a common goal. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. The she in that Olivius's mouth, who can revive a dead person, is very likely the mastermind behind all this. The remnants of the evils are very likely to act again. We must be fully prepared. A few days later, in a corner of the East Street. It was an inconspicuous old musical instrument shop, with a dusty lute hanging at the entrance and a few dusty scores displayed in the shop window. It looked like a shop that hadn't had customers for a long time. The black-robed mage Fels arrived here as promised to meet with Lillian Louis, Ace Wallenstein, and Alice. After listening to the three's detailed report on the green flesh walls, green beads, man-eating flower beds on the 24th floor, and the resurrection of the high-ranking evil's cadre Olivius, Fels fell into a long silence. Thank you for your hard work. It didn't say more, reaching into its black robe and taking out 3 brass keys. This is the reward for completing your commission. The few took the keys and, following the address provided by Fels, arrived at a trust warehouse. Lillian Louis found the corresponding number, took a deep breath, and inserted the brass key into the keyhole. Click. The sound of the latch popping open was exceptionally crisp in the silent underground corridor. She opened the heavy safe door and was stunned. Ace Wallenstein, standing behind her, was also stunned when she saw what was inside the safe. It was filled with extremely valuable gems, necklaces, and jewelry. Ace Wallenstein even saw 3 magic books. If converted into Valis, it would be an astronomical figure. Alice, however, didn't care at all and let Luca behind her collect it for her. But Lillian Louis and Ace Wallenstein, who knew what this wealth meant, were a bit afraid to accept it after the initial shock passed. But Fels had made it very clear when handing over the keys, the safe was a one-time opening. Once locked, it could not be opened again. If this money were left here, it would be under no protection. Helpless, Lillian Louis and Ace Wallenstein hesitated for a long time before finally accepting the money. However, Lillian Louis took a small portion, then divided the remaining majority into 2 parts. One part was given to Luca as thanks for his life-saving grace at a critical moment, and the other part was handed over to the Loki Familia as hush money. After all, the Loki Familia knew about the Hermes Familia concealing their true level, and this money was intended to hope that Finn and the others would turn a blind eye. Ace Wallenstein likewise only accepted the portion just enough to repay the huge debt she owed the Goibnia Familia, and handed all the remaining wealth to Riveria to handle, as public funds for the Familia. As for Alice, in the next few days, a silver-haired girl's figure could always be seen in the major restaurants of Rio. She was either eating or on her way to eat, from the barbecue stalls in the Central Plaza to the seafood restaurants on the South Street, from the pie shops on Artisan Street to the dessert houses in the northwest corner. Almost every famous shop had traces of her sweeping through. Because she especially loved the food at the Hostess of Fertility, Alice even rented a fixed seat by the window in the shop directly, living there comfortably for several days, living an extremely luxurious yet extremely comfortable life. These were things Luca only found out when he went to find Anya to play. Problematic ad. Reported here. You can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor. Hashtag 203 Chapter 33 Hephaestus Chapter 33. Hephaestus in the luxurious room at the top of Babel, which overlooked the entire Rio. The goddess of beauty, Freya, held a glass of red wine, leaning lazily against a soft sofa. Freya parted her red lips slightly. As tall as an iron tower and known as the strongest warrior in Rio, Otter immediately stepped forward from the shadows. I am here, Lady Freya. That child, he has grown stronger again. The radiance of his soul is even more dazzling than before. Freya swirled her wine glass, her eyes filled with undisguised infatuation and longing. But soon, her brows furrowed slightly. However, a blemish has appeared on that pure, flawless soul. That blemish is hindering his further transformation. Otter, do you know anything about this? Otter kept his head lowered and replied in a deep voice, it is karma, Lady Freya. That boy forged a deep-fated connection with a minotaur in the past. It was the fear of almost being killed by a minotaur when he had just become an adventurer. It is a psychological shadow carved deep into his soul, which is the blemish you speak of. So that's how it is. Freya turned her head, looking at Otter who kept his head lowered, and suddenly asked, come to think of it, I have been keeping my eyes on that child recently and have neglected you all. Otter, do you have any dissatisfaction with this? Otter's reply was without the slightest hesitation. The goddess's love is universal. As long as it is your will, we will never harbor any jealousy or complaints because of it. Freya chuckled. I find myself wanting to see what you look like when you're jealous, Otter. Otter lowered his head deeply and remained silent. So, Otter, how do you think Bel Cranel should resolve that problem? Freya returned to the main topic. If an adventurer does not go on adventures, their growth will ultimately be limited. Otter said in a deep voice. One must face their fear directly to break the shackles. Is that so? Freya drained the red wine in her glass. I trust your judgment, Otter. I will leave this matter to you to handle. As you command. That afternoon, for the first time in a long while, Otter came alone to the 17th floor of the dungeon. Relying on his terrifying aura as a level 7, ordinary monsters didn't even dare to approach him. Otter searched the floor for a long time and finally discovered a unique minotaur. That monster not only knew how to use crude stone weapons, but more importantly, it actually withstood Otter's aura, and let out a provocative roar at him. You're the one. Looking at this wild minotaur, Otter unslung one of the two greatswords he always carried on his back and tossed it casually at the minotaur's feet. Pick it up. Otter drew his own weapon, his eyes cold. From now on, I will train you. Bel Cranel, I sincerely hope you can respond to the goddess's love. On the other side, in the industrial district on the northeast main street of Rio. Days passed by and the preparations for the Loki Familia's expedition were proceeding intensively. On this day, Finn, Loki, and Luca came together to a massive workshop in the industrial district. This was the base of the Hephaestus Familia, the largest weapon forging center in Rio. Just as they walked into the workshop's reception room, a goddess with bright red hair, a black eye patch over her right eye, and wearing a sharp white shirt came up to greet them. Yo, Loki. Long time no see. Loki grinned and leaned in, greeting the goddess of forging affectionately. The two gods were old acquaintances from their time in heaven, and their relationship was clearly very good. Let's go, let's talk inside. Hephaestus led the three of them into the interior of the workshop. As soon as they entered, a wave of scorching heat hit them. In front of the workshop's core forge, a woman with long black hair, healthy wheat-colored skin, and an eye patch over her left eye was swinging a hammer, focused intently on striking a red-hot sword blank. It wasn't until the sparks dissipated and the blade was quenched that the woman let out a long sigh of relief. She turned around and finally noticed the group behind her. Lady Hephaestus. And everyone from the Loki Familia, look. The woman, not feeling like an outsider at all, excitedly raised the glowing longsword she had just forged to show off to Hephaestus. The magic sword I just forged. The quality is quite perfect. Hephaestus sighed helplessly and covered her forehead. Tsubaki, I clearly told you a few days ago that Loki and the others were coming today to discuss the expedition. Yet, as soon as you started hammering iron, you forgot all about it. Ahaha, sorry, I just got carried away. Tsubaki scratched her head and walked up to greet Finn. As the captains of the two major familias, they were clearly very familiar with each other. Then, Tsubaki's gaze fell on Luca, who was standing to the side. This recognized #1 blacksmith in Orario had an extremely sharp gaze. She noticed at a glance the extremely out-of-place, half-broken wooden sword hanging at Luca's waist. Tsubaki's brows immediately furrowed, and her originally cheerful expression turned somewhat displeased. Hey, what is going on here? As an adventurer of the Loki Familia, why would you wear something so ragged, something that can't even be considered a weapon? Faced with Tsubaki's questioning, Luca was not angry. He reached out and gently stroked the hilt of the broken wooden sword. This wooden sword has been with me since I left my village. It has a very special meaning to me. Hearing this, Tsubaki's tightly furrowed brows instantly relaxed. So you are someone who pours emotions into their weapon. That makes sense, I can understand that. Tsubaki nodded, but still kindly reminded him, however, since you are going to the deep levels of the dungeon, relying on emotions alone is not enough. You had better equip a truly powerful weapon, or you might lose your life. Hearing this #1 blacksmith worrying about Luca's life safety, Finn and Loki, who were standing behind, exchanged a glance. Loki was pursing her lips tightly, and Finn's shoulders were shaking. He is very strong. Don't underestimate others, Tsubaki, Hephaestus reminded her. I am not underestimating anyone. Tsubaki shook her head. I can tell how strong he is. But as long as a person is not strong enough to resist the entire dungeon, they must possess a suitable weapon. Thank you for the reminder, I will keep that in mind. Luca nodded without further explanation. Soon, the group sat around the table in the workshop and began to discuss business. Regarding the accompanying personnel for this expedition, I have already arranged it. Hephaestus took out a list. There will be 13 blacksmiths who are at least level 3, following you down as logistics and equipment maintenance personnel. They have a certain ability to protect themselves, and will not hold you back. 13 high-level blacksmiths. That is a truly luxurious lineup. Loki nodded with satisfaction and looked at Tsubaki. Tsubaki, are you going too? Of course I'm going. Tsubaki grinned, her eyes full of fanaticism. Only by obtaining the materials dropped by monsters in the deep levels with my own hands, can I immediately feel their potential for forging. I am really looking forward to the scenery of the deep levels. Finn nodded and asked, then, regarding the indestructible attribute weapons, how are the preparations coming along? Although time was a bit tight, I personally crafted 5 masterpieces with the indestructible attribute. Tsubaki patted her chest confidently. I guarantee your vanguard will find them easy to use. Thank you so much. Finn breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, Finn, do you really not need to purchase a batch of magic swords? Tsubaki took the opportunity to upsell. If you bring a few powerful magic swords, the safety of the expedition will be greatly improved. Finn smiled bitterly and shook his head. Although I would like to buy them, the price of magic swords is simply too expensive. The expenses for this expedition are already huge. Speaking of this, Finn paused and glanced at Luca. To be honest, if it weren't for the extremely generous unexpected harvest Luca and the others had a few days ago, we wouldn't even have been able to make the basic preparations for this expedition. If you're not buying, then so be it, what a pity. Tsubaki sighed, her tone becoming somewhat complex. Actually, a newcomer with the noble bloodline of magic sword forging recently joined our familia. That kid's magic sword forging level, to be honest, it's even a bit higher than mine. Finn and Loki both showed expressions of surprise. One must know that Tsubaki was the #1 blacksmith in Orario, holding the title of Cyclops. To be able to have her personally admit someone was better than her, that newcomer's level was simply incredible. Hephaestus frowned and interrupted her. That child doesn't like others spreading his bloodline around, he has complained to you about it many times. I know, but I'm just frustrated. Tsubaki pouted. Even though that guy has such terrifying talent and keeps saying he wants to forge the ultimate weapon, he only has that half-baked resolve, and isn't even willing to forge the magic swords he is good at. If one wants to forge a weapon that surpasses the gods, regardless of bloodline or talent, if one doesn't pour everything into studying it, how can one reach that realm? Speaking of this, Tsubaki stood up abruptly, flames burning in her eyes. One day, I will definitely forge a weapon that surpasses the gods with my own hands for you all to see. Watching her captain acting like this as usual, Hephaestus sighed helplessly and covered her face. Hee, it seems you have a hard time too, Hephaestus, Loki teased from the side, gloating. As expected of the Cyclops, you should have that attitude of punching Fifi and kicking Goibniu. Loki gave a thumbs up. Go for it, I believe in you. Lady Loki, it's not that exaggerated. Tsubaki blushed. And can you not call me by that title? It sounds like a monster. In a relaxed atmosphere, the group finally finalized all the details, such as the expedition accompanying personnel, weapon delivery time, and logistical supplies. Chapter 34, Expedition. Sunlight spilled onto the bustling streets of Orario, but Lafia's mood was clouded with gloom. She wandered aimlessly through the streets. The bustle of people, the peddlers' cries, the laughter of adventurers, and the clanging of hammers from distant blacksmith shops intertwined, yet these sounds seemed to be blocked out by an invisible membrane, failing to reach her ears. Her mind kept replaying the scene she saw in the courtyard of Twilight Manor this morning. Ace Wallenstein and Luca were engaged in high-intensity morning training. The sparks and air currents that erupted when their blades crossed drew beautiful arcs in the morning light, breathtakingly beautiful. Miss Ace is getting stronger and stronger. And what about me? Lafia sighed. As an elf mage in whom Loki and Riveria placed high hopes, she always faltered at critical moments in actual combat due to cowardice or panic, dropping the chain. Just as she was feeling dejected, a cold voice suddenly came from behind her. Lafia was stunned for a moment. She turned around and found Filvis, dressed in black, standing in the crowd. Miss Filvis. Lafia's eyes instantly lit up. Why are you here? Just passing by. Filvis's reply remained brief. Her gaze lingered on Lafia's face for a moment. You look like you're in a bad mood. Did something happen? The two found a quiet open-air cafe and sat down. Filvis stirred the black tea in her cup. She didn't rush, just waited quietly, her red eyes watching Lafia, giving her enough time to collect her thoughts. Facing this compatriot with whom she had fought alongside on the 24th floor, and for whom she had a great deal of affection, Lafia did not hide anything. She took a deep breath and poured out her inferiority complex regarding her lack of strength, as well as her frustration at wanting to become stronger but not finding a direction. I don't want to drag everyone down at critical moments anymore. Lafia gripped the cup in her hand tightly. I also want to become a force capable of protecting Miss Ace, Mr. Luca, and everyone. Filvis listened quietly and put down the teaspoon. Your magic output is already quite rare for your level. She spoke. I have seen many elf mages. At the same level, your total magic power and control are considered outstanding. What you lack is just the technique to remain calm in actual combat. She looked at Lafia. If you don't mind, I can help you with special training for parallel chanting. Lafia stood up in excitement. She had rehearsed countless times in her heart how to ask this compatriot for advice, but she didn't expect the other party to take the initiative to guide her. Filvis pulled the edge of her hood, somewhat unaccustomed to the other's intense gaze. It's just special training. Whether you can learn it or not depends on yourself. For the entire afternoon that followed, the two went to an open space. This place was far from the city's hustle and bustle, surrounded by dense woods. There was only the rustling of wind through the treetops, and the occasional bird chirping in the distance. It was indeed a good place to practice magic. The space was large enough, and they wouldn't be disturbed. As an instructor, Filvis showed an extremely strict side. Her teaching method was simple and direct, not giving you time to prepare, not giving you space to hesitate, throwing you directly into a high-pressure environment, and letting you learn to adapt yourself. The first step of parallel chanting is to let your body remember the chant, not use your brain to remember it. Once more. Philvis stood not far away, arms crossed. Lafia panted heavily and climbed up from the ground. Her clothes were covered with grass clippings and dirt, her forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, and her hair had become messy due to the rolling just now. She couldn't remember how many times she had been thrown to the ground, but every time she fell, Philvis would mercilessly urge her to stand up and continue. Concentrate. Don't think about the movements of your feet, let your body coordinate itself. Your chanting breaks when you encounter a fright, which shows you haven't truly mastered it. If you are like this in actual combat, the enemy won't give you a second chance. Maintain the injection of magic power. From the initial interruption of chanting and stumbling, to later being able to maintain stable magic output on uneven ground, Lafia made great progress. In the evening, the two sat side by side on the edge of the open space, leaning against a large oak tree. Lafia wiped the sweat from her forehead with her sleeve, and her breathing finally calmed down. She felt the muscles all over her body aching, but her spirit was exceptionally excited. That was the sense of fulfillment after breaking through oneself. Philvis's fingers rubbed the corner of her clothes unconsciously, as if making a difficult decision. After a moment of silence, she suddenly asked, I heard the Loki Familia is about to conduct a large-scale expedition. Are you going to? I'm going. Lafia nodded vigorously. In this expedition, I will definitely protect everyone. Philvis's gaze became somewhat complicated. She looked at the horizon dyed red by the sunset, and her voice became a few shades deeper than usual. I also heard that you possess the ability to copy the magic of all elf compatriots. Can you tell me what are the specific conditions for copying? Lafia was stunned. She never talked about her abilities in front of outsiders, but facing Philvis, who had just selflessly imparted her precious training experience to her today. She hesitated for a moment, then finally chose to be honest. My magic is called Elf Ring. She said softly, to copy magic, besides the other party having to be an elf, I must also fully grasp the specific effects of the magic, as well as remember its chant incantation word for word. Philvis nodded. Listen well, Lafia. Next, I will demonstrate my magic. You need to see clearly and write down every syllable. Lafia was stunned. She looked at Philvis and didn't react to the meaning of this sentence for a moment. Philvis did not wait for her answer. She raised her right hand and began to chant, Become a shield, evil-breaking holy grail. Deliverance grail. Accompanied by the crisp chanting sound, a translucent shield emitting holy radiance appeared in front of the two. It floated in the air, emitting a warm and peaceful breath, making one feel an indescribable sense of security. This is a defensive magic activated by short text chanting, which can resist physical and magic attacks. Philvis slowly dissipated the shield, and the translucent radiance dissipated in the air. She lowered her head, looking at Lafia, who was looking up at her face. In those red eyes, there was a kind of extremely complicated sadness and determination, whose deep meaning Lafia did not notice at the time. I entrust this magic. She was silent for a moment, her voice becoming softer. The expedition is dangerous. Must come back alive. Immersed in the great joy of being trusted, Lafia did not notice the abnormality in Philvis's tone. She only felt that her heart was filled with a warm current, almost overflowing from her chest. She stood up and straightened her back. I will definitely come back safely. A few days later in the morning. In the central plaza below Babel, people were moving, and the atmosphere was solemn. All the main members of the Loki Familia had assembled. The melee members polished their armor, the mages gripped their staffs, and the supporters carrying supplies ran back and forth, loading the last batch of materials into their packs. Everyone's eyes were focused on the petite figure standing on the high platform at the very front. The captain, Finn, was using his highly infectious voice to conduct the final mobilization before the expedition. Everyone. He raised the spear in his hand, the tip flashing with dazzling light in the morning sun. His gaze swept over every determined face under the stage, and his voice echoed over the square like a bell. What we are about to step into is an unknown place, a realm that no one has ever touched. We will face fear, face death, but we will never retreat. He paused, his gaze becoming more intense, because we are the Loki Familia. We are the Stell. We are the reserve of heroes. Today we will once again plant the flag of Rio in the deeper dungeon. Ohu! Following the end of Finn's speech, a deafening war cry erupted from the audience. Their fighting spirit was completely ignited, and they raised their weapons high, sending out the loudest shouts to the sky. Just then, a team in uniform squeezed out of the crowd. Those people were wearing dark leather aprons, with various forging tools on their shoulders. Looks like we arrived at a good time. Tsubaki, wearing an eye patch on her left eye, walked to the front of the team, and the 13 high-level blacksmiths of the Hephaestus Familia behind her filed out. Tsubaki walked to Luca very naturally and patted his shoulder. Luca, if you encounter weapon damage in the deep layers, come find me anytime. Although I can't fix that wooden sword of yours, you can pick any of the spare weapons I brought. Luca smiled and nodded to this enthusiastic and straightforward blacksmith. Then I will thank you in advance. If there is a need, I will not be polite. All right, everyone listen. Finn raised the spear in his hand, and began to give formation orders. His voice was clear and decisive, every order was precise, without any unnecessary nonsense, letting the whole team enter a state instantly. The team is divided into two parts. The vanguard will be led by me and Luca. Riveria, Ace Wallenstein, Bet Tiona will accompany. Raoul, you are responsible for being a supporter, follow closely behind the vanguard. Blacksmiths of the Hephaestus Familia, please follow in the supporter team, keep a safe distance, and prioritize equipment maintenance. The senior cadres and supporters who were named answered in unison. As for the main force, Finn looked at the dwarf standing in the crowd. Gareth, I will leave the command of the main force in the rear to you. Lafia, you stay in the rear to assist Gareth and be responsible for long-range fire support. Leave it to me, Finn. Gareth laughed and patted the heavy armor on his chest, and the thick metal plate made a dull bang-bang sound. Yes, yes. I will definitely work hard. Lafia gripped her staff nervously, her heart pounding in her chest. She looked around at the seniors who were more experienced than her, and took a deep breath. Finn turned around, and the spear in his hand pointed sharply at the huge tunnel entrance that was bottomless below Babel. Expedition start. The mighty team began to move. Problematic ad. Reported here. You can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor #205 Chapter 35 Oda Chapter 35. Otter inside the wide passage leading to the middle floors of the dungeon, the vanguard of the Loki Familia was advancing methodically. Ah, how boring. Tiona hoisted her twin-blade greatsword onto her shoulder. These monsters on the upper floors are just too weak, they're not even worth fighting. Forget about a warm-up, I haven't even broken a sweat. Bet, how about you and I spar? We're just idling anyway. Get lost, you idiot Amazon. Bet walked on the flank of the party without even turning his head. His voice carried his usual impatience. I've got no interest in playing house with you. Save your strength for killing monsters on the deep floors. If you've got so much energy to burn, why don't you go help the support staff carry luggage? Why are you being so stuck up? You're so stingy. Tiona looked at Luca again. Luca, spar with me, will you? I want to learn that martial arts technique you used to defeat me yesterday. Luca, who was beside Ace Wallenstein, didn't answer her. He suddenly stopped in his tracks. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze piercing through the dim passage ahead, and looking deeper into the depths. Finn, Luca said softly. There's movement ahead. Someone is running this way. Their footsteps are chaotic, and their breathing is ragged. Hearing Luca's words, Finn raised his right hand without hesitation, his voice decisive and clear. All troops, halt. Maintain vigilance. The entire vanguard fell silent instantly, the sound of weapons being unsheathed ringing out through the passage one after another. Less than half a minute later, accompanied by messy and heavy footsteps, 6 panicked and wounded adventurers came stumbling up from the lower levels. Their armor was in tatters, covered in dust and bloodstains. When they saw the Loki Familia flag with the Jester emblem fluttering ahead, the 6 of them looked as if they had found a lifeline. Their legs gave out, and they collapsed to the ground. We're saved. Please, please save us. One of the male adventurers, who appeared to be the captain, scrambled to the front of the group. The 9th floor. We encountered a minotaur on the 9th floor. That was definitely not a normal minotaur, it was a variant, and it could even use a greatsword. We were no match for it. My team members, several of them are heavily wounded. A minotaur. On the 9th floor. Finn frowned. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? The minotaur is a monster of the middle floors, typically only appearing on the 13th floor and below. It's absolutely true. The adventurer swallowed hard, his voice trembling. We thought for sure we were going to die, but a white-haired brat suddenly rushed out from the side and blocked the monster for us. But that monster is just too strong. The brat looks like he can't hold on much longer. He looked up at Finn. Please, go save him quickly. A white-haired brat. Luca repeated the words softly. The moment he heard the description, he immediately thought of the rabbit-like boy. The situation is urgent. Finn made a quick decision. Luca, Ace Wallenstein, the 2 of you are the fastest. Head to the 9th floor immediately and subjugate that variant minotaur. You must save that boy. Understood. I understand. Before the words had even faded, 2 blurs, 1 gold, and 1 red had already swept past the adventurers slumped on the ground, racing directly toward the path to the 9th floor. Just as Luca stepped into the area of the 9th floor, he came to a sudden halt. In the corner of the passage lay a petite figure. A Paolum girl was covered in wounds. Her short brown hair was matted together with blood, and blood flowed down her cheeks, obscuring her eyes. Her face was pale to the point of transparency, and her breathing was weak and rapid. Luca stepped forward quickly, knelt down, and reached out to check her pulse. She was still breathing, but she would die soon if she wasn't treated immediately. Just as he assessed her injuries, the Paolum girl seemed to sense someone approaching. She used her last bit of strength to grab tightly onto the corner of Luca's cloak. Please, she said in a broken, barely audible voice, save Belle Cranel. Before she could finish, her hand went limp. Luca glanced toward the violent clashing sounds coming from the depths of the passage, mixed with heavy footsteps and the occasional roar of a monster. He turned to Ace Wallenstein and said, Ace Wallenstein, you stay here first and help her treat her fatal wounds. Her injuries are severe, she won't last long. I'll go ahead and take a look. All right, leave it to me. Ace Wallenstein immediately pulled a potion from her waist. Luca stood up, his gaze locked on the direction of the battlefield, and in the next instant, his figure vanished from where he stood. When he arrived at the wide underground hall, the sight before him made him pause slightly. The originally open space was now filled with blood and rubble. The ground was covered in crisscrossing cracks, and the stone walls were splattered with black blood and scorch marks. The air was filled with a heavy scent of blood and the stench of monster fluids, mixed with the burnt odor of something scorched. And in the center of that chaotic battlefield, the white-haired boy named Belle Cranel, like a blood-soaked rabbit, was engaged in a desperate, deadly battle with an extremely muscular minotaur wielding a black greatsword. The minotaur was nearly a size larger than its normal kin, its skin a deep bronze color, and one of its horns was broken. Most notably, it held a massive black greatsword in its hand, clearly having been trained by someone to use it. The boy's body was already covered in wounds. There was a gash on his shoulder torn by sharp claws, bloodstains on his arms from being grazed by the blade, and a deep wound on his right leg. Yet in those ruby-like eyes burned an intense, fiery light. Luca only needed one glance to draw a conclusion. As long as Belle Cranel could hold on, it was only a matter of time before he won this battle. Just then, having sensed Luca's arrival, Belle Cranel, who was circling the Minotaur, snapped his head around. He caught sight of a corner of red. It was Luca's cloak. His eyes lit up instantly. "Luca, please, save Lilaruka, she's heavily wounded. We've already found her and provided emergency treatment." Upon hearing this, Belcranel let out a long sigh of relief, then used all his remaining strength to let out a hoarse roar. "Luca, don't interfere. I don't want to stand behind you forever." He swung his dagger with force, forcing the Minotaur back a step, and took advantage of the gap to turn around, his eyes looking straight at Luca. "I want to kill it myself." Luca looked at the boy's eyes, filled with resolve, and gave a slight nod. "I understand. This is your battle, I will not intervene." Having said that, he stepped back to the edge of the passage. He wouldn't interfere with Belcranel's battle rhythm, but he was close enough to step in and save him if he were truly in mortal danger. Just then, a wise choice. A deep, resonant voice came from the shadows behind Luca. Accompanied by heavy footsteps, a figure as tall as an iron tower slowly stepped out of the shadows. Otter the Behemoth. He stood directly between Luca and the battlefield. "This is an adventure that belongs to that boy, no one is allowed to disturb it." Luca's gaze swept over Otter. His eyes passed over Otter's burly body, which looked like it was forged from steel, and landed on the few potions hanging from his waist. "Even if we hadn't come, you were prepared to save the Paolum girl lying outside at the last moment, weren't you?" Luca said. Otter did not deny it. "This is a trial set by the goddess for that boy," he said. "I have no intention of harming others." After saying this, Otter's gaze locked tightly onto Luca. As a warrior standing at the pinnacle of Orario, as the limit of LV7, his warrior's intuition, honed through countless life and death trials, was frantically sounding alarms. The young, purple-haired man standing before him, who appeared so gentle in his aura, presented a quality in his perception that he had never felt from any other opponent. "I have heard Freya speak of you." In Otter's amber eyes, a fanatical fighting spirit ignited. "You are indeed strong. This unfathomable aura." He paused, his voice becoming even deeper, "is even more terrifying than that of the Empress of the Hera Familia from the past." A terrifying pressure that made the air itself viscous erupted from Otter like a volcano. He slowly unsheathed an extremely heavy black greatsword from his back. "The supernova of the Loki Familia, Luca." Otter gripped the hilt with both hands, the tip of the sword pointing diagonally toward the ground. His body sank slightly, his center of gravity shifted forward, and the air in the entire passage froze. "Since the boy's trial still requires some time, then, may I ask for your guidance?" Feeling the fighting spirit rushing toward him, Luca did not refuse. There was more than just fighting spirit in Otter's gaze. It was the yearning of a warrior who had spent his life pursuing the pinnacle, a desire to touch the higher peak whenever he caught sight of one. "With pleasure." Luca slowly placed his hand on his waist and drew the broken wooden sword that had accompanied him throughout his entire journey. The instant Luca drew his wooden sword, Otter's massive frame appeared before him as if he had teleported. The ground beneath his feet shattered from the explosive force, sending gravel flying in all directions. He held nothing back. His immensely heavy black greatsword, accompanied by a terrifying sonic boom that tore through the air, transformed into a jet-black crescent, slashing down at Luca's head with the force to cleave a mountain. For this strike, Otter used neither magic nor skills. He simply poured his peak LV7 physical strength, the swordsmanship honed over many long years, and the killing intent tempered through countless life and death struggles into this single blow. The violent pressure of the blade even caused spiderweb-like cracks to form on the surrounding ground before it even landed. However, clang. An ear-piercing roar, loud enough to shake the entire 9th floor, erupted like a thunderclap. A violent shockwave swept outward in a ring from the two of them, tearing up the rocky ground layer by layer. The tunnel walls crumbled like tofu before the shockwave, shattering as debris sprayed wildly, striking the surrounding stone walls with a dense barrage of muffled thuds. The spreading shockwave even reached Belle and the Minotaur fighting nearby. Both the boy and the monster staggered, forced to take a few steps back to steady themselves. The Minotaur let out a low growl, looking toward the direction where the two auras had collided, its eyes filled with dread. Amidst the swirling dust and debris, Otter's pupils constricted sharply. His full-power strike had been brought to a halt in midair. Blocking the greatsword was the broken wooden sword in Luca's hand, which looked as though it would snap at the slightest touch. The broken edge of the wooden sword was locked tight against the blade of the black greatsword. What shocked Otter was that Luca's body hadn't even swayed. Holding his sword with one hand, he had perfectly parried and neutralized the full force of Otter's violent impact the moment they made contact. Very skilled swordsmanship, Luca praised. Otter did not answer, a terrifying, unprecedented brilliance erupted in his eyes. He yanked his greatsword back, his body spinning like a top. Utilizing the layering centrifugal force, the immensely heavy black greatsword transformed into a jet-black storm of blades, raining down upon Luca. A relentless barrage of terrifying slashes fell like a torrential storm. Heavy downward slashes, horizontal sweeps, upward strikes, diagonal cuts. Otter pushed his thoroughly tempered greatsword techniques to the limit. Each strike was as heavy as a mountain, carrying the lethal power to cleave mountains and shatter stones. The trajectories of his blade wove an airtight web of death in the air, completely engulfing Luca. The entire underground hall shuddered violently under their fierce exchange. Massive stone pillars were severed at the waist by the pressure of Otter's blade, crashing down with a roar, while the ceiling's rock layers constantly flaked away, large chunks of debris plummeting to the ground with dull, heavy thuds. Every collision between the greatsword and the wooden sword erupted in a burst of blinding sparks and a deafening roar. Those sparks bloomed like fireworks in the dim tunnel, illuminating their two faces. Yet, no matter how fierce or swift Otter's attacks were, Luca never retreated a single step, his feet seemingly rooted into the rock. The broken wooden sword in his hand moved at incredible angles and trajectories Otter had never seen before. Sometimes he would deliver a light tap, precisely deflecting the side of the greatsword's blade, allowing the violent force to slide past his body and slam into the ground behind him. Other times, he would guide it to the side, using Otter's own momentum to parry the attack, causing the greatsword to cleave into the ground, leaving behind a deep trench. Just like that, he nonchalantly dismantled all of Otter's violent offensives. Within the few short seconds of their clash, Ace, having finished tending to the wounded, finally arrived at the edge of the battlefield along with Finn, Riveria, Bet, Tioni, and the others who had followed. When they saw the scene before them, the underground hall, now riddled with holes and nearly unrecognizable, everyone was instantly rendered speechless. "Are you kidding me?" Bet stared fixedly at the center of the fray. The usually unruly werewolf's voice was trembling. That is Otter, the berserk of the Freya Familia." Tiona covered her mouth in disbelief. "No way." Tioni swallowed, cold sweat trickling down her forehead as her grip on her weapon tightened unconsciously. Riveria's knuckles turned white from gripping her staff too tightly. Finn did not speak, his eyes, usually filled with wisdom, were trembling violently. As one of Aurario's top-tier adventurers, he knew exactly what Otter was worth. He was the only adventurer registered with the guild to stand at the pinnacle above all others as a LV. He was Aurario's greatest combat force, the warrior who could hold the rear alone during deep-floor expeditions, retreating unscathed even when faced with endless waves of monsters. Yet, the reality before them was that Luca had not moved a single inch, even while facing the legendary LV. 7 berserks, overwhelming, full-power slashes. It was as if he were merely sparring with Otter, his composure so calm it was infuriating. Ace, standing at the very front, stared blankly at the red-clad back wielding the wooden sword. She had once thought she had glimpsed a corner of Luca's strength, believing that at least she knew how powerful he was. But only today did she truly understand that what she had seen before was nothing more than a faint ripple in a bottomless ocean. Another collision, violent to the extreme. Luca's wooden sword locked precisely onto the crossguard of the black greatsword. With a slight twist of his wrist, an unparalleled, deft force erupted, surging along the blade to gently deflect both Otter's vaunted, immense strength and his rock-solid arms. Otter reeled as if struck by lightning. He felt as though his entire body had been lifted by an invisible, immense force, his center of gravity completely lost. Using the recoil, he slid backward violently for over 10 meters, his feet plowing 2 deep trenches into the hard rocky ground, until he finally managed to steady himself only after his back slammed into a relatively intact stone pillar. The first-class greatsword in his hand let out a groan of distress, fine, spiderweb-like cracks appearing across its blade before it snapped with a sharp ping, the front half of the blade clattering to the ground. His steel-hard body was already covered in a fine sheen of sweat. Looking down at his numb, slightly bleeding web of his hand, he raised his head once more and fixed a deep gaze upon Luca. "I have lost." Otter admitted the gap in their strength with utmost candor. He did not continue his assault, for he knew full well that their clash had already pushed his pure martial arts to their limit, excluding his trump cards of magic and skills. If he were to continue and it escalated into a true fight to the death, it would no longer be a sparring match between warriors, but tantamount to declaring war on the Loki Familia. And the purpose of his visit had already been achieved. Truly superb technique. A look of admiration, unprecedented for him, appeared on Otter's face, which was usually as cold and hard as stone. Only someone with your insurmountable strength is worthy of the title of the strongest in the city. His gaze was as firm as bedrock. "I will challenge you again." "You are welcome anytime." Luca nodded slightly and sheathed the broken wooden sword back at his waist. Otter turned around and disappeared into the dark tunnel without hesitation, his burly figure vanishing around the bend. Almost at the same moment Otter departed. In the center of the clearing on the other side of the battlefield, the massive Minotaur finally revealed an opening during a direct clash. Bel's figure flashed past its blind spot, his dagger accurately piercing the back of its neck. The Minotaur's movements suddenly froze, and its massive body crashed to the ground, disintegrating the moment it landed, dissolving into a sky full of black ash. The white-haired boy, soaked in blood, stood amidst the drifting ashes after exhausting his last ounce of strength. His dagger slipped from his hand, and he lost consciousness. Meanwhile, the members of the Loki Familia standing at the edge of the tunnel remained fixated on the calm-faced, purple-haired young man who was sheathing his wooden sword, long unable to recover from the shock that had shattered their understanding of reality. Luca did not respond to their gaze, instead looking at the spot where the Minotaur had died, lost in thought. Chapter 36 Elite Squad, Dungeon, 50th floor, on a vast flat area. The space here is exceptionally open, with a dome so high that its top is almost invisible, and huge crystal pillars standing tall and scattered across this underground plain. Loki Familia's expedition began to systematically establish forward camps. Tents were set up one by one, and the glow of the campfire dispelled the darkness deep within dungeon. Logistics personnel moved back and forth, taking inventory of supplies, building fences, and setting up sentry posts. Everything was proceeding according to the pre-arranged plan. However, in a corner of the camp, Raoul, along with Angel, Alicia, and other core members of the second echelon, were gathered together whispering. They sat around a small campfire, speaking in hushed tones, their gazes occasionally drifting toward the central area of the camp. "Hey, don't you guys think the cadres are acting weird today?" Raoul lowered his voice. As the commander of the second echelon, he was used to the atmosphere of enthusiasm and confidence among the cadres during the expedition, but today everything was different. Magic swordsman Alicia nodded in agreement, her eyes also filled with confusion. Not only Miss Ace and Miss Tioni, but even Tiona and Bert, who are usually the noisiest, have hardly said a word the whole way. This is so unusual. Following their gaze, one could see that around the campfire in the center of the camp, the cadres each occupied a corner, but there was no sign of them communicating at all. Tiona paced restlessly around the campfire, occasionally waving her urga around, as if venting some kind of pent-up emotion. Bert leaned against a rock, arms crossed, staring at his legs with a furrowed brow. Ace Wallenstein sat to the side, staring blankly at the desperate in her hand, her golden eyes losing their usual focus, her fingers gently stroking the blade. Seeing the cadres looking so dejected and restless, Finn, who was checking the supplies list, sighed helplessly. He knew very well and understood why. Ever since witnessing Luca's sparring match with Otter on the 9th floor, It couldn't even be called a sparring match anymore. It was a one-sided crushing defeat. The worldviews of these proud level 1 adventurers have been severely shaken. Their strength, which they had always been proud of, the level they had reached after countless hours of hard work and countless life-or-death battles, seemed so pale and powerless in front of that newcomer who had joined the clan less than a month ago. It's not that they weren't strong enough, but that Luca was too strong, so strong that they began to doubt whether their years of hard work had really been meaningful. Especially when they saw a newcomer from the same clan, who had received the blessing for less than a month, easily crush Otter, who was known as the strongest warrior in the city. Everyone's confidence was shaken. In fact, Finn himself was also wavering. Over the years, he has risked his life countless times, leading Loki Familia step by step to where it is today, gaining its current strength and status. Then I witnessed someone who had received the blessing for less than a month defeat the strongest person in the city. If Luca weren't a member of his own clan, even Finn would feel somewhat powerless in this situation. Meanwhile, on the other side of the camp, Luca, the instigator of this psychological earthquake, was sitting on a supply crate, chatting with Tsubaki, who was covered in bandages. Gently, gently. Chun complained, her left arm wrapped in thick bandages with a faint trace of blood seeping through. Luca tied a knot at the end of the bandage. I hope you learn your lesson. Who told you to break away from the group and run towards the rare ore? If I hadn't been nearby, that dragon would probably have bitten your hand off. Chun has an extremely fatal occupational hazard. Whenever she sees rare or expensive forging materials, her eyes light up, and she completely ignores the dangers around her, leaving the group alone to collect them. When she descended to the 40th level, she was nearly seriously injured by a lurking dragon monster because she coveted a rare crystal growing on the edge of the cliff. Riveria had already reprimanded the first blacksmith several times along the way, but Chun always let it go in one ear and out the other. The next time she saw a rare ore, she would still rush over with her eyes shining, throwing all the warnings and lessons to the wind. Left with no other choice, Riveria had to entrust the task of taking care of the child to Luca, who was the most good-tempered and the strongest. Hee, it's a blacksmith's instinct, I can't control it. Chun scratched her head a little guiltily, and touched the bandage that Luca had wrapped around her with her uninjured hand. A moment later, her gaze fell on the half-wooden sword at Luca's waist, her eyes becoming somewhat complicated. But speaking of which, Luca, the sword strike you swung when you saved me just now, was really exaggerated. Although I'm not a combat-specialized adventurer, I've still been in the deep layers. To be honest, I didn't even see the shadow of that sword strike in terms of speed and angle. She paused, her tone filled with confusion and curiosity. When I first found out you were level 2, I thought you were hiding your level. Saying you're level 2 is too far-fetched, isn't it? I've been in Rio for so many years, and I've never seen a level 2 kill such a high-level dragon with a single sword strike. It was just good luck, I hit that dragon's weak point. Luca smiled and changed the subject. As the camp gradually settled down, supplies were inventoried, sentry posts were set up, and everyone got plenty of rest. Finn stood on the high platform in the center of the camp, and began the final tactical mobilization. His voice reached everyone's ears clearly. Listen up. Finn's gaze swept across every face below the stage. Starting from the 51st floor, the terrain and the strength of the monsters will undergo a qualitative change. The monsters there will no longer be the ordinary kind we encountered before. He paused, his tone becoming more serious. Therefore, the next exploration will be carried out by a special task force composed of elite members selected by me. The rest of us, along with the members of the Hephaestus Familia, will be responsible for guarding the camp. The safety of the camp is equally important. If the camp falls, we will lose our supplies and escape route, and the entire expedition will be in dire straits. He unfolded a piece of paper with several lines of names written on it in neat handwriting, and began to read the list aloud. Special Operations Team, personally led by me. Combat members include Riveria, Gareth, Luca, Ace Wallenstein, Bert, Tiona, and Tioni. The support personnel are Raoul, Lafia, and Alicia. In addition, Tsubaki will be traveling with us as an equipment maintenance personnel. Upon hearing their name called, those whose names were called immediately began to organize their equipment and check their weapons and supplies. Finn turned his head and looked at Luca. Luca, below the 51st floor, the formation will be stretched out. You will be in charge of the support and the rear guard. I will be in charge of the vanguard and the officers. We will each be in charge of one end to ensure that the formation will not break apart under any circumstances. No problem. Luca nodded and accepted the important task. During this time, Luca learned a lot about team command from Finn, such as how to adjust formations according to terrain, how to allocate firepower in front of different types of monsters, and how to keep the formation intact during retreat. He gained a deeper understanding of the combat system of this world, which made him eager to try it out. Finn then looked at Angie and the others who remained at the camp, his expression becoming extremely serious. Angie, you are in full command of the camp's defenses. Remember, the 50th floor is not absolutely safe. Although it is a known safe haven, dungeon is never static. If you see those worm-like monsters that appeared during the last expedition, do not hesitate. Don't worry about the cost, immediately use the magic sword and magic for a saturation bombardment. Do not let them get even a step closer to the camp. His voice was firm and resolute. We cannot afford to fall in the same place twice. Yes, Commander. Angie replied loudly. Before setting off, Chun, who had been mysteriously carrying several long, narrow packages, finally took out the 5 long, narrow objects wrapped in heavy cloth. She walked to the front of the line and handed the 5 packages to Finn, Gareth, Bert, Tiona, and Tioni. This is the weapon with indestructible properties that I promised you before. Chun proudly puffed out her chest. This is my masterpiece. Although it's a bit light, it's the best weapon I could make given the limitations of materials and time. The group took the weapons and eagerly unwrapped the cloth. As the cloth covering the weapons slipped off, 5 weapons of different shapes were revealed in the light of the campfire. The blade gleams with a dark luster, and the hilt is meticulously engraved with anti-slip textures. The center of gravity and weight distribution of each sword are designed with extreme precision. They tried swinging it a few times, feeling the perfect center of gravity and the indestructible texture. That tangible sense of reliability rekindled the light in the eyes of the cadres, who had been immersed in feelings of isolation. Bert unconsciously weighed the 2 swords in his hands a few more times. Tiona even raised the greatsword and swung it around in the air a few times, letting out a long, exhilarating roar. Rest for one night and set off tomorrow. Finn ordered, his voice echoing across the empty underground plain. As night fell, the camp on the 50th floor gradually quieted down. Meanwhile, deeper within dungeon, in an extremely hidden, enormous cavity. The air was thick with a suffocating stench of blood and decay. The light was extremely dim, with only the occasional fluorescent moss growing on the walls emitting a faint, cold blue light that barely outlined the space. This place is more like a monster graveyard, with thick layers of monster ashes piled on the ground, mixed with countless fragments of broken magic stones. In the middle of that sea of ashes, the red-haired Revis sat there dejectedly. Countless colorful magic stones were scattered at her feet. She grabbed a handful of them, and without even looking at them, stuffed them directly into her mouth. The sickening sound of chewing echoed in the empty, ashen void, and her breath was slowly and laboriously returning. Tap, tap, tap. A person dressed in a purple robe, and wearing a strange mask slowly walked into the ash-filled void. The man in purple robes walked to a spot about 10 steps away from Revis and stopped. His gaze fell on Revis, who was chewing on a magic stone, with some displeasure. Loki Familia's expedition has reached the 50th floor. He paused deliberately for a moment, but Revis did not answer. The men in purple robes continued, they've already established a camp there, and will soon continue their advance downwards, reaching that location. He tilted his head and said sarcastically, why haven't you made a move yet? Revis paused in his chewing, a shadow crossing his red eyes. I was only recently resurrected, she replied coldly. This body still needs time to adapt and recover. My current strength is far from its peak, going there would only be suicide. Is that so? The purple-robed man's tone was even more displeased. In my opinion, it's more like an excuse. Revis didn't respond to his taunts, and subconsciously touched his neck. Her neck skin was smooth, without scars, wounds, or any marks. However, in the deepest part of her remembrance lies an extremely terrifying blank. She only remembered that she was in the passage on the 24th floor, having just swallowed a magic stone to strengthen her body, preparing to subdue Arya. Then a girl with silver hair appeared. Then her gaze was plunged into eternal darkness. She had no idea what happened in that instant. One moment she was feeling the surging power within her, and the next she had lost consciousness. It was an absolute violence that transcended cognition, and was capable of crushing everything. Revis's fingers trembled slightly at his neck, and as his fingertips slid across that smooth skin, he could almost feel the sensation of the sword slicing through him. The mere thought that the silver-haired girl might be in Loki Familia's group sent an uncontrollable shiver down her spine, making her limbs stiffen. Wait a little longer. Revis gritted his teeth, forcibly suppressing the fear in his heart. She stuffed the remaining magic stones into her mouth and swallowed them, letting the energy that hadn't been fully absorbed run rampant in her body, bringing waves of stinging pain. Once I've completely absorbed this power, I'll crush them with my own hands. The man in purple robes looked at her trembling figure, and a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. He stopped just as he was about to disappear into the dark passageway. Then let's get him back to normal as soon as possible. Chapter 37, The Two-Way Battle, Dungeon Level 51, the entrance to the deepest area known as the Dragon Pot. From here on, both the scale of the maze and the strength of the monsters will experience a qualitative leap. As soon as they stepped into the 51st floor, Tiona and Bert rushed to the front of the group, one on the left and one on the right. Tiona brandished her new weapon, which possessed the attribute of invulnerability, drawing silvery arcs in the dim light, while Bert, wielding twin swords, charged close to her flank. Hordes of black rhinos and black spiders surged from the front, densely filling the entire passage. The sheer force of their attack was enough to make ordinary adventurers' legs go weak, but under the onslaught of greatswords and dual swords, these monsters, which could drive mid-level adventurers to despair, fell in droves like wheat being harvested. Loki Familia's elite vanguard displayed terrifying efficiency in advancing the attack. The midfielders relentlessly harassed the enemy, the sparks from the clash of weapons and claws constantly illuminating the dimly lit passageways. The central defenders skillfully covered any gaps, eliminating any who tried to sneak up from the flanks, while the defense maintained their formation. The entire team advanced towards the entrance of the passage in an orderly manner. "Commander, we're almost at the steps." Bert, who was in charge of reconnaissance, shouted, his voice echoing through the passage. "Very good, maintain formation." Before Finn could finish speaking, the ground near the massive staircase leading to the 52nd floor suddenly began to violently churn. Accompanied by the nauseating sound of slimy splatter, and the screeching sound of rocks shattering, hundreds of enormous worm-like monsters burst from the ground. The worms crawled out from the ground, walls, and even the ceiling at the same time, instantly blocking the way to the stairs. "They've arrived as expected." Finn's eyes showed no sign of panic. He had long anticipated encountering these mutated worms he had seen during the expedition in this area, and this time, they were fully prepared. "Tioni, Gareth, push up. Hold them off." Finn gave the order to switch without hesitation. "Leave it to me." Gareth laughed, raising the newly forged battle axe and stepping forward. His body blocked the front of the group, and his battle axe, with a heavy whooshing sound, cleaved the ugly head and its gaping, round maw too. Tioni, wielding a great sword with indestructible properties, followed closely beside Gareth, the blade precisely slicing into the other worm, cleanly cleaving it in two. The two of them withstood the first wave of the worm swarm's frenzied attack, buying precious time for Mage to chant. "Go wild, Fimbulwinter." As Riveria's clear and solemn long hymn was sung, a frigid blizzard howled out. A dazzling icy blue light burst forth from the tip of her wand, which rapidly spread, transforming into a white torrent mixed with ice crystals and a storm, engulfing the dense swarm of worms in front of her. Just before the blizzard hit, Gareth and Tioni simultaneously dodged to the sides, steadily retreating back into the group. The wide area annihilation magic covered the entire area without hindrance. The worms that were wriggling back to the ground slowed down drastically when they came into contact with the extremely cold magical torrent, and their entire bodies were frozen into ice sculptures of various shapes. Immediately afterwards, the ice sculptures shattered under the tearing of the cold wind, turning into ice shards and ashes that piled up into tiny icebergs on the ground. The battle ended cleanly and swiftly, lasting only a few minutes from encountering the swarm of worms to their complete annihilation. Excellent. Finn nodded, pointing his spear forward. Everyone, prepare yourselves, proceed to the 52nd floor. The group quickly traversed the ice-covered and ashes-covered staircase, and entered the area of the 52nd floor. Upon entering the 52nd floor, everyone clearly felt the change. The surrounding air temperature suddenly rose, and even the walls and the rock walls underfoot took on a black lead color, as if they had been repeatedly baked by high temperatures, and the surface was covered with fine cracks. From now on, everyone should avoid fighting as much as possible and move forward quickly. Finn's instructions suddenly changed. Without the slightest hesitation, everyone immediately increased their speed, changing their formation from the previous assault formation to a high-speed marching formation. Everyone lowered their center of gravity, slowed their steps, and tried not to make any unnecessary noise. Just as the group was running at high speed along the passage, Chun, who was walking in the middle of the group, suddenly had a bright look in her eyes and stared intently at a crystal that was flashing red light in the corner of the passage. The crystal was about the size of a fist, a translucent dark red color, and its surface emitted a faint heat wave and light, making it particularly conspicuous in the dimly lit passage. That's an extremely rare flame crystal. It only forms naturally in deep, high-temperature regions, and this piece is so big and of such high quality. Chun's voice was filled with excitement, and her steps had already begun to unconsciously deviate from the group's route. Wait for me, I'm going to dig. An extremely strong hand grabbed Chun by the back of her collar and forcefully dragged her back onto the group's marching route. Why are you pulling me, Luca? Chun turned back to look at Luca with some dissatisfaction. Her eyes were still fixed on the fire crystal, and her body was still trying to lean in that direction. The fire crystal is right there, so close. If I go dig it up, I can catch up with the group right away. As Aurario's top blacksmith, she was extremely experienced and confident that she would not fall behind in mining a piece of ore at this distance. If you're quick enough, it can be done in a few seconds. Trust Finn's judgment. Luca didn't let go. This isn't a place to linger. If you leave the group now, it could trigger a chain reaction we can't predict. Although she had some doubts, Tsubaki looked at the Loki Familia executives who were always running on the front lines, heads down and running wildly, and finally resisted the temptation and obediently followed the group, but she was still muttering things like, "What a pity." The group ran forward for a while longer, and the passage became wider. Huge dents, as if torn apart by the claws of giant beasts, began to appear on the rock walls on both sides, and charred bone fragments and broken scales were scattered on the ground. Suddenly, Luca narrowed her eyes slightly. After a moment he spoke softly, "Finn, the team is being targeted. Something is approaching from underground, and it's moving very fast." Almost at the same instant Luca finished speaking. Boom. The entire ground of dungeon began to tremble violently, the vibrations coming from deep beneath one's feet, causing rubble to fall from the walls, making it extremely difficult to even stand firm. Finn frowned, his gaze quickly sweeping across the ground beneath his feet. Logically speaking, we haven't spent nearly enough time on this floor, and we shouldn't have been targeted so early. But dungeon clearly wouldn't give them time to think. Everyone, turn left. Retreat to the corner. Finn shouted decisively. Just as the team forcibly turned around. Boom. Below their original route, the ground was torn apart like paper, and several terrifying pillars of fire, carrying temperatures that could melt everything, pierced through the earth and shot into the sky. The heat of that pillar of fire was so intense that it distorted the surrounding space, and the air was scorched, emitting a piercing crackling sound. If the team hadn't turned around, they would have been hit head-on by those pillars of fire, and the consequences would have been unimaginable. Riveria. Shield of defense, holy wall of light. Riveria reacted extremely quickly, starting to chant the moment Finn called her name. A massive, emerald-green magical shield quickly rose up in the corner where the team had retreated, keeping out the splashing lava and deadly heat waves. Luca, can you sense the number? Finn asked loudly, staring at the huge craters in the ground that were still spewing out pillars of fire. 15, Luca reported the number precisely. They are monsters that breathe dragon's breath. They are moving underground at great speed. Judging from their appearance, they are cannon dragons. As the pillars of fire erupted, the once flat ground was melted into huge, bottomless holes. The edges of these holes were a bright red, like lava. This violent commotion also awakened the monsters sleeping within the walls. Countless black linos and giant spiders emerged from the cracked walls, swarming towards the cornered team from all directions. There are too many. Raoul, the supporter, held up his weapon, his face pale. The number of monsters pouring out from the cracks in the walls far exceeded expectations. Although the vanguard fought hard, the defensive line had been compressed to its most extreme corner. Although the mages behind the defense kept casting spells, the long-range threat of the cannon dragon made it difficult for them to concentrate on their chanting. Don't panic, stay inside the shield. Luca's voice was like a calming agent, remaining clear and steady amidst the surrounding chaos of battle. He stood at the forefront of the support team. As his sword flashed, several dragons that tried to bypass the vanguard and pounce on the shield were precisely severed by their wings and necks. Finn's gaze swept quickly across the huge holes on the ground, melted by the pillars of fire and leading straight to the abyss below. A plan formed in his mind. Change tactics. Finn raised his spear, his voice piercing the battlefield's clamor and reaching everyone's ears clearly. You take Gareth, Bert, Tiona, Tioni, and Leafia and jump down into these burrows to directly attack the monsters on the lower levels, drawing their attention. Gareth, Bert, Tiona, and Tioni did not hesitate or fear when they heard Finn's order. They immediately leaped into the huge pit that was still emitting black smoke and sparks. Leafia, who was suddenly called out, was still in a daze. Before she could even sort out her thoughts, she felt a sudden tightening at the back of her collar, and she was lifted up. Hold on tight to the staff, don't let go, and adjust your posture before landing. Luca grabbed Leafia by the back of her collar, and with her in tow, they leaped into the abyss filled with sweltering heat and black smoke. Ea Ea. Leafia's screams echoed through the abyss, swallowed by the howling wind and the distant roars of the dragons. During the rapid descent into the air, the crisis did not end, in fact, it became even more deadly. Several enormous dragons spotted the falling group and pounced from the side rock wall, opening their gaping maws covered with sharp teeth, and spewing scorching flames from the rock wall. Watch out! Tioni shouted in midair, her body spinning rapidly as she tried to adjust her posture to face the sudden attack. But with nowhere to gain leverage in midair, facing such a wide-range fire breath was extremely dangerous. Whoosh! A sword light flashed in the dark sky. The dragon's breath, powerful enough to melt rocks, was cleaved in two from the very center. The sword light continued its momentum, instantly slicing through the bodies of the fire-breathing dragons, leaving a smooth cut between their necks and torsos. The next instant, the bodies of several dragons silently separated during flight, turning into two corpses that rained blood in the air before rapidly disintegrating and dissipating. Wow, that's amazing. Leafia stared blankly at the scene, completely forgetting that she was falling rapidly. Luca quickly scanned his surroundings from the air. Besides the dragons he had killed, several others were swooping in from other directions, their targets Gareth, Bert, and the Tiona sisters. He didn't take action to deal with those few. These few that I missed are for you to practice on. Pay attention to adjusting your landing posture. I heard you. Bert let out a triumphant battle cry in midair. His body suddenly sank, and relying on his strong core strength, he made an incredible twisting motion in midair, forcefully changing his falling trajectory and facing a pouncing dragon head-on. His twin swords traced an arc in the air, and with a dull thud, he severed the dragon's head with one strike. Using its corpse as leverage, he adjusted his posture and continued his descent. Tiona burst into laughter in midair, cleaving the oncoming dragon in two. "Leave it to me." Although Gareth and Tiona didn't say anything, they each faced off against an attacking dragon and swiftly killed it in midair. Above, Finn stood on the edge of the shield erected by Riveria, looking at the burrow where Luca and the others had drawn most of their firepower and attention. The fire dragons that were originally spewing flames at the ground troops noticed that some of their prey were launching a surprise attack on their nest through the burrow. Their attack targets shifted significantly, and more pillars of fire began to turn towards trying to stop the falling assault team. The pressure on the ground teams was quickly relieved. Finn smiled slightly. "All right, while the monsters below are tied down, support team, take the supplies and stay close to me. We'll advance at full speed along the normal route and complete the encirclement before they can react." Riveria put away her wand, Raoul and the others slung their supply packs over their shoulders, and Alicia gripped her sword hilt tightly. Led by Finn, the team sped along the cleared passage toward their next target. And so, Loki Familia's team split into two groups. Luca's commando team plummeted down the abyss, passing through scorched rock layers, caves piled with countless skeletons, and fire-breathing cannon dragons and densely packed dragon lairs, forcibly traversing a distance of 6 floors. With a few dull thuds, the group landed steadily on the ground. Luca landed smoothly on the ground and gently placed the slightly dizzy Lafia on the ground. Lafia almost collapsed to the ground as soon as his legs touched the ground. When they looked up and around, everyone gasped. This floor is densely packed with countless kinds of dragon-like monsters. Some lie asleep on the rocks, some wander slowly in the passageways, and some perch on the high rock ledges, looking down at the uninvited guests with their cold, vertical pupils. Among them, the most conspicuous are the enormous monsters called cannon dragons, with cannon-like organs on their backs. A quick glance reveals that there are at least several hundred of them. The dragons that were sleeping or wandering were all drawn to these uninvited guests who had fallen from the sky. 1, 2, 10, 100. More and more dragons stopped moving, slowly turning their heads. Their cold, murderous vertical pupils lit up from all directions, staring intently at them. Luca's gaze swept quickly across the entire dragon nest, locking onto the positions of the most threatening cannon dragons, and he already had a complete tactical plan in mind. He turned around and looked at Lafia, who was trembling with nervousness. "Lafia, begin chanting the wide area annihilation spell. Don't worry about mana consumption, unleash your maximum firepower to cover the right side." Lafia paused for a moment, then took a deep breath. She looked into Luca's calm blue eyes and nodded firmly, "Okay." She gripped her staff tightly, closed her eyes, and began chanting the long and complex incantation. "Gareth, protect Lafia." Absolutely no monster can interrupt her chanting, Luca continued, issuing orders. "Leave it to me." Gareth laughed and raised his massive battle axe to block Lafia. "Bert, Tiona, Tioni." Luca's gaze turned to the 3 Vanguard members who could no longer contain their fighting spirit. "Your mission is to clear out those long-range threatening cannon dragons. Disrupt this floor as quickly as possible so they can't concentrate their fire on us. Prioritize killing those whose cannons on their backs are still glowing, that's a sign they're charging up." "Humph, just what I wanted." Bert grinned, revealing his sharp teeth. Tiona shouted excitedly, raising her great sword with the attribute of immortality high, and charged ahead of the dense swarm of dragons. "That idiot, he's always like this." Tioni sighed helplessly, but she kept up with him. "Hey everyone, would you like to see the main storyline pushed forward by the main characters, or would you like to see more interactions between the characters?" Chapter 38 The Purple-Robed Men, Dungeon, the 58th floor. The air here was thick with the smell of gunpowder and blood, and the ground was covered with a thick layer of ash. "Go wild, Thimblewinter." Lafia stood at the very center of the battlefield, her staff raised high, its tip radiating a dazzling icy blue light. Light shone in the dim cave, and as she chanted the incantation with all her might, an extremely cold blizzard instantly swept through the entire passage. The snow swept past, freezing dozens of cannon dragons in front of them, along with their cannon organs on their backs, into ice sculptures as they were gathering flames and trying to spew fireballs. That was so awesome. Tiona's loud laughter echoed through the cave as she wielded her great sword, which possessed indestructible properties, and frantically slaughtered the monsters. "Look to the right, you idiot Amazon!" Bert's voice came from the other side. He darted through the dragon horde, his metal boots shattering the heads of several dragons that tried to ambush him, while his sword swept across, ripping open another dragon that pounced from the side. Tione and Gareth stood guard on either side of Lefia. 4 first-level adventurers took turns guarding the 4 corners of Lefia, resisting the surging waves of monsters. Initially, they were somewhat hesitant in the face of such a large and powerful group of monsters. When attacking, they had to reserve some strength for defense and positioning to avoid being caught out by the monsters. After all, this is the 58th floor, the core area where dragons reside, and the attacks of each monster are deadly. But they soon discovered that such concerns were completely unnecessary. Whoosh! A bipedal dragon lurking in the shadows suddenly swooped down from the rock wall above. Its movement was silent, its wings making no sound in the air, and its sharp claws aimed straight at Bert's back. However, before Bert could react, a faint, almost imperceptible green sword aura flew in from the side and precisely severed the dragon's throat. Luca stood on a protruding rock not far away, her gaze following every corner of the battlefield. Whenever Bert, Tiona, and the others face unavoidable attacks due to positioning mistakes or greed for kills, Luca always strikes with extreme precision, resolving the crisis for them at the last second. After confirming the existence of this absolute guarantor, Bert and the Amazon sisters exchanged a glance, their last shred of reservations completely discarded, and their fervent radiance instantly reached its peak. Ha 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 ha. Bert stomped on the head of a dragon, smashing it to pieces. The splatter of black blood left a mark on his cheek, but he laughed without a care. With that monster watching, we can't die even if we want to. Kill them all. That suits me perfectly. Tiona let out a triumphant battle cry, and her movements became even more unrestrained and reckless than before. Since there is no need to consider defense, worry about injury, or pay attention to deadly attacks that may come from blind spots, the destructive power of a level 1 adventurer will be amplified to an extremely terrifying degree. The 3 completely abandoned defense and transformed into berserkers who only knew how to kill, charging into the monster horde and slaughtering them with bloodshot eyes. Their weapons stirred up wave after wave of bloodshed among the dragons, carving out a monster-free vacuum in the deepest part of this dragon-infested region. Gareth stood beside Lefia, watching the young people's crazy antics, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes. He touched the blade of his battle axe and murmured, "I also really want to go up there and hack away to my heart's content." But he didn't move, remaining firmly in front of Lefia. Since Luca, as the commander, had given the order, his duty was to protect the elf girl who was concentrating on chanting magic. Meanwhile, on the 54th floor above them, Finn is leading a team centered around Ace Wallenstein and Riveria, constantly changing formations as they advance through the intricate tunnels. With the loss of forwards like Bert and Gareth, the team's formation became more compact than usual, requiring constant adjustments to adapt to changes in the terrain. Right flank contract. Ace Wallenstein, clear the way. Finn's voice echoed through the passage as he thrust his spear forward, precisely killing a monster that was trying to pounce from the side. He turned his head and looked apologetically at Tsubaki, who was swinging her weapon and smashing a monster's head. "I'm sorry, Tsubaki. You were only here to do equipment maintenance, but now I've put you in the front line of battle. This isn't your job here. Don't be so formal." Chun slammed a monster that pounced on her away, her single eye gleaming with excitement. The opportunity to personally test the feel of a weapon against a deep-level monster doesn't come every day. She laughed loudly, her greatsword spinning like a windmill in her hand, slicing down another monster that tried to approach. The team continued to advance. But as they ventured deeper into the 54th floor, Finn's pace suddenly slowed. His keen intuition, honed through countless life-or-death experiences, and the innate sensitivity of a dwarf, detected the unusual stillness in the surrounding air. The monster density here is significantly lower than on the previous floors. The monsters are deliberately avoiding this area. Everyone, halt. Finn raised his hand, signaling the team to stop. With a soft sound of footsteps, a figure in a purple robe emerged from around the corner. The long robe concealed most of his face in the shadow of the hood, revealing only his sharply defined chin. Chun scratched her head in confusion. How could there be a lone adventurer in such a deep area? No, he's not an adventurer. Finn's eyes turned cold instantly, and the fingers gripping his spear tightened slightly. After listening to Luca's detailed report on the 24th floor incident, Finn had long been wary of the robe's suicide bombers, including Olivas, who claimed to have returned from the dead. He had been extremely cautious about these remnants of the evils who could command monsters. Their appearance often means that bigger trouble is brewing. The most urgent thing now is to rendezvous with Luca and the others. Finn decisively issued the order, "Don't linger here. Everyone, rear guard, move to the front, and retreat to the nearest exit." However, just as the team was about to turn around. Hiss hiss hiss. A chilling shriek rang out, and the ground behind the purple-robed men, and the rock walls on both sides suddenly exploded. Hundreds of enormous worm-like monsters burst from the ground, surging out from the rear and sides simultaneously, instantly blocking all escape routes to the exit. "We're surrounded." Riveria gripped her staff tightly, her eyes quickly scanning the positions of the worms around her, her brain already calculating the best magical strike plan. Finn's eyes swept around, his brain racing as he recalled routes on the map and assessed all possible escape routes. His gaze fell on a narrow passage on the left. Although it was narrow, the rock walls were solid, making it difficult for monsters to break through from the side. Moreover, it was a one-way passage that could only accommodate 2 people at a time, making it suitable for defense. "Everyone, get into that one-way passage." Finn raised his spear and pointed it at the passage. "Ace Wallenstein, seal the entrance. Don't let those worms get close." The team quickly retreated into the narrow passage. Once they were sure they wouldn't be attacked from behind, Finn turned around and his gaze fell on Ace Wallenstein. "Ace Wallenstein." Finn's voice was resolute. "Don't hold back. Use your strongest attacks to clear away all those obstacles in your way." Without further ado, Ace Wallenstein gripped the desperate and walked to the front of the passage. The moment she slowly closed her eyes, the surrounding air began to slowly rotate around her, her skirt swayed gently, and her long golden hair began to sway restlessly. "Awaken, Tempest." With an extremely brief incantation, a violent blue aura erupted from her side, swirling around the desperate sword and emitting a sharp hum, forming a high-speed rotating vortex of wind blades. But this time, instead of rushing out as usual, she adopted a very unusual starting stance. Her body sank slightly, her center of gravity shifted backward, and the tip of her sword pointed diagonally at the ground. The wind on the sword no longer spread outward but was forcibly compressed inward, compressed, and compressed again, until the cyan wind blade condensed into a layer of almost white light on the blade. That was a sword technique Luca taught her during her morning practice, a technique suited to the wind. Ace Wallenstein closed her eyes, feeling the wind flowing, whispering in her ear, swirling around her fingertips, and gathering on her sword. When she opened her eyes again, the heart of the storm was reflected in her pupils. Flash kill. Her figure transformed into an aurora, boom. An indescribable storm of terror exploded within the narrow passage. The compressed wind blade transformed into a massive crescent-shaped shockwave, sweeping forward with overwhelming force. A destructive torrent, composed of countless layers of rapidly rotating wind blades, crashed against everything. The numerous worm-like monsters were sliced, shattered, and disintegrated like paper in the face of this violent wind blade, and then were caught in the subsequent wind blades and torn to shreds. In just a moment, those giant worms were cut into countless pieces, turning into ashes under the crushing force of the rapidly spinning storm, leaving not a single intact remains. It was just one strike. The entire worm army blocking their way was completely defeated. The purple-robed man standing behind the monster horde had no idea that this blonde girl could unleash such terrifying destructive power. He had instinctively summoned 2 man-eating flowers as shields at the critical moment, but those man-eating flowers couldn't even withstand a fraction of a second before being shredded into pieces by the crescent-shaped wind blade. The remaining wind blades still carried their residual power, tearing his purple robe and leaving several deep, bone-revealing bloodstains on his enhanced body, with blood dripping down the tattered fabric. The man in purple robes spat out a mouthful of blood, staggered back a few steps, and barely managed to steady himself by leaning against the wall. His brain was still reeling from the impact of the attack, and black spots flickered at the edges of his vision from the shock. However, in that brief second of his dazed state, a petite figure had silently pressed against him. "We succeeded." Finn's emotionless voice rang in the purple-robed man's ears, accompanied by a silver spear gleaming with a deadly light, thrusting straight at the purple-robed man's chest. The purple-robed man's pupils contracted sharply. Driven by his most primal survival instinct, he twisted his body in a clumsy manner at the critical moment, instinctively holding the short sword in front of his chest, attempting to use the blade to block the fatal blow. He barely managed to block the fatal blow, but the spear still pierced his left arm, drawing a trail of bright red blood. The man in purple robes let out a muffled groan, but using the force of the thrust, he managed to create some distance before staggering and crashing into the wall behind him. Finn did not kill the purple-robed man completely with his attack, and did not rush to pursue him. His gaze calmly swept over the purple-robed man's disheveled state, clutching his severed arm, blood seeping from between his fingers, and he spoke indifferently. "It seems you're not as strong as the red-haired female monster Ace Wallenstein described. Your reaction speed and on-the-spot judgment are far inferior." The man in purple robes clutched his bleeding wound, the penetrating injury leaving his left arm almost immobile. Only the piercing pain constantly stimulated his nerves, and his face beneath the mask was extremely pale. In that brief exchange just now, he had clearly realized that he was no match for the little man in front of him. Whether it was speed, skill, or that suffocating sense of oppression, Finn was far superior to him. The purple-robed man cursed under his breath. He no longer dared to be arrogant and summoned the man-eating flower that was prepared to flank him from underground. The ground suddenly cracked open, and several enormous man-eating flowers burst forth from the soil, opening their gaping maws filled with sharp teeth, blocking the way between him and Finn. Using this as cover, he fled frantically into the depths of the passage without looking back. "Don't even think about running." Ace Wallenstein, who had just regained her composure, was about to give chase when Finn raised his hand to stop her. "Wait, Ace Wallenstein." Finn's spear thrust several times, precisely shattering the magic stones of the man-eating flowers that were blocking his way. When the passage became clear again, the figure of the purple-robed man had completely disappeared into the depths of the intricate maze. Finn frowned slightly. Although it was a pity to let one of the evil's remnants escape, blindly pursuing him in this complex terrain and monster-infested deep area was clearly unwise. The purple-robed man was far more familiar with the terrain than they were. Rashly pursuing him could easily lead them into a trap. "Stop chasing." Finn sheathed his spear and made a decision. "Our primary task is to rejoin Luca and the others. Now that the monsters blocking our path have been cleared, everyone continue advancing at full speed." With the monsters no longer blocking their way and the purple-robed men no longer interfering, Finn's support team sped up considerably. Before long, they successfully passed through the 54th to 57th floors. Upon arrival, the scene before them stunned everyone. The ground was covered with piles of ashes, and in the center of that ashes-strewn clearing, Luca stood on a protruding rock, watching Bert and the others slaughtering monsters in the distance. Upon seeing that familiar figure, Ace Wallenstein's tense expression instantly relaxed. She rushed forward without waiting for the group to come to a complete stop, a faint smile now gracing her usually expressionless, delicate face. Luca patted Ace Wallenstein's head, and nodded slightly when he saw that Finn and the others had arrived safely. "Perfect timing," he said. "Prepare to continue the downward push." Chapter 39 Fallen Immortal Spirit Avatar, 58th floor, the two teams finally completed their assembly and adjustments. Bert and the others were covered in the ashes and blood of the dragons, and their eyes shone with an astonishing light, a kind of exhilarating release of pent-up emotions after a fierce battle. Tiona was gulping down water, while Bert grinned as he wiped his weapons. When the group had rested for a while and arrived at the huge staircase leading to the 59th floor, Finn, who was walking at the front, suddenly stopped. "What's wrong, Finn?" Luca walked to his side and followed his gaze to the bottomless passage. Finn raised his head, his brows furrowing slightly. According to the guild records left by the Zeus Familia, who once reached this place, the 59th floor should be an extremely cold region known as the Glacier Domain. It is said that the temperature there is so low that even first-level adventurers will feel sluggish and their blood will freeze. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, but then they realized what Finn meant. Because at this very moment, standing at what should have been the entrance to the frigid hell, they didn't feel even a wisp of cold wind. On the contrary, the air surging up from below the steps even carried a warm scent. The Zeus Familia wouldn't lie about intelligence, so there's only one possibility. A sharp glint flashed in Finn's eyes. The floors below have most likely experienced some kind of drastic environmental upheaval. After thinking for a moment, Finn subconsciously rubbed his thumb. "I can't feel anything in my thumb." He turned his head, looked at Luca beside him, and a relieved smile appeared on his lips. "Luca, can you sense what's happening below?" Luca said, "The temperature is hot, but there's no extreme cold. The number of monsters inside is extremely small, completely disproportionate to the normal deep floors. In that case, there's no need to hesitate." Finn raised his spear without hesitation. "All of you, proceed. Enter the 59th floor." When the group stepped onto the 59th floor, everyone was shocked by the sight before them. There are no icebergs or frozen glaciers here. Instead, there is a strange forest full of strange plants. The plants are completely different from any vegetation in the earthly world. Their leaves are dark purple and deep blue, and their stems are covered with fine, luminous patterns that pulsate slowly like blood vessels. The dense vegetation covered the entire floor, making it almost impossible to see the original rock structure. On the rock walls surrounding the entrance, there were the same green flesh walls that Bert and Lafia had seen on the 24th floor. The fleshy wall rides slightly like a living thing, with dark green liquid flowing through its surface veins. "It really is this thing." Bert gritted his teeth, his muscles tensing instantly. "Stay alert, maintain formation," Finn shouted, holding his spear horizontally in front of him. His gaze swept quickly over the walls of flesh and the eerie vegetation. "This floor is completely unrecognizable." The group carefully made their way through the dense, eerie forest. When the view ahead suddenly opened up, they arrived at the edge of an extremely large open space. The sight in the center of the open space made everyone's breath catch in their throats for a moment. In the center of this open space, a large number of enormous worms and man-eating flower monsters gathered, but they did not attack each other. Instead, they surrounded the center of the open space like devout believers. In the center of that monster horde, there was an extremely strange entity. It was a monster with a lower body that resembled a plant with tangled roots. Countless thick vines grew from its roots, deeply embedded in cracks in the ground and extending in all directions. Its upper body, however, presented an unsettlingly feminine posture. The outline of a woman's torso, with pale skin that resembled freshly peeled tree bark, delicate features, and eyes without pupils. The worms and man-eating flowers were constantly spitting out magic stones, holding them in vines or tentacles, and offering them to the female monster. The female monster opened her mouth and greedily swallowed the magic stones. Around her, the remnants of the magic stones that had been drained and turned to ash had piled up into small hills. The moment Ace Wallenstein saw the monster, his face turned deathly pale, and his heart pounded wildly in his chest. Not only Ace Wallenstein, but also Riveria, Finn, Gareth and other high-ranking officials who knew the inside story, all showed undisguised horror in their eyes after seeing the outline of the female monster. They recognized what it was. The fairy spirit has turned into a monster. Riveria's voice was low. Noticing everyone's gaze, the fallen fairy, who was greedily devouring the magic stone, suddenly turned its head and let out a shrill howl. With that howl, her body began to swell violently. Her upper body, which originally only had a female outline, quickly twisted and grew. The tangled roots of the vines wriggled, thickened, and stretched wildly like living things. Countless petals bloomed from her body, displaying bewitching colors, layer upon layer, intertwining together, and finally transforming into a magnificent coat woven from colorful petals, draped over her twisted body. She stared intently at Ace Wallenstein, the resonance of their bloodline, the shared essence, fueling her fervor. She spread her arms, her beautiful face contorted in a grotesque expression, and a piercing, maniacal laugh escaped from her hollow lips. Magic surged wildly around her. She prepared to unleash a spell powerful enough to destroy everything. But her laughter had only just begun. Whoosh! A sword light, too sharp to be seen with the naked eye, flashed across the night sky like lightning, appearing without warning from the very front of Loki Familia's formation. The fallen fairy, who had just displayed her stunning beauty and overwhelming arrogance, hadn't even had time to freeze her wild laughter before the sword light pierced her brow with extreme precision. The violent sword energy exploded within her body, and her body was annihilated from the inside out. Before the monster, radiating the pressure of LV-7, could even cast a single spell, it was blasted into a shower of fragments and ashes, scattering across the ground before everyone's stunned eyes. Luca didn't look at the pile of ashes. Her gaze went beyond the clearing into the deeper darkness. "Stop hiding," he said. "Come out." As if in response to Luca's words, accompanied by a deafening roar, huge flower buds on both sides of the open space bloomed simultaneously. Two fallen fairy clones burst forth from the flower buds, waving colorful petals and countless tentacles, and appeared in everyone's sight. The body of the fallen fairy clone on the left emitted a faint black light, which wrapped around her body and devoured the surrounding light. The aura she exuded was completely different from the other one. The one on the right is similar to the one Luca just killed. Its pupilless eyes are staring intently at Ace Wallenstein. Meanwhile, the fallen fairy on the left, radiating black light, fixed her gaze on Luca, past Ace Wallenstein, and the others in Loki Familia. Luca narrowed her eyes slightly. Others might not be able to see it, but he recognized the true nature of that black layer at a glance. Luca pointed to the fallen fairy clone radiating black light on the left. "I'll take care of this one. The one on the right is yours." "I understand." Finn didn't waste any words and immediately raised his spear. He knew Luca must have his reasons for saying that, and he didn't need to ask any more questions. He just needed to execute the order. Loki Familia, engage the target on the right. The two teams were separated in an instant. The moment they separated, the terrifying oppressive aura of the fallen fairy descended without reservation. The first to move was the corrupted fairy spirit. "Ah, let's sing." She opened her arms, and a strange expression appeared on her previously empty face. The lips opened and closed only slightly, but the lengthy incantation echoed wildly throughout the entire floor at a terrifying frequency that was so fast that it was completely inaudible, like countless voices overlapping. "Flames, gather together. Transform into arrows of crimson lotuses, become meteors of destruction, burn this impure world, and turn everything to ashes." What kind of chanting speed is this? Riveria and Lafia, who were fighting on the other side, were shocked when they heard the overlapping incantations. As mages, they knew all too well that this was not a normal magical incantation. She completed a massive destructive spell that normally takes a mage several minutes to cast in just a few seconds. The sounds overlapped, compressed, and distorted, transforming into a strange frequency that seemed inhuman, as if hundreds or thousands of voices were speaking simultaneously, each chanting different syllables, yet perfectly interwoven within the same incantation. "Don't worry about this, focus on your enemies," Luca shouted without turning around. A torrential downpour of flames, a roar of crimson lotuses. As the pollution fairy finished chanting, the air on the entire 59th floor instantly boiled over. Her magic locked down the entire floor, and countless fireballs, as huge as meteorites, condensed in the dome, radiating terrifying heat capable of melting rocks. The fireball, carrying the pressure of destruction, was poised to strike. Once it landed, the entire floor would be transformed into a true sea of fire, and all life would be burned to ashes. Faced with this massive magic capable of burning down the entire floor, Luca did not rush to draw her sword. He tapped the spine of the broken wooden sword twice with his fingers. Tap, tap. In the next instant, an even more violent and intense pure flame, capable of burning everything in the world, erupted from the wooden sword. The flames took on an extremely alluring crimson hue. They produced no explosive impact, but rather, like a giant curtain, instantly reversed and covered the entire floor, centered on Luca. The meteorite fireballs that condensed above the polluted immortal essence were silently swallowed up the moment they came into contact with the crimson lotus flame, without even a spark. The polluted fairy raised her head blankly, staring at the empty dome. For the first time, an expression of incomprehension appeared on her exquisite face. She couldn't understand why her magic was directly consumed. The released magic power was swallowed up by that crimson flame, giving her no time to react. "It's over," Luca whispered, her wooden sword tracing an arc from top to bottom. A massive, crescent-shaped sword aura, covered in pure white flames interwoven with crimson lotus blossoms, silently swept across the open space. It pierced through the pervasive black light, sliced through the twisted female body, and swept past the tangled roots of the plants. The corrupted fairy didn't even have time to let out a final scream, before it was instantly burned into the finest ashes by this crimson lotus slash, which then dissipated in the wind. But on the other side of the battlefield, the situation was quite different. The battle for Finn's squad was extremely fierce. With a heavy thud, Gareth's body was whipped away by a thick vine and slammed into a distant rock wall, shattering the boulder into pieces. He let out a muffled groan, nearly dropping the battle axe, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. This monster's defense is outrageous. Bert's combat boots kicked hard into the shell of the fallen fairy on the right, but only left a shallow cut. "Her magic is very powerful," Riveria said in a deep voice. "The moment her magic hits its target, it is always absorbed or deflected by the layers of petal shield, greatly reducing its effectiveness." The fallen fairy they were facing was truly at the limit of LV. The overwhelming vines attacked simultaneously from all angles, and the rapidly chanted magic bombarded the team's defenses like a barrage of bullets. Even though first-class adventurers like Finn, Ace Wallenstein, Bert, Tioni, and Gareth gave it their all, they could only barely hold on against its dense and suffocating onslaught. The defense line is in grave danger and could collapse at any moment. Just then. "Listen up, everyone." Finn's loud and unwavering voice pierced through the clamor of the battlefield, exploding in everyone's ears like thunder. He stood at the very front of the group and used his spear to deflect a deadly vine. Turning back, his gaze swept over the wounded crowd like a torch. "Look over there. Luca has easily ended the battle." His gun pointed to the silent clearing on the other side, where only a pile of ashes was being scattered by the wind. "We know he's strong. We know that if we call for help, he'll come right away and kill this monster too." He paused, then his voice suddenly rose, carrying a roar that seemed to tear his throat apart. "But do you really want to spend your whole lives staying in his shadow, taking his protection for granted, and then stagnating as adventurers?" The roar was deafening, exploding in everyone's chest like thunder. "We are Loki Familia." Finn's voice echoed, filled with unwavering conviction and pride. "We are Stel. We possess our own pride and heroic spirit." He whirled around, his spear pointing directly at the arrogant, fallen immortal. "Today, right here, we will use our own hands to vanquish this monster." Finn's words instantly ignited the deepest fighting spirit in everyone's hearts. "That's right." Bert's eyes blazed with fighting spirit in an instant. "I refuse to be a protected piece of trash forever." He stomped on the rocks beneath his feet, crossed his two swords in his hands, and charged towards the fallen immortal. Tiona and Tioni simultaneously unleashed a furious battle cry. Tiona's Urga too drew a huge silver-white arc in the air, while Tioni's greatsword followed closely behind, slashing fiercely at the fallen fairy's flank. Demon Spear, Thirst for Blood. Without hesitation, Finn unleashed his ferocious magic spear, his eyes instantly turning blood red. After going berserk, Finn took the lead, wielding his original weapon in his left hand, and the indestructible spear forged by Tsubaki in his right. With terrifying power completely disproportionate to his petite frame, he blasted dozens of thick tentacles that the fallen fairy was slamming down into pieces. "Ah, sing it out." Upon seeing this, the fallen fairy immediately opened her lips again, preparing to begin that breathtakingly fast magical incantation. "Don't even think about it." Finn gritted his teeth, a resolute glint flashing in his bloodshot eyes. He suddenly leaned back, his body taut like a bowstring to its limit, using all his strength to wield the spear in his right hand as a javelin, unleashing his strongest trump card, the throwing magic. Boom! The spear transformed into a golden streak that pierced through the building, striking the monster's chest with pinpoint accuracy before it could complete its magic. The violent impact exploded the instant it hit, and a third of the fallen immortal's indestructible body was shattered by the golden light. Minced meat and petals flew everywhere, abruptly interrupting the magic that had just begun to condense. Riveria shouted. "The lightsaber of liberation, the bough of the sacred tree." Lafia, who had been chanting an extremely long prayer from the back, finally completed her long-awaited magic. The tip of the staff burst forth with light that had been concentrated to its fullest extent, and suddenly shone brightly. A massive beam of light shot out with a deafening roar. The annihilating light, which contained all of Lafia's magic power, slammed into the wound that Finn had blasted open on the fallen fairy, enveloping its entire body. The vines and petals that it tried to fight back were vaporized the moment they came into contact with the light, and it was firmly suppressed in place. "Now's the time." Gareth roared and leaped high into the air, gripping the handle of his battle axe with both hands. He concentrated all his strength into that one strike, and brought it down heavily on the fallen fairy. In the same instant, Ace Wallenstein transformed into a blue storm, countless wind blades slicing through the monster's roots, severing the roots that penetrated deep into the rock layer one by one. "Gather, breath of the earth. Reveal your presence." Far behind the battlefield, the nine-demon princess Riveria completed her most terrifying triple incantation. The tip of the wand was filled with immense magical power, which intertwined in a precise spiral structure to form a magnificent and dazzling tricolor halo. "Everyone back." Following Riveria's command, Gareth pulled Finn backward, and the others also retreated at the same time, all escaping the falling fairy's attack range in the next second. An overwhelming triple annihilation spell poured down like a torrential rain. The massive magic arrays intertwined, overlapped, and resonated, forming a devastating torrent of explosions that completely engulfed the immobilized fallen fairy spirits. At the moment when everyone else was evacuating, Ace Wallenstein charged forward instead. She poured all the magic power in her body into Desperate, and unleashed a huge cyan sword light. The sword light, carrying the will to tear everything apart, swept past the remains of the fallen fairy spirit covered in magic. Boom! Under Loki Familia's flawless teamwork, the last fallen fairy that had reached the LV-7 limit finally let out a mournful cry. Her body was completely disintegrated under the series of attacks. Her massive form collapsed with a crash, disintegrating and dissipating the moment it hit the ground. The battle on the 59th floor has ended. Finn, leaning on his spear, was panting heavily, his entire body soaked in sweat. Bert's hands were trembling slightly, and Tiona plopped down on the ground, tilting her head back and gasping for breath. Ace Wallenstein lowered his sword, his golden eyes reflecting the drifting ashes. They did it. Without relying on Luca, he defeated the LV-7 limit fallen fairy with his own strength. On the other side of the open space, Luca withdrew her gaze from this direction, a smile appearing on her lips. Chapter 40, the 30th floor of the Divine Meeting Babel, in an incredibly spacious circular hall. The Conference of the Gods, held every 3 months to determine the titles of adventurers in the lower realms, and to exchange information with the gods, is being held here. Around the huge round table, various gods in strange costumes had gradually taken their seats, and the hall was filled with scattered chatter and laughter. Hestia, attending the divine assembly for the first time, was dressed in a formal gown and curiously looked around at her surroundings. "Stop looking around, Hestia, have a seat," Hephaestus said with a hint of exasperation. "Oh, okay." Hestia sat up straight obediently, then leaned close to her friend's ear and whispered, "By the way, Hephaestus, you've met that Luca from Loki Familia before, right? What kind of person is he? I heard from Belle that he seems pretty powerful." "That purple-haired youth?" Hephaestus recalled the scene in the workshop a few days ago, a memory that remained vivid in her mind to this day. According to the information available, he is indeed a new adventurer who has joined Loki Familia less than a month ago. Hephaestus lowered his voice, "But I've seen him once. That person is incredibly strong. You could even say he's strong beyond the common sense of the lower realms." Just as the two were whispering to each other, accompanied by an extremely arrogant laugh, Loki stepped onto the hosting platform in the center of the round table. As one of the main deities of the largest faction in Rio, and with her children away on a distant expedition, she naturally became the master of ceremonies for this divine assembly. All right. Everyone, quiet down. The divine meeting is officially starting." Loki clapped his hands and shouted, "First, let's move on to the usual routine, the information exchange. Anyone have any interesting news to share?" One of the male gods spoke first. "Speaking of news, have you heard? Soma, who only knows how to stay in his room brewing wine all day, has suddenly changed his ways. He not only fired the guild leader who was always helping him make money, but also personally rectified the atmosphere of the Familia. He even temporarily put aside his hobby of brewing wine and started to manage the Familia properly." Upon hearing this, all the gods' eyes immediately turned to Loki on the stage. As everyone knows, just a few days before the change in Soma, Loki and Luca, the new member of her kin, had visited the Soma Familia's residence. "Hey Loki," a goddess asked with interest, "could it be that you secretly use some means to control Soma, and have him brewing wine for you in secret?" "What nonsense are you talking about?" Loki rolled her eyes and vehemently denied it. "He changed his mind on his own. What does it have to do with us? We didn't do anything." Although Loki vehemently denied it, the gods below, who seemed to thrive on chaos, clearly didn't believe a word he said and booed loudly. "Besides Soma, there's another troublesome piece of intelligence," another male god said, frowning. "According to the news, the kingdom of Lakia has been frequently mobilizing its troops recently. It seems that idiot Ares is preparing to attack Rio again. TSK, that muscle-bound idiot is bothering us again." The gods immediately started discussing among themselves, their faces full of impatience. The venue became somewhat noisy. Loki tapped on the table to quiet everyone down, and then her expression turned extremely serious. "Those were just minor skirmishes. Now you'd better listen carefully to the information I'm about to share." Loki slightly opened his eyes, revealing a sense of authority. Recently, a new type of plant monster, unlike anything we've ever seen before, has appeared in the middle levels of dungeon. Not only that, the evils, which we eradicated during the Dark Ages, are showing signs of resurgence. This statement was like a bombshell, instantly causing an uproar in the meeting room. Some of the gods whose clan members had been killed during the Dark Ages instantly turned extremely ugly. Especially Ganesha, who usually wears an elephant mask and presents a comical image, unusually abandoned her signature pose and stood up. He recently lost a level for child on the 24th floor, and now he's heard news about the Dark Clan. "Loki, is this true?" Ganesha asked in a deep voice. If anyone has any concrete information about the evils, please let Ganesha Familia know. I would be extremely grateful. After exchanging these weighty pieces of information, the Divine Society finally moved on to the most anticipated and joyful part of the event, the naming ceremony. The atmosphere instantly became cheerful. These gods, who have lived for countless years, are like a group of mischievous teenagers who like to play pranks. They give titles to the newly leveled up adventurers, coming up with extremely nasty and shameful names such as King's True Eye, Shadowless, and Fierce Pig, which draws laughter from the audience. Soon, Loki Familia's information was placed on the altar of the gods. When the gods saw the file marked Luca, received 8 days of blessing, leveled up to LV2, the originally noisy venue instantly fell into a deathly silence. 8 days. One of the gods even spat out the wine he had just drunk. 2. It only took 8 days. How is that possible? You definitely cheated using divine power. This is blasphemy against the rules of the divine society. Faced with the accusations from the gods, Loki arrogantly put his feet up on the table. Bullshit. This is the result of that kid's own talent and hard work. We didn't do anything to him. If you don't believe me, go check the guild's records yourselves. Immediately afterward, Loki's eyes lit up, and in order to divert attention, she didn't hesitate to pull Hestia into the water. She pulled out another document and slammed it on the table. If you're talking about cheating, then that white-haired brat from the Hestia Familia named Belle advanced to LV2 in just a month and a half. That's truly unbelievable. He's the one who cheated. Hestia jumped up in anger. What nonsense are you talking about? Belle also rose through the ranks through his own efforts. How can you accuse us of cheating for a month and a half, while saying your 8 days were normal? Luca is different. Loki retorted confidently. Just as the gods were arguing fiercely about the 2 unprecedented upgrade speeds, one of the gods who had been silent suddenly spoke up in a low voice. Speaking of that newcomer named Luca, I recently heard a really outrageous rumor. The gods fell silent and looked at that deity. I heard that just a few days ago, somewhere in the middle level, that newcomer named Luca fought against Freya Familia's otter. The deity swallowed hard, his voice filled with shock. And it's said they fought to a draw. Are you kidding me? You fought to a draw with the strongest LV7 in the city. You didn't pick up a wild LV7 monster somewhere and deliberately let it hide its level to pretend to be a newbie and come back to fool us, did you? As the gods questioned him, Loki, standing on the platform, maintained his arrogant smile on the surface, but his heart was in turmoil. She learned from these people that Luca and Otter had fought. All right, you bunch of idiots, stop making a scene. Loki retorted, forcing a smile. Where in the world do you think a LV7 just pops up out of nowhere, and we can just pick one up? The feat required to upgrade to LV7 is incredibly massive. Do you really think anyone can silently overcome so many deathmatches, and then magically reach LV? The other gods looked at each other and thought Loki's words made sense. But the rumor of a draw with Otter was so shocking that they were skeptical. Just then, the gods, with perfect understanding, turned their gaze to the other end of the round table. There sat Freya, the goddess of beauty. Under the gaze of the gods, Freya picked up her wine glass, took a small sip, and smiled gently on her stunningly beautiful face. Otter did report this to me. Freya's silvery voice echoed in the quiet room. The rumor is true. Whoosh. A collective gasp filled the room. However, there's one thing wrong with the rumors. Freya put down his glass. They didn't fight to a draw. Instead, Otter lost very easily. The hall fell silent instantly. All the gods were frozen in their seats as if petrified, their minds almost completely blank. Otter, the LV7 powerhouse who stood at the pinnacle of Ora Rio, and was hailed as the strongest in the city, easily lost to a newcomer who had received the blessing less than a month ago, and was only LV2 on the surface. If Loki didn't cheat by using divine power, if this young man named Luca really possessed such terrifying strength. In the minds of the gods, the era before they descended to Earth spontaneously came to mind. Loki cleared his throat, breaking the silence. Now that everyone knows Luca's strength, let's get straight to the point. Regarding his title, I originally wanted to suggest hero, but Finn from our clan is already a hero. Loki placed his hands on the table and scanned the room, therefore, I propose that Luca's title be hero. Absolutely not. This title is the only one that's unacceptable. The gods, who were just moments before in shock, now reached a rare consensus, shaking their heads in fervent refusal. For deities, the word hero has an extremely special and sacred meaning. It's not just a title, it represents a cause and effect that can bear the fate of the entire world. Why not? Loki slammed his fist on the table in dissatisfaction. If someone who can easily defeat a level 7 at level 2 can't be called a hero, then who in this world deserves that title? No matter how strong he is, he cannot use this title until he has completed the final trial. A deity solemnly declared, "We can bestow any title upon you, except for hero. Unless he can defeat the last remaining one-eyed black dragon of the 3 major quests. At that time, we will naturally offer him this title with both hands." Seeing the god's resolute attitude, Loki pouted, knowing he wouldn't get the title today. What a bunch of stubborn people. Fine then. Loki compromised and offered a backup plan. How about Brilliant Star? The brightest star that illuminates the whole world, is that all right? A dazzling star. Isn't that a bit too arrogant? The gods looked at each other, feeling that the title was far too ostentatious. Either be a dazzling star or a hero, it's up to you. Loki threw a tantrum in an extremely shameless manner. Just when the two sides were deadlocked, Freya spoke up again. "I think the title Radiant Star suits him perfectly," Freya said with a smile. "That child truly shines like a star." Seeing that even Freya had voiced her support, the other gods, though finding it somewhat exaggerated, could only reluctantly agree to the title. Freya then turned her gaze to Hestia, who seemed somewhat bewildered. "Everyone, please help me think of a title that suits that child from the Hestia familia." Loki gave Freya a long look. Considering that the other party had spoken up for her earlier and successfully secured the title of Luca, she unusually refrained from making things difficult for her arch-rival Hestia, and instead went along with the naming process for Bel. The divine assembly concluded successfully, and the gods gradually departed Babel. As they reached the gate, Loki called out to Hestia, who was about to leave. "Hey, shorty." Loki dropped his usual playful demeanor, and whispered a warning, "You'd better keep a close eye on your little bunny. You saw it at the meeting, that bitch Freya has her eyes on him." Upon hearing this, Hestia's expression changed drastically. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.